And a very eventful 2 overs, Ruskin Mark. Akil Hussein definitely bringing something to the party. And Jaden Seals with his extra pace and his extra bounce so early in the innings, definitely causing a few problems here. Joshua De Silva doubling as a goalkeeper in addition to his his normal wicket keeping duties. And now we'll have a little bit of a change here in seeing Akil Hussein face up against the left-hand batsman, Alec Athanaze. And a new challenge for the young batsman as well.
Well, you also see the field placing. They put the man at deep mid-wicket, so you can't just make that slug sweep with impunity because the left-hander is turning the ball into him. So there's also a backward square and a deep mid-wicket. And this time touching down, but hitting the pad and probably missing leg. Plus it was good bounce again for Hussein. He does have a slip, and there's a short fine leg, a short mid-wicket as well, and a mid-on, a mid-off cover, and a man at point, just slightly backward. I'm not sure if it's a helmet they're asking for, but something they're requesting.
Shannon Gabriel, the man at point. We'll have to see how well he does in that position.
There's another one that is hit in the air. It could be out, and the catch is taken. Yes, it is. It took a while to get there. It looked like an Otley came running in from the deep, and what a big loss for the Windward Islands, because this is the info man, and he has to go for just 2 on this occasion, chancing his arms, trying to go with the spin, and the fielder was placed there precisely for that shot, and he fell into the trap.
And as we see the replay here, ill-advised from Athanaze, just the second delivery he's facing from Hussein, trying to hook it, and of course with the confidence he has, he thought that he could get it, but he really only got about just outside the 30-yard circle. Keon Otley, a little bit of beach cricket there because he has to dive into the sands here at the Queen's Park Oval on the outfield, and a very, very disappointing end for Athanaze. And the Red Force strike early, and they get the big, big little fish, Alec Athanaze.
And that is, in fact, a very crucial wicket for the Red Force. They no doubt will be hoping to limit the Windward Islands as much as possible. We saw in the game against Guyana, they came up short by just 3 runs. And when you lose a game like that, you spend hours trying to figure out where you missed 3 runs, where you could have limited them by 3 runs, or where you could have scored 3 additional runs. That plays on your mind for a little while, and I think you could see it here. There's a kind of urgency about the Red Force.
And that was a catch by Keon Otley. We have to give him credit for that one as well, because that one was dying as it got to him, and it would not have been difficult. It would have been very difficult, especially running on the little bit of sand that's there in the outfield. So it's an excellent catch by Keon Otley.
So the new man is Hodge, Kaveem Hodge, he too has had some good form, and they'll be looking to him as well to make another contribution, coming off 100. So he obviously must be brimming with confidence, but he's up against a wily spinner here in Akil Hussein, who's no doubt pumped, having taken an early wicket. And he's cutting at a delivery that is angling into him. Again, you could see the hands going up in the air as he shaped to play that one, and the stumps coming into play here as well.
Darting delivery in from Hussein, and Hodge will have to be careful of that going forward.
This time he is watchful as the ball again, a little bit of turn. So Akil mixing up his deliveries here. He's bowling the arm ball, and but he's also trying to get turn. So his both edges are coming into play here. Again, beating the outside edge on this occasion. So this is really good bowling from Akil Hussein, as he has his tail up at the moment. Of course, buoyed by that early wicket, and he's looking for more.
credit to him, he's varying his pace as well. So he's getting that flight and he's getting that turn, and he is getting that bounce with the new ball as well.
Yeah, he is again hitting the outside edge. They think for a moment of a single, but it's not there. Johnson Charles not the best runner between the wicket, but that completes over number 3. And at the end of it, a maiden wicket for Hussain. It's 7 for 1.
Well, if there was a groove in the outfield or in the run-up to the pitch at the Queen's Park Oval, Akil Hussain has definitely found it and is fitting very, very nicely into that groove. Like, as my co-commentator Ruskin Mark said, a wicket maiden, valuable, and of course the wicket of Alec Athene is falling for maybe an impetuous shot. The young fellow in a fine vein of form at the moment, but falling to the wiles of Akil Hussain. Jaden Seals will resume action from the southern end of the ground. His first over was a mixed bag. He did induce some edges and false shots from Johnson Charles, but his radar was a little bit off to Athene's, but he has 2 right-handed batters at the crease now. Kevin Hodge replacing Athene's. So let's see how Seals does coming up now.
And this one is driving outside the off stump again. Johnson Charles doesn't have to be at the pitch of the ball. He relies so much on his hand-eye coordination that you could see him just going through with the drive. He made decent contact. He just couldn't get it through the inner ring. Bravo standing in the way there at cover.
Deep mid-wicket and deep cover in place here for the pacer.
He is going through the line again as it was up in the arc, and Johnson Charles helps himself to a couple, and Lofton, it didn't really make proper contact with it, but it fell safely over the bowler's head, and that's always a safe region, especially with the limitations in the first power play in terms of the number of players allowed, only 2. And he picked up 2 more, pushing the score to 9.
The pace of Jaden Seals and probably a little bit of extra bounce rushing that shot from Johnson Charles, maybe hitting a little bit high on the bat, not getting out of the meat, because if that was in the meat, that would be nestled on top of the Brian Lara Pavilion.
Again, this one he's running down to third man. They're going for a run. This could be a run out. He had to throw it, and he missed. Again, good fielding by Keon Utley once more. Unfortunately, I suppose the radar in terms of throwing not working. You know, he had both sides, both ends that he could have thrown at. He opted to go to the striker's end, but he missed, and he missed by a lot too.
It was unfortunate though, because the fielding effort, you have to say, Ruskin Mark was top class, diving almost full length to his left to pick it up, to then collect the ball and pick it up and throw it. It was appreciated by Josh De Silva and the other Red Force fielders as well. Keon Utley has now been pushed back to a regulation third man, right on the boundary there.
And this time Kavim Hodge is watchful. This allows it to go its merry way, doing the smart thing, trying to play himself in rather than go airy-fairy early in his innings. And we saw that also in his 100. He too didn't go hard early on. He allowed Athenaeus to take the lead, so to speak, and then he got into his stride.
Certainly a different ball game here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Kind of cool conditions as well, not very bright sunshine.
Conducive for some swing.
And at this time he is playing it into a crowded area there, and the fielders nicely positioned. Now, as you mentioned, when he was bowling to Johnson Charles, he had the third man as a short third man, and that's where Utley made that diving stop and almost effected a run out. He's put him down to third man for Kavim Hodge, and it might be something that they saw, that they spoke about, and so it's a plan that they're working on in terms of the different batsmen, one against the other. Both of them are right-handers.
Shannon Gabriel is also at a very, very short mid-on.
Yeah, There's another delivery that is nicely lined by Seal, so he has improved his line significantly and completes a fine over at the end of it, 10 for 1 after 4.
The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are all business here at the Queen's Park Oval. Akil Hussain and Shannon Gabriel starting quite wild. Akil Hussain will continue his work. He's bowled 2 overs for just 2 runs with the big wicket of Alec Athanaze and a maiden as well, a wicket maiden at his last over. So his tail is definitely up. And he's bowling now to Johnson Charles.
Again, you could see turn there, a deliberate turn, the ball spinning away from the right-hander. And now also, because they're not rotating strike that much, it allows Hossain to plug away at the same batsman. Could probably set him up. There's another one that is spinning, and Johnson Charles is predominantly on the back foot, allowing the ball to spin, and then he's just playing it off the back foot. What Hossain would probably try to do is push him back, maybe for another ball, and then either bowl a faster one or bowl an arm ball coming into him. More spin. This is orthodox spin, as we see. And so now, maybe around this time is when he'll try to get him to come onto the front foot, or he's going to try to rush him with a quicker one. Nicely played again, but again, everything is off the back foot. His initial movement is on the back foot.
Akil Hussain getting into his groove here, and you can see when he's touching down, then the natural left arm will bring it into the batter, and then he curve it away with the spin. Like
Cutting away, that's a good shot, and there is no cover out there. That's 4 runs.
First bad delivery, I'll have to say here from Hussain, and we see that Johnson Charles is very comfortable camping on the back foot here. So that little bit of width, and he's going to throw his hands at that one. His very, very fast hands, and go through the line of the ball. I don't think there'll be any adjustments in the field, but they'll just know, Hussain will know that that one was just a little bit too short and a little bit too wide, and meat and drink for Johnson Charles.
Again, on the back foot goes Johnson Charles, but watchful on this occasion. He got 4 runs from that one. It's 14 for 1 at the end of 5. And after some more comments from you, it's going to be Sid Gray.
Well, certainly Trinidad and Tobago Red Force starting very, very strongly here. And they're maintaining that pressure that they've started with on the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Akil Hussain taking up that early wicket, Kavim Hodge and Johnson Charles will have a bit of a repair job to do here. As I say good morning to a man named Sid Gray. Sees life in black and white, but usually commentates in color as Jaden Seals comes in. Back of a length, and he's pushed into cover. Good morning, Mr. Gray. How are you?
Good morning. I'm fine. Lovely day for cricket here at the Queen's Park Oval. I've seen the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force here. Is trying to make some inroads into the Windwards.
Certainly, and Akil Hussain has started that. Jaden Seals has supported him well. Shannon Gabriel is on the field, so we could see that big burly pacer a little bit later on. I'm sure you enjoyed seeing him in his warm-up running in, Mr. Gray. You took that in with some interest here. Seals comes in again. Wide delivery and cut. Given the room to cut there, Kavim Hodge, but cut that straight to the point, field that point, and there's no run.
Yes, good to see Shannon Gabriel back out in the Trinidad and Tobago colors. See Jaden Seals is into his third over. And I think they are going quite well here at this point in time.
Yes, certainly Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, so many of these players familiar with the Queen's Park Oval as Seals comes in again. Lovely Yorker length delivery. Hodge came down well on that one, and Seals did the fielding quite well off his own bowling. Good cricket all round.
Yes, great cricket all around. That was a great shot by Hodge there, but no run. And a great bit of feeling off his bowling there from Jalen Seals.
He certainly is one for the future, Sid Gray. He started quite well in international cricket, taking his chances, and he seems to have his head quite quite tightly screwed on as well. You're not seeing him getting involved in any antics as such, as he comes in again to bowl to Kavim Hodge. Yorker length delivery, but strained on the leg side. Hodge will flick that in front of square. On the leg side, mid-wicket comes around, picks that up, and it's just a single.
Yes, and that's Jaden Seals has his head keep his heads on his shoulders quite well to be at this young age playing for the West Indies. I think he has been keeping a level head, and I'm glad to see him running in here and bowling very fast on this Queen's Park Oval wicket.
It seems to be a brain drain, Sid Gray, dealing with our young cricketers. So it's good to see, of course, the young ones coming up. Seals, of course, bowling, and Josh De Silva behind the stumps as well. As Seals comes into Johnson Charles, back of a length delivery, guided down to the point region, and there's no run. Excellent feeling there by Jason Mohammed.
And that's great feeling by Mr. Mohammed, and good to see that the fielders is backing up their bowlers here today. And I think with the bowling that tight, sometimes you have some stray bowling, and the fielders has to be there backing up their bowlers to keep this game, keep the batsmen quite quiet here today.
One delivery left in Seals' third over. He's only gone for 9 runs so far. Let's see if he can finish off strongly here. Again back of a length, and again guided down into point by Johnson Charles into the safe hands of the 36-year-old Jason Mohammed. And at the end of 6 overs, the Windward Islands Volcanoes 15 for 1.
Yes, young. I have to say, young, young 36-year-old.
Well, definitely, but he looks very, very fit, Jason Mohammed. You have to give him credit for that. Staying fit at well, I mean, 36 years old is the eve and the sunset of our professional career, isn't it, Mr. Sid Gray?
Yes, 36 is still playing at this high level at age 36 is quite remarkable. With the amount of games they have been playing over the past few years.
Akil Hussain to continue. Kavim Hodge on strike. And again, a little bit short and wide there by Hussain, but he's getting a little bit of movement and a little bit of bounce here, Sid Gray.
Yes, he's getting a little bit of turn on and bounce on this wicket, Queen's Park wicket. I would like to see him have the batsman more on the front foot.
I thought that is certainly echoed by Ruskin Mark as Hussain comes in again. Fuller delivery, flicked into the leg side. Good feeling there by the skipper Nicholas Puran at mid wicket. So it's been a mixed bag from Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in this tournament so far. An unfortunate loss to Guyana. They did deal with combined campuses and colleges in their opening game as Hussain continues. Hodge is on the front foot.
Yes, I think that's a much better ball there by Hussain, having the batsman on the front foot. I think by having him on the front foot, he'll bring the LBW into play here.
And of course, Hussain does have that faster one Ruskin Mark was talking about, the arm ball. See if he'll deploy that one now. A good line, good length. Maybe a little bit drifting down to leg and then straightening there. But certainly good bowling here by Hussain.
It's good bowling by Hussain, by these both opening bowlers, as keep the Windward very quiet here. Johnson Charles 10 off 23, Hodge 1 off 11.
Certainly Hussain keeping them honest as he comes in again. This one is the little faster one. Hodge plays it well, but I think he knows he should have been on the front foot for that one.
And that's the faster one. That's the one that I think could have him in some trouble. Played it quite well. off the back foot.
Running through his overs, Hussein. Oh, and he
Oh,
gets, and he beats the outside edge on that occasion. The fast hands of Josh De Silva picking it up beautifully there. Wonderfully flighted delivery to end that over. 7 overs gone. It's 15 for 1. Another maiden there.
Another
from
maiden
Aki Hussein.
from Akil Hussein, and that was a lovely ball, well flighted ball here. Bounce, turn. Batsman was comprehensively beaten outside the off stump.
Certainly enjoying his work here, Akil Hussein. And it's a very strong Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowling lineup. Because, of course, there's still Yannick Carrier in the wings. There's Sunil Narayan in the wings. Shannon Gabriel, we haven't seen him turn his arm over yet.
And
Jason Mohammed.
Jason Mohammed is bowling some.
Yeah.
And Ryan Hines as well.
Terrence Hines.
Terrence Hines as well.
Haven't seen Mohammed bowl much in this tournament. As Seals continues here to Charles. And he flicks this one. Well. He picked that one up and deposited that over mid-wicket. That's a big 6. Charles has decided to free his arms. And he gets hold of that one.
And that's a remarkable shot there by Johnson Charles. Trademark shot by Johnson Charles. Love that shot over the deep mid-wicket.
Picking that up on just about off stump. Maybe back of a length there. Coming back into him. So he sort of went with the pace of the delivery. And that will certainly give Jaden Seal something to think about here. He has a challenge on his hands as Johnson Charles wakes up. He's bunted that into the cover region, and that's the end of Johnson Charles. A 6 and out. It's like yard cricket, Sid Gray. You hit a 6 and then you're out.
And that's the revenge. Revenge. Best serve hold here at the Queen's Park Oval. After a lovely 6, play a foul shot here and a simple catch by Darren Bravo.
Held that back a little bit of an extra bounce there. And Darren Bravo takes that one easily at cover.
And Trinidad and Tobago is getting into the Windward Islands batting lineup here after 7.2 overs here. The top 2 strike batsmen that scored most of their runs, they are back in the pavilion. I think they're in a bit of trouble here after 7.2 overs.
But of course, Sid Gray, that's what you want to see from your young cricketers. Even though they've just been deposited handsomely over for 6 over mid wicket, they still have the presence of mind to adjust their line, adjust their length, and give Johnson Charles a little bit of a challenge there.
Yes,
and get that wicket.
And that's quite remarkable. You have to be a young, even though you are young, you have to be thinking the game right through. And I think I have to give Jaden Seals a lot of credit there for coming back after that lovely 6 over mid-wicket. And
the new batter coming out here is Sunil Ambrose. And here's where the challenge comes in for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Because, of course, Alec Athenaeus, Kavim Hodge, and Johnson Charles, we know that they're run-getters. Their middle order hasn't really been tested yet, but they still have the likes of Andre Fletcher in the hutch. So it'll be interesting to see how Sunil Ambrose and Kavim Hodge go about this particular challenge that they've been set here by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and of course the Red Force's own backyard.
Well, I think this might be a challenge here for Windward because the 2 openers has been scoring most of their runs. Now the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force is now getting into their middle order. And I know they will try to get deep into their middle order as fast as possible here.
Seals with his tail up, coming up from the southern end. Back of a length. Guided down to third man. Played with soft hands there by Sunil Ambrose. Didn't go at that one hard as per his predecessor Johnson Charles.
And that one was just short outside the off stump there. I think he was beaten. That was on the outside edge there. I think at a second slip or third slip, he might have been gone here. It might have been his second wicket. Pushing tentatively outside the off stump.
No such luxuries of a second and third slip in the white ball game, Mr. Sid Gray. Unless the Windward Volcanoes are 21 for 9, maybe then. Here's Seals coming in again to Hodge, and he's short, and Hodge pulls this one off his eyes in front of a deep mid wicket, and that will run away into the boundary for 4. Lovely shot there by Kavem Hodge.
And that was a short ball and deserved the punishment there. I think Jaden Seals was just a bit too short. I think he's running in with a bit of exuberance after this wicket. I think he needs to calm and pitch this ball just outside the off stump and have them into some trouble there, because the ball is getting a bit of movement in this under this conditions that we are playing here under the crease.
And I think the umpire has calmed him down, because I think the umpire has signaled that's 2 for the over. You've been warned, Mr. Jaden Seals. Let's see if he can hopefully finish this over strongly. Even though he's had a wicket, it's been a bit of an expensive one. Back of a length, and that's brilliantly guided down through the point region for 4 by Kavem Hodge. That was a bit shorter again from Jaden Seals, and Hodge is opening the face of the bat and guiding that behind point for 4.
And that was a lovely shot there outside the off stump. A bit too short, just outside the off stump. Give him a chance. Just punch it off the back foot through the point region for 4. Lovely shot there by Hodge.
And yes, already 15 runs coming off this over, Sid Gray. So he's gotten a big wicket of Johnson Charles, but maybe his young impetuousness getting a bit in his head here. Let's see if he can finish strongly here.
And that's a much better ball there by Jaden Seals, just outside the off stump. But the batsman just leave it alone quite easily.
And that's the end of 8 overs. At the end of 8 overs, the Windward Islands Volcanoes have progressed to 30 for 2. A little bit of a late swing there you can see on that delivery, that last delivery from Jaden Seals. And I think that's what he should be striving for. Because yes, we know he has the pace. Yes, we know he has the bounce. But of course, he should use those as a shock delivery as opposed to his standard deliveries. Because I think his action and the way that he approaches the crease definitely brings that bit of movement, which I think is more dangerous as a bowler. Akil Hussain to continue.
And it is a cool morning here this morning. So the ball is giving a slight breeze blowing across the pitch, and it's giving the ball some chance to move about on the pitch here today.
Was definitely Sid Gray. And in all fairness, the Windward Islands Volcanoes boys haven't really beat the ball yet, so the ball is still in a very good condition. Hasn't been damaged too much yet. Akil Hussain to Sunil Ambrose. Faster delivery, darted back in at Ambrose. Again with a dangerous back foot cut, Sid Gray.
Yes, I think Akil Hussain is trying to set them up here, have them on the back foot and then rush them on. See if they can bring in the LBW into play here.
Beautiful delivery, beautiful delivery. Going on with the arm, a little bit of flight in that one, and then just missing that outside edge by almost a half a bat there, you'd have to say. Yes, such was the extravagant turn on that one.
Yes, Akil Hussain is into his stride here this morning.
Really enjoying his work, and he just runs through his overs, isn't he, as a spinner. Beaten again. And Akil Hussain says, wide on these bats a little bit of wider so I could get my edge.
Yes, Akil Hussain is into his stride here. He's having a ball here this morning after 4.3 overs, 1 for 6. And I see they are looking to put an on tool. The skipper is going into second slip here. Akil Hussain is getting this ball to turn.
Yeah, Nicholas Puran here. A very, very close in slip as well. Oh, and it's straight to him off the edge. But played with soft hands by Sunil Ambrose. Akil Hussain staring down the barrel of a third of a hat-trick of maidens here. This is unprecedented, Sid Gray.
Yes. He's getting the ball to turn, and the batsmen are struggling to play him here once the ball is pitching just outside the off stump.
Sunil Ambrose striding forward with that foot. He's definitely trying to make an attempt to get onto the front foot, which is good to see from the batter, realizing he's cramped completely here.
Yes, Akil Hussain is going through his overs very quickly, and this is the last ball coming up here.
And Ambrose is able to flick this one through the mid-wicket region, and they will come back for 2 as Terrence Hines had to come off the boundary from a long way, from long on, and they will get 2 comfortably in the end. Good running there to put a little bit of pressure back on Akil Hussain, but at the end of 9 overs, the Windward Islands continue to limp on 32 for 2.
As I see Jaden Seals will oh no. Shannon Gabriel, I see there's a bowling change here. Shannon Gabriel will be coming on for Jaden Seals.
After 9 overs, Windward Island Volcanoes.
We'll be seeing raw pace here from Shannon Gabriel.
You'd have to say this is a good move here by skipper Nicholas Puran. Jaden Seals had his tail up, but was probably just getting a little bit too excited here. And of course, the big man Shannon Gabriel. Your thoughts on his workout this morning? How did he look in his warm-up?
Shannon Gabriel has been looking pretty sharp this morning in his warm-up. But in the warm-up, there was no batsman. Now there are batsmen here. So I have to see how he'll be running in here and finding his line and length. I know he's be a little wayward sometimes, but
here's Gabriel from the southern end replacing Jaden Seals. First delivery is wide and cut down to third man. But such is the pace of Shannon Gabriel that it almost got to Terrence Hines all the way down there at third man. Really throwing his hand at that, Kevin Hodge. But I can let you know, Sid Gray, that for the first game, Shannon Gabriel looked very, very scratchy. The second game against Guyana, despite the fact that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force lost, Shannon Gabriel did take 4 wickets. So he's definitely coming into his stride. And I can tell you that from the first game against combined campuses and colleges and seeing his run up now, he definitely looks a lot more fluid in his approach to the crease.
yes, I think the layoff that he has with a bit of injury, I think he has looked much leaner and looked much fitter, and that's a good sign.
Running in hard here, stamping down at the oval. And while he's getting good bounce and carry, his radar isn't quite on there. And that's a wide from Shannon Gabriel.
I think he just needs to get his line right here now. Just a little closer to the batsmen, get them to play. With his pace, he could be very troublesome here today. And this bouncy wicket at the Queen's Park over.
I am loving his intent, though, Sid Gray. You can see that he's really, really running in hard.
And that is a good sign. Once you see the fast bowlers is running in hard and looking aggressive, that's a very good sign there.
You certainly don't have to hear any fans shouting, "Bend your back, Shannon," from the stands. That he's definitely doing that. It's a full delivery. Yorker length, played back up to the bowler. That's where you want Shannon Gabriel to be bowling, aiming at those stumps.
Yes. Yorker length with his pace will give any batsman in the world trouble. But I really like his intent here. He's running in very hard and looking to bowl very quick here this morning.
Will be interesting to see who Puran employs from the other end. Does he bowl out Akil Hussain? He, of course, has many other options at his disposal. Gabriel comes in again. Flashing on that one. A little bit closer to the stumps there. We're looking at like about 6 stump line. Maybe he wants to get it closer to 5th and 4th. But that pace and bounce carry definitely beating Sunil Ambrose.
I think that was a loose shot there by Ambrose. With the pace of Shannon Gabriel bowling just outside the off stump. Running in with much pace. I think that was one to be left alone.
Nicholas Puran at mid-off, having a word with his bowler. I'm sure he's just saying, keep doing what you're doing, Shannon Gabriel. Don't change a thing.
And I think that's the best advice you can give him.
Wonderful delivery again. He's full on the line of 4th stump. Ambrose, again, there's not much foot movement there. I think it's the pace. It's almost like you're there in the headlights watching Shannon Gabriel run in, and you know what's coming at you. Your feet aren't just quite moving just yet, and that's what pace bowlers, that's the difference that pace bowlers bring to an attack.
Yes, when a pace bowler is running in, bustling, looking to bowl as quick as possible, I think gives any batsman in the world trouble, and I think he needs to get his foot moving to play those kind of shots that he's trying. They're changing the field here. Square leg is in, fine leg is out.
Third man remains out as well, so two fielders in the outside circle. And Jason Mohammed has come into what I can only describe as maybe a short gully here. Just the one slip in place still. Shannon Gabriel, 2 deliveries left in this over. Cut well and fielded well at the point region. That is a brilliant piece of fielding there by Keon Otley.
Yes, great piece of fielding by Keon Otley. And that was a great shot there by Ambrose. Slashing outside the off stump through the cover point area. Great piece of fielding by Otley.
Shannon Gabriel getting away with a wide one there. A little bit of a dance between Darren Bravo and Keon Otley. It's good to see some good team unity here with Red Force. Gabriel's last ball of the over coming up. Short, aimed at the chest, played up to short mid-on, and there is no run. That's an eventful over from Shannon Gabriel, and after 10 overs, the Windward Islands Volcanoes round up the power play at 34 for 2. Some comments from Sid Gray before Ruskin Mark replaces yours truly.
Yes, and that was a great over here by Shannon Gabriel. Just 2 runs off it. He looks very fit, sharp, running in very hard. And that's a good sign to see from Shannon Gabriel, the experienced Shannon Gabriel. And we see Akil Hussain will continue from the northern end. And joining me here is Ruskin Mark.
Good morning to you again, Sid. And again, this one is driven. And good fielding at mid-on. Not much you could do about the single. And Sid, you're talking about a lovely day for cricket. It's a little bit cool. You know, it's not brilliant sunshine by any stretch of the imagination. A suggestion that there's some cloud cover about.
Well, for the bowling side, we'll love this. On the fielding side, we'll love this.
There's a short quick a swing down to mid-on, and again, Otley is battling to overhaul it. He does in the end, and the batsman complete 2. But again, he was taking his life into his hands there, and Kaveem Hodge getting away with it.
Yeah. I think that
Or
was
rather, it's Ambrose getting away with it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ambrose getting away with that shot there. I think it was just wide of Otley. Otley seems to be in the game at all costs.
This time he's going for a quick single, and they'll get it too, because the fielder Seals was a little bit deep at that backward point position, and really needed to be a lot closer. And the thing about it is, when the batsman is shaping to play, even though you're at the edge of the circle, you can anticipate and move before the ball even strikes the bat, because you can tell he's not making an aggressive shot.
Yes, and I am quite agree with you there.
This time he's pushing, he's going to have to run it, and he doesn't cut it. Darren Bravo had it in his hands, and he just couldn't release it. And the ball just kind of slipped out of his hands just as he was about to throw it. It would have been interesting.
Yes, if that was thrown and hit the stumps, it could have been very interesting. I think the Windwards Volcanoes here are taking a greater chance because they have been Trinidad bowling has been very tight here, Ruskin.
What they're trying to do is trying to keep the scoreboard ticking over. So, you know, in their minds, they feel that they have to take a few risks. But it has to be, I suppose, calculated risk, but it cannot be the type of risk that you have no real hope of succeeding with it. This time he's on the legs. And
that would be one.
The angle, every so often he's going to try to turn the batsman around with just to get him to
play a fall shot.
Yep.
With the turn, with the kind of turn he has been getting on this wicket, he'll get the leading edge.
Plus there's some boot marks there already. If you look at the foot marks from the bowlers from that and the right-handed bowlers.
Oh,
there's another beauty,
beautiful.
a little bit of skip and dance, and they're going to get a single now because Puran was trying to flick the ball, and he literally gave them a single. Didn't really need to do it, but at the end of it, it's 41 for 2 now after 11.
We see Shannon Gabriel here. Will continue. And Ruskin, what have you, after his first over, what are your thoughts on Shannon Gabriel here this morning?
Well, I mean, he's getting decent pace already. You know, he's working up a fair amount of pace. But the thing with Shannon is the kind of bowler where you see his pace, if you know what I mean. Yeah, there are some bowlers you don't really know how quick they can bowl based on their whole body structure and then the way they run up. But he runs up aggressively. It's almost like a Mike Tyson. You know, you could see Mike Tyson has power, and he fights with power. It's the same way that Shannon Gabriel bowls. He bowls aggressive most times, and even his run-up is an aggressive run-up. This time it's cut away beautifully.
Through the cover point area for 4. That one was just short outside the off stump, and that was a lovely shot there.
And again,
Hodge.
Yep, it's like a gift for him there. Kareem Hodge just get into position and chopped it behind point nicely down to wide third man for a boundary. And this is where Gabriel has to be mindful. The good thing is the batsmen are prepared to play shots against him. So in his mind, he may be thinking, okay, let's see if you continue to play that shot. Because, you know, in cricket, your strength could also be a weakness. And but there's no discernible change in the field. This time he's pitching up and just a little too wide. It's not a bad delivery, but I'm sure he would have preferred to have that lined with the stumps and see if he couldn't get the Yorker.
Yorker, and yes, you need, when you're bowling that Yorker line, you need to get it onto the stumps to give the batsman some trouble here. So
Shannon Gabriel has had a real patchy career. He's been in and out. Sometimes injuries really.
They have been struggling with injuries.
Yep.
Because he's a muscular guy. He's a big guy, and sometimes you can't deal with the.
Here he is again on the pads this time. Turned away nicely, and they think for a moment of a second run.
And that was a great piece of fielding here by Seals to stop the second run from coming in.
Yes, Hodge was anxious to come back for 2.
I think that would have been a suicide.
And the thing is that, you know, these are nice conditions for batting as well. There's a little give in the wicket though, and the batsmen would have to be careful. But it's not, there are no real demons in the wicket. It's not like the ball is jumping at you, as was the case at the Ridge in Sabina Park.
I have to say it's an even wicket. There's something in there for the batsmen and there's something there for the bowlers.
Because there's good carry as well. Yeah.
And when there's good carry, sometimes you can just play through the line.
And these batsmen are
Shot makers.
Yeah, and they like to play through the line of the ball because not very often they get to the pitch of the ball and they still go through with some big expansive drives or cut shots. Gabriel again is giving him width outside the off stump.
stump.
And this time he can't get it through.
And that's a no ball. Free hit coming up.
And Gabriel is coming up the hill, so there's always the tendency when you're bowling from that pavilion in to just stretch a little bit more, because you know it's a slight incline coming up the hill. So you often want to make sure that you get to the crease.
And Chanel Gabriel have been guilty over the years, past years.
He bowls some big no balls
balls.
sometimes, yes. And the thing about no balls, and which is a common practice among bowlers, especially inexperienced bowlers, is they tend to lengthen the run, when in reality sometimes you're better off shortening the run. You know, because in your mind you're thinking, once you lengthen it, you're thinking it, you have an extra step to work with. And this time he just hit in the air. It's going to be caught, but it's not going to be out because it was a free hit. And Gabriel, I suppose, will be happy with just the one run. Yep.
Of that delivery.
But again, he's bowling with good pace, so the batsmen don't really need to generate power. They can use his pace against him. Yep.
Yes, against him.
So 48 for 2 at the moment, and they've lost those 2 wickets, and those are 2 important wickets at the moment for the Windward Islands. And these 2 are probably the 2 most experienced batsmen left. And in behind it, he's going for the quick single, and he'll get it too, because not much that Puran could do coming over there at cover. And it's good running between the wickets, although they're not noted for their running between the wickets, but there's at least an attempt to run and rotate the strike.
Rotate the strike, yes. And I think Trinidad Tobago will try to get a wicket, one of these experienced, or the 2 of these batsmen out as soon as possible, so they can get into the depth or the tail of Windward Island.
And this is what these 2 are thinking now, that they have to occupy the crease for some time. That's why they might be a little bit restrained.
Oh,
And this is one he's hooking and hits the back of the bat. Yep.
And that's like a slower ball. He was into the shot very early, and he's a bit, Shannon Gabriel a bit unlucky there, but nevertheless, it's 4 runs for the Windward Island and Hodges.
It could easily have gone to the wicketkeeper as well. Luckily for him, he picked up 4. That brings up the 50. It's 53 for 2 now after 12. So another the first big landmark for the Windward Islands as they get past the 50 run total. It's taken them a while.
We have a bowling change here, and we have
Yannick Carrera.
the leg spinner, and this will be very interesting here to see how many bounce until he will get on this wicket.
And Yannick has been a successful cricketer at the domestic level over the years, and he only just got his opportunity at the higher level with the West Indies team, and so that obviously must be a big confidence boost for him, and to the point where he is now ahead of Imran Khan, who was a faithful servant for West Indies cricket for years. And his first delivery is a little bit short. Punched away, and I'm sure he will want to
get that a little bit fuller.
Yep, because most of these batsmen are predominantly back foot players. And they will, because of the spin, or trying to read the spin, or should I say their inability to read spin,
leg spinners,
they tend to play on the back foot most times, to all spinners. But it will be interesting to see if he can force them to come onto the front foot and then make shots from there. Again, is on the back foot, and another easy single. And they might even consider a second run, because both Akil and Jaden seem to want to leave the ball for each other. and neither one of them wanted to pick it up. But they really, I suppose they need to keep their wickets. That's the first thing for the batsmen. Pitching up and driven square again. And a little
I
over
think,
toss there, too much air.
He's bowling one. I think he hasn't found his line as yet. The correct line he wants. He's a bit short sometime, and now he's full. I think he's compensating. He's trying to find the right line, just outside the off stump. He just needs to get the ball just short of a length, and have these batsmen trying to prod on the front foot.
That's much better, and of course driven nicely, but no run on this occasion. But again, as a leg spinner, it's always they're always sort of guilty of the long hop or two, and it's how they could minimize those. This one is in the air, and he could be out caught. Well. What an easy dismissal indeed. And I was just about to say that Ambrose just gifted his wicket away
To Chanel, catch to Chanel Gabriel at short fine leg.
It really was the easiest of catches, and that is the end of Sunil Ambrose for 13. It's 56 now for 3.
And that's one that just pitched just on the leg stump, turning, and he just flicked it right into Shannon Gabriel's arms at short fine leg.
So Karaya strikes in his first over, and really now the TNT Red Force, they are just chipping away at the Windward Islands batting, and giving themselves a good chance here of possibly even limiting them to under maybe a 250 score, if not lower than that.
And I think with Angie Fletcher coming, I think Sunil Narayan might be brought into the bowling as well.
Which is not a bad option to have as your sort of fourth change bowler, you know, in terms of his own prowess. In fact, he will be the fifth bowler for the Trinidad Tobago team, and that suggests
how deep the bowling at with Trinidad bowling is right now. As Sunil Narayan as your fifth change.
So now it's really a question now of, I suppose, it's where you want to bowl him, because Akil has been doing so well at the top. Because remember, Narayan is the one who used to bowl early, but now they've kind of pulled him back, because I think what they recognize with Sunil Narayan is that batsmen don't take too many risks with him anymore. They tend to try to play him out as much as possible, and so that could work in your favor, because what it does, it limits the amount of runs they can score.
Especially in the middle over and the back end of the...
Because you see it a lot in T20 cricket, they don't take too many risks with him anymore. Let's see how Fletcher does here, because this is another crucial wicket. This pair is really the pair that they need to separate quickly.
And that's a wide ball.
They were way outside. He was really trying to give it some air.
Yeah. Trying to give it some air and rev.
Mm-hmm.
You can see the pace that one has bowled.
So Yannick, who really was a batsman, who's really a batsman who can bowl. That's a good delivery. Again, that's the line
you want to bowl.
Yep, that he wants to organize. It's the end of the over. At the end of it, 57 for 3.
And that's a very eventful. Just 4 runs off the over. After 1 over, Yannick Carrier 1 for 4 in his first over. As I said, Sunil Narayan is coming into the attack. Seems like I've been seeing things early.
Yeah, that's clairvoyance of yours.
I think Nicholas Pruan is talking to me.
A little bit of telepathy there, you know. Really and truly, what they're telling him is don't mess around. Get the job done early.
Yes.
Not like England this morning. They were chasing 142 to win. and they were batting like 70 odd without loss, and then they were struggling at 111 for 4 and barely made it over the line. Again, it was up to Ben Stokes to see them home on that occasion. What that result means is that Australia are out of the semi-finals of the World Cup in their own backyard. Narayan is bang on target from the word go.
And this is where it'll be very tricky, because I know that they do not read Narayan. So he goes both ways. And plus he has the douche or the fast ball. He has so many balls that he bowls.
Again, he's on target. This time he's playing him around. They think for a moment of a second run, and I think you could see Akil just trying to bait him into taking that second run. And
I think that would have been suicide. But it's good to see that they are looking for the second run, trying to put the fielders under pressure.
Yep. And you could see the conditions, like I told you, it's a little bit overcast, maybe just behind us. As you can see, there's a cloud cover building up. The blue skies are trying to fight through, but
the breeze is blowing very nicely across the pitch here.
And again, just being watchful is Fletcher. For how long? That is the question. Because he's not the type of person that would like to be bogged down for very long.
He likes to go after the bowling.
So eventually you know he's going to try something, be adventurous. Yeah, he is almost yorking himself there as he came down on that quickly. And again, good bowling from Sunil Narayan. And there's the flags are fluttering, the Queen's Park flag and the Trinidad Tobago flag, as well as the Windwards. This time Fletcher is just standing up and helping himself to a comfortable single. So this has been a pretty good over so far from Narayan.
1 ball to go, 2 runs off it.
If there's anything, he hasn't like spun the ball
as yet.
We haven't seen any like prodigious turn just yet with his reworked action. And again, being watchful on that occasion is Hodge and keeps him out. So that completes over number 14, and it's 59 for 3 at the end of it.
And Trinidad is on bringing spin on both ends. And the carrier will continue. 9 on the other end. We'll have to try to limit this Windward Volcanoes to less than, I think they will be trying to get them less than 200 runs here.
Well, if you can, if you could limit them. But I was just making an observation here. You know the 5 bowlers that Trinidad and Tobago used so far, all from Queen's Park?
What is it? Is it a Queen's Park Trinidad and Tobago?
And this is getting him, and he's gone. Caught at slip easily. And that is the end of Fletcher. And would you believe it's Sunil Narayan at slip who took the catch. And that completes a splendid delivery by
Yannick
Correa, and Fletcher has to go for just 1.
And this is what I've been talking about. Getting Fletcher early. They'll be getting deep into the Windwards Volcanoes batting lineup. And I think Windward Volcanoes are in a bit of trouble here.
They're not just in a spot or bother, they're in plenty trouble. Because as was said earlier, their middle and lower order hasn't really been tested. They haven't gotten opportunities to play, to bat. And so this now is a new scenario for them. They now have to come and try to settle in and help their team. There must be a period of a consolidation. This is not the type of situation where you just come and hit the ball all over the place. Although some people say that might be the best approach, because if Sunil and they get on top of you, it's only a matter of time. It's like a lottery, you know.
And I think to hit Sunil away, it will be a very, very long, hard task here. And I see that they'll take a water break on this this.
Yeah, they're giving on that wicket, on the fall of that wicket, and they're doing the refreshing the stuff, and our faithful ground staff with Ralphie in the
Ralphie, the
middle.
favorite Ralphie.
Yep. Ralphie, I was making a joke one time and I told Ralphie was a referee's assistant playing in a football match. I threatened Ralphie. I said, Ralphie, if you only put up that flag. He was like, he was just laughing.
Ralphie has been.
I say, Ralphie, cut out the offsides.
Ralphie has been in everything, in every sport in Trinidad and Tobago.
Good. But again, you know, he's that kind of person that he just kind of endears himself to you because he's not threatening. You know, he's not like an aggressive person or anything like that. He's not going to use obscene language. He's just a kind of fun-loving person going about his business and living his life.
Yes. I've seen some work done here on the career by the physio of the Trinidad and Tobago trainers. Seems like he's in a bit of distress a little bit.
Well, he's trying to run it out a little bit there, and it might just be the hamstring giving him a little bit of.
Somewhere around there,
Yep.
because I've seen him trying some stretches just after.
It might be running. It might be the running because he was chasing a couple balls in the field, so he might have done something, you know, or just felt a little tweak while doing so.
Yes, it could be just a bit of stiffness as well.
And that's what you don't want now in the middle of the tournament, because this is where the tournament becomes, you know, interesting, because this is the end of the first round, and then you start the second round on Monday. So you want to be able to continue, you know. In fact, in this game, you want to be able to continue because he already has 2 wickets. So he must be thinking, at this rate, I might get a 5-4 here, you know.
Yes. And Hargraves is in. Justin Graves is in. Now he has to go and face dangerous Carrier, Yannick Carrier, which is getting some bounce and turn here. And Yannick Carrier is into his second over.
Pitching up, over pitching, driven beautifully through extra cover. That's going to run into the boundary for 4 runs. And again, a real gift there for him. He just leant on it. He didn't really try to hit it too hard, but he placed it well. I think that was the good thing about that shot, the placement more than anything else.
Yes, the placement was a great shot there. Didn't try to overhit it. Just great timing. Through the cover, beat, short cover, and run away in the boundary for 4 runs.
He's again on the back foot, and this time you see the spin from Karaya there, and the batsmen are not prepared to come onto the front foot, so they're prepared to go back, and he was deep in his crease there, but he was playing it defensively. And now Karaya hasn't produced the googly just yet, but he does have a googly. He is again bowling the leg break, just trying to maybe kiss that outside edge.
And he's, yes, like the wicket that he just of Andre Fletcher. He's getting a lot of bounce and turn here. And he's into his 5th delivery.
Right back on the back foot again. Nothing coming onto the front foot as he just kind of goes back and waits for the ball to turn and then try to read it off the pitch.
I think he needs to just pitch it just a tad up.
It would be interesting to see if he could produce the googly and if he tries to play back to the googly. Quicker one. Yeah, we're going to get the single. And they think for a moment of a second, they're going to have to hurry. The return is at the non-strikers end, but really there should not have been 2 runs
there. I think that's a poor bit of feeling there by Shannon Gabriel.
But it ends with the score 65 for 4 now after 15 overs. The Windward Islands, after they won the toss and opted to bat. So Sid gets a bit of a breather. Andrew is coming back with us. And Sunil Narayan is going to continue from the pavilion end. Having bowled a pretty decent first over so far, just costing 2 runs. This time, Narayan again kind of pushing it outside that leg stump or towards the leg stump, hoping to bring it back across the right-hander. And the ground staff is quickly into action there, trying to man the covers. Here's another ball played in. You think for a moment of a single, and they still won't get it because once again, Karaya almost overran the ball. And the batsmen are going off. The umpires are not wasting any time at all, getting the players off the field so that the covers can come out immediately, and which is good to see because sometimes they could try to play through the rain hoping that it passes, and then the wicket gets affected.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, but you can see the rain coming down across the Queen's Park Oval, and they brought the major matting out to the centre, which they will put across the field now. So unfortunate end here. Well, unfortunate pause, I should say, in proceedings here with the Red Force, Trinidad Tobago Red Force, as very much on top on their home ground, backyard for many of these players here. But we'll take a short break right now and come back to. But we'll continue our commentary for a little bit here, as
we're hoping that the break is not a lengthy one. And we look at the covers. They've put on that first matting, if you want to call it that. They're almost the same color as the pitch. You can barely see it. And now they're bringing on the heavy yellow tarpaulins, and that will cover the vast majority of the square. They've also put the 2 strips at the edge, which will cover the bowlers, where the bowler basically starts to set up the delivery stride. And
we can see the 3 umpires there, the 3 officials huddled on an umbrella just on the edge of the pitch here, discussing the situation. But I don't think this will affect the Red Force's momentum too much, Ruskin Mark, because they really have quite a stranglehold on this game.
Well, and the thing, you don't want it to persist for too long. If anything, you want to get back out there as quickly as possible. In fact, and as we speak, it seems as if the rain has subsided some. It hasn't stopped entirely, but it has lightened up now. But it probably looked like it's falling from directly overhead. We're not seeing like south of us. There isn't any cloud build-up over there in terms of heavy clouds, but we're in the rainy season and strange things happen, especially as you get close to lunchtime now, and almost every day you kind of wait to see how the weather changes, no matter how bright or how hot it is. There is that possibility that rain could fall.
On the plus side, they have pulled back the run-up tarpaulin, so it just seems that the pitch is covered for now. So you won't have full coverage of those run-ups, which suggests that the rain is dissipating a little bit. You can definitely see that it has eased up already. I don't think the Red Force players have gone back in the pavilion per se. They're just waiting outside.
Well, we've seen the rest of the ground staff coming out, so they might have been advised to remove the covers already, and so which is even a better sign that the rain has blown away, blown over, and we should be able to resume pretty soon. And the main tarpaulin is also being withdrawn. So that gives us a good chance to bring our viewers up to date once again. It's 65 for 4 at the moment in the 16th over, 15.2 overs bowled. The Windwards again won the toss and they opted to bat first, and they quickly lost Alec Atene as their main run scorer, in fact the leading run scorer in the group. It was 7 for 1. He went for 2, caught Otley of the bowling of Akil Hussain. Then it was 21 for 2 when Johnson Charles, another prolific scorer for the Windward Islands, he was caught Bravo bowl Seals a mistimed pull shot, and it was 21 for 2 at that stage. 56-3 when
Facing from the
Ambrose,
same, trying to
Sunil
book it.
Ambrose
And
departed,
of course, with
caught
the
Gabriel off the
confidence he has,
bowling
he
of
thought that he
Correa in Correa's first over. He went for 13, and then Fletcher was, as you can see here on the screen, some of the highlights from the morning session so far. That is Johnson Charles giving it the treatment there. And this was the wicket. He just kind of threw the bat at it and didn't get any kind of leverage at all, and paid the price. And the Windwards continue to soldier on, going for their shots. They're not afraid to play their shots. And this was a nice back foot drive, just helping it into the gap. And Shannon Gabriel also came, and he was greeted with this cut shot just behind point. And this one took the back of the bat. Could have gone to the keeper or maybe even to a fine leg. And this was a careless shot, gift really, just sort of paddling the ball into the hand of this is Narayan taking the catch there to dismiss Fletcher. And that was the end of him. Yannick Correa with 2 wickets already.
So the teams are coming back out in the field. Kavim Hodge, you have to say, has looked excellent so far. He has had some form in the tournament. Still seems to be the informed batter here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. He's been in there since very, very early. Of course, since the 4th over. And he's 22 of 31. So you'll have to say if the Windward Islands do have to get up to a score here, then he will be the man that is doing most of the damage, or will have to bat long and deep into this innings for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And it was such a short rain delay, Ruskin Mark. I don't see that Duckwood Lewis will come into play just yet at all.
Not by any means. And remember, you were speaking about Kavim. He made 106 not out in the last time he was at the crease.
Sunil Ryan will continue from the southern end of the ground.
Again, hustling the batsman, and I'm not quite sure why it is that Correa allowed that ball to just run past him there, because he was so close to the ball, you felt that he could have easily picked it up, but he's obviously struggling with his fitness, that he probably didn't want to take a chance to bend down to try to pick that ball up.
I did see him stretching his calf or his thigh a little bit earlier. We will see if that has any impact on his bowling, which he's done very well in so far.
And Narayan again just trying to line it up properly. They're thinking of a second run, but that's all that it is, a thought. And they will have to settle for one more.
The momentum still with the Red Force at the moment. The spinners doing the job here. Akil Hussain at the top, Sunil Narayan and Yannick Correa continuing that good work.
This time is on the front foot and pushing it out, and I think this is what Sunil Narayan will be hoping for, that the batsmen commit to the front foot a little bit more rather than just standing back and waiting for the ball to turn. It's slow turn. Here he is again on the back foot and punching it down to long on. They're going for one, and again thinking of a second one, but Jason Mohammed is not having any of it. That completes over number 16. It's 68 now for 4.
Sunil Narayan, what you see is what you get these days from the champion spinner, and you can see that he's not offering the prodigious turn of Akil Hussain or Yannick Correa, but what he is giving you is control and good variation of the pace and just subtle movements in his delivery, and that's what. Because I mean, he's already bowled 2 overs. I can't remember the last time he actually bowled a bad delivery, Ruskin Mark, where he was deposited as Yannick Correa continues from the northern end.
And that's another good delivery, because he's getting bounce on that one now, and you could see the batsman deep in his crease there, but not able to really do anything with it. And that's the beauty of the spinner, the wrist spinner, because you could get the ball to kick off the surface.
Yeah, stuff out of the back of the hand always creates a little bit of doubt in the batsman's mind.
He's watchful this time, and if you notice, whenever they come onto the front foot, there isn't much by way of aggression. It's always just a little push or a defensive prod. And so if I was Yannick Correa, that's exactly what I want them to do, or force them to go back to deliveries that they really should be on the front foot too. This time he's driving one more of a slap drive, but he's going to get it out to point and completes another easy single. But I wouldn't mind that too much if I was Yannick Correa. In fact, I will encourage Hodge to continue playing shots like that.
The other thing that Correa offers is that he comes in, he trots in very, very quickly, but then he can send in the fast delivery or the slow delivery. So that run-in gives a bit of extra deception as well.
Yeah, he is in the back foot. There's a peel that's a little bit high, and I think that is what the umpire would be looking at, and not be prepared to give the decision. But it just looked as if it was Jacqueline Williams not prepared to give that one.
I'll ask director Michael Ruppert to pull up that one because it definitely seemed a little bit high on that one, Ruskin. Extra bounce there from Correa, striking over the pads as well. He's continuing here.
He's edging again, or no, rather he's driving, and I thought for a moment he had hit the edge, but once more, you see Correa, once they're on the front foot, it's a different ball game because they're not great readers of spin. And they're really taking their lives in their hands when they try to play shots off the front foot.
As you mentioned, it's a Queen's Park side here, and they're really enjoying this time on their backyard.
He's driving again this time. He's pushing it down to long off. They go quickly for the first one, and they're going to get the second one as well. And not much that Seals could do about it. The ball was well placed across him, away from him. He had to come in and to his left. And that gave the batsman more than enough time to complete 2. 71 for 4 now after 17.
The spinners have the stranglehold on the Windward Islands Volcanoes here at the Queen's Park Oval. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force trio of Akil Hussain, Yannick Correa and Sunil Narayan doing the business here for Nicholas Puran. And I think you'll be very happy with proceedings so far. The current run rate is just 4.18. The Windward Islands boys haven't really gotten away yet. And Sunil Narayan will continue having bowled 2 overs for just 5 runs. Miserly as always from Mr. Narayan.
Again, he's pitching up and being driven back, feeling well to his own bowling. I always say as a bowler, you better be able to feel well to your own bowling. Because nobody's going to feel.
Nobody supports you better than yourself, as they say.
This time he's cutting, and yet again the ball is missed, and the batsmen are going to get a comfortable run here. But Shannon Gabriel was diving over the ball, and he really should have stopped it initially, but he allowed them to get the single.
Shannon Gabriel in the 30-yard circle is not something that you always want to see. But doing his best, the big man.
And he's coming through, and they're appealing for a catch. The umpire is unmoved. I'm not sure if it's a catch or an LBW that they want. And you could just see the umpire saying that it struck maybe the hip region. But again, the angle that we have is behind. Maybe this will tell us a different story here now from in front. And he was playing. I don't think it touched the hip, so it had to be the edge of the bat that it would have hit. And they could see the wicketkeeper confident that he had taken the catch, but not out, says the umpire.
Yeah, Joshua Silva convinced with that one there. Brave call from the umpires, Narayan continues.
Driven again, but not powerfully. And Narayan certainly asking some questions now as he gets more comfortable, I suppose, into this spell.
The other thing with the spinners is that they get through their over so quickly that before you know it, it's the 30th over, it's the 25th over.
He is again driving and having to come onto the front foot to make that shot. Graves, no doubt, hoping to maybe settle down here and produce a partnership, which is badly needed.
That's the 1 run in the over so far.
And again, Narayan is there. They're going to have to hurry once more, but it's another single. Again, Shannon Gabriel, the man being called upon to do the honors. 18 completed, 73 for 4 now.
Sunil Ryan doing the business here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Yannick Correa will continue, and the spinners holding fort in these middle overs here. Kavim Hodge is still there, fighting the good fight, 26 of 39. Justin Greaves has looked scratchy, but he has had some very pleasant shots against the spinners. But again, there seems to be a groove here at the Queen's Park Oval where the spinners are just falling into, and they're just very, very happy with their work so far. You have to think that maybe the Windward Islands Volcanoes, while they're consolidating at the moment, have to try a little bit of something different to throw these spinners off. At least capitalize on those bad deliveries if there are any coming.
And here's another quick single, and once again they're taking a single just at the ball hasn't even gone off the square. I don't think Correa is very happy with that, but as I keep saying, once the batsman is shaping to play, the man at point and cover, they have to be flying in because it's not a powerful shot, and it should be easily fielded and let alone a single.
From the Volcanoes' perspective, it's good that they're trying to at least change the strike as they're not getting many runs.
Here they are again thinking of a single. This time the fielder is a lot closer, and skipper Nicholas Puran is the one who is assuming that short cover position, giving his bowler as much support as possible. For a moment there, he thought that Hodge was thinking of maybe having a dip at it, and then decided against it. And if that was a short park in Tobago, all now, so we're looking for it in Rockley Bay somewhere there.
I still think Nicholas Puran can have his feel a little bit more attacking given the situation that the Windward Islands Volcanoes are in.
Correa teasing him again with a nicely flighted delivery, and this time Hodge takes the single to long on. But this is good bowling by Correa. He's not afraid to, as they say, go up in jar breeze and give it a little bit of flight and force the batsman to have to play him off the front foot, and if they don't, then the turn could either induce an edge or maybe just take it past the bat to the keeper for a stumping.
Puran is marshalling that short extra cover position.
And but not much he could do about that as they nip another single down to long off. And it might be, as you said, it might be that Puran could consider maybe a second fielder in there in front of the bat, and maybe force them to try to go over the top.
Yeah, because the spinners are ruling the roost here.
He's on the back foot again, and the ball is played down. That's a good stop by Correa to his own bowling, we might add, and denying them a single this time. The end of the over 19 completed is 76 for 4.
And the status quo remains here at the Queen's Park Oval in match 9 of the CG United Super 50 Cup here between Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Windward Islands Volcanoes. The Red Force boys bouncing back a little bit here after their defeat to the Guyana Harpy Eagles at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It's day cricket here, and Sunil Narayan, Yannick Correa doing the business here. But I still think that Nicholas Puran can have a bit more of an attacking feel, get some feelers close in, and restrict those singles that the Windward Islands are getting at the moment.
Here they are thinking again of the single, and this time Shannon Gabriel is alert and limiting them. And if anything, he might very well change Shannon Gabriel, and I was just about to make that point. Move Shannon Gabriel from there, but then look at who he's put in there, Yannick Correa, who is a hobble to some degree. So I suppose he might be a little constrained with who he can choose from. This is a great delivery, and again they're going for a quick single, and this time Correa screams in and deny them that opportunity here. So is it the wicketkeeper who is going to run after the ball? And I think that is what Nicholas Puran is telling Joshua De Silva, that if it's a defensive prod, then you could go after it as well. Here he is again, watchful and just pushing it down with a dead bat.
But it's good to see that both you and Mr. Sid Gray have an ear, have Nicholas Puran's ear, because Both Mr. Gray's call and your call have been accurate. Puran is there at first slip, so he knows exactly what's going on as Narayan continues.
This time there's an appeal for an LBW. Not out, says the umpire. Again, the batsman on the front foot. And Narayan, probably whatever turn he's getting, might be taking it away from the stumps. But again, it's the height I think the umpires are always concerned about when the batsman is on the front foot. And that might be an inside edge. I think that's what that is. A slight inside edge onto the pad. Good umpiring. This time he's cutting and down behind point it goes. And they'll get it a short third man. They'll get a couple. And not much Karaya could do to prevent that. So a little change in the whole sequence of the four defensive. He tried a cut shot. And again, Narayan must be thinking, okay, if you're going to play that cut shot, then I'm going to try and put it there again. But this time I'm turning it the opposite way.
Bit of a Chinese cut there from Justin Greaves to just get it down for two, down to the third man region. Karaya is moving quite smoothly though, as the last delivery is played up the pitch.
And it's the end of the over. 20 completed. It's 78 now for 4. And after some more comments from you, Sid Gray will join you.
And the spinners really controlling the middle overs here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Yannick Karaya will continue. He bowled 4 overs on the trot, and he's been the leading wicket taker. 2 for 16. Sunil Narayan going about his business. 4 overs, none for 9. That's what you expect from the champion spinner, Sunil Narayan. As I welcome back Mr. Gray. Good day, Mr. Gray.
Good day again. The Trinidad spinners are doing a great job here for the captain, Nicholas Puran, keeping the Windwards Volcanoes at bay. Very.
Yes, Karaya, and that one is driven nicely by Hodge, but Karaya does the fielding of his own bowling. Good work there by him. We have a long off in Jaden Seals. There's a long on in Terrence Hines as well, mid-wicket. And that fielder at deep point. The field spread far and wide. But there are the short fielders, Darren Bravo at a short mid-on. And this one is pushed into Nicholas Puran at the cover region. So there are some gaps for the batters to get singled, Sid Gray, but they'll have to maneuver the ball a little bit more than they'd probably like.
Well, yes, they have to try to maneuver the spinners, but it'll be very dangerous with the ball spinning so much by these two spinners.
Karaya with a more prodigious turn. A full delivery outside the off stump and driven nicely to that fielder at point, and there is just a single there. Kavim Hodge continues quite well, 28 or 50, very slow, but he looks very comfortable given the circumstances, while his teammates on the other end can't seem to hold it up.
Well, they are trying to rebel here, but with these spinners turning the ball this much, they have a long way to go.
Justin Greaves getting into the work, and here's a quick single here. A poor pickup there by that man wearing the number 18. That looks like Carrie Pear, it might be.
Pear, yes. Substitute fielder.
Maybe on for Shannon Gabriel.
Yes. No, Shannon Gabriel is on at mid-on. At short, fine leg. Shannon Gabriel at short, fine leg.
Of course, we're ensconced in this air conditioning booth, but when you're outside, you can hear the gesticulations and the noise from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force fellows. They're really up for this game here. As Karaya comes in again. Attempted reverse sweep, but that's a brilliant grab by Sunil Narayan. It is almost a fantastic catch. Commiserations there, but wow. Excellent piece of fielding. Definitely saved 4 runs.
Yes, that's great piece of fielding there. I think Narayana saved 4 runs there. Great reflexes. Oh, what a bit unlucky. He didn't hold on to that one.
Well, though, I think in that situation, those either stick or they don't, Sid Gray. Unfortunately for Sunil Narayan. But really, really good work there from him. Not known for his fielding, but definitely good work from him there. Lovely little cut there again by Hodge, and Point will come around again and get that single there. That really would have lifted the Trinidad and Tobago spirit. Something amazing if Sunil Narayan had taken that catch. After 21 overs, the Windward Islands Volcanoes 81 for 4.
You see, with this type bowling, Windward Volcanoes, they need to try to get some runs on the board, so they are trying to maneuver, trying different things here, and that nearly could have been their fifth wicket there.
Well, certainly Justin Graves and Kavim Hodge have been together since the 15th over. They faced a diet of pure spin. They're starting to build something here. Hodge looks supremely confident as Narayan continues, and he's driving this one down to long on. They're hustling. They're looking for the second. I think Graves in particular was looking for that second. Hodge is interested to be at the non-striker's end. Still the field spread far and wide. No third man in place for Sunil Narayan.
Yes, I think Narayan is enjoying bowling at Graves here.
There's a fielder at fine leg, wide fine leg, you'd have to say. Deep mid wicket, long on. And then, of course, a deep cover.
I think Narayan is giving Graves a lot of trouble here. He's enjoying bowling at Graves. Graves seems not to get the ball off from Narayan. He's just prodding away here.
Yeah, the obvious trump card here, Sunil Narayan. You could bring him in when you're down or even when you're on top, as Puran did in this instance. And he's really just marshalling the middle overs. 4.4 overs for just 10 runs. Brilliant returns. Nothing less than what you'd expect from Mr. Sunil Narayan, having twirled his arm around the world very successfully.
Yes, and he normally gives you great returns for his overs.
And again, the Windward Islands Volcanoes seem content to just play him out, Mr. Gray.
Well, it's either the intent, they have to try to score some runs, because still we have at least one more spinner with at least 5 more overs of the left arm spinner.
Last ball of Narayan's fifth, and this one is turned down to the third man area where there is no fielder, and they'll come back for a comfortable 2 here. And that will end the 22nd over with the Windward Islands Volcanoes limping along at 84 for 4.
Yes, and I think the Trinidad team still has another spinner that they can still bring in of
Jason Mohammed.
Jason Mohammed as well, and because it seems the Windward Volcanoes is struggling with the spinning of Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, we haven't seen Jason Mohammed bowl a lot for this tournament yet. So we'll have to see what other options that Nicholas Puran can employ. I think he can bring on himself as well if he so desired, because I know Nicholas Puran can turn his arm over. But at the moment, Yannick Karaya and Sunil Narayan controlling the middle overs. The sun is out in all its glory here at the Queen's Park Oval. A little bit of a dead ball start there, a false start there from Yannick Karaya. Running in like Usain Bolt.
So he has a lot of option here this morning. So we'll see what he will do.
As it stands, Karaya is doing such a good job. This one is pushed down to long on by Kavim Hodge. Terence Hines comes up and picks that up outside the 30-yard circle. Darren Bravo at a short extra cover. There's a lot of acreage on the leg side, Sid Gray. I don't know if they're trying to entice the batters to go to that leg side.
Yes, to go across the line. They are trying to entice them to go across the line with the spin of Yannick Karaya.
Graves gets a full enough delivery outside the off stump, and he can drag that one down to long on again.
And I think that's a smart ploy here by Nicholas Puran.
Well, if you're in his ear, I'm sure you'll be giving him wonderful advice as Karaya comes in again. Attempted reverse sweep.
And this one seems to be dangerous. This one seems to be...
That was a full delivery. It seemed to strike the pad full. Umpire Williams not giving that one out. Let's see what happens here on this replay as director Michael Rupa pulls it up for us. Sid Gray, your thoughts?
I think it's... Oh, bit unlucky there by Curry, but it seems like he's just outside the off stump. Struck just outside the off stump there.
Some good drift there for Karaya. He already has 2 wickets. He'll be loving a third right now. Get deeper into that Windward Island's tail. Oh, and beating all ends up there. Kavem Hodge.
That's a beauty. Pace bounce. Giving it a rip here, Yannick Karaya.
As the song goes, when the ball touched on the whole place, shell down Sid Gray.
He's enjoying his bowling here this morning.
All the spinners are enjoying their time here at the Queen's Park Oval. Karaya again. Lovely flighted delivery, driven to short extra cover. Kavem Hodge is kept quiet. 31 or 57 deliveries. He's falling into a bit of a rut here, Kavem Hodge. Because he's usually quite fluent, but these spinners have really pegged the Volcano boys back. 1 delivery left in the 23rd for Karaya. Didn't feel comfortable with that run up at all.
It's the second time. I think the ball is a bit damp, or his fingers a bit from sweating. Smart move. You're not comfortable, you stop. You go again.
The batters are always pulling out. Why can't the bowlers once in a while? Last delivery left in Karaya's 6th over.
Ooh,
and he got the edge again. Well fielded at first slip once again, my Narayan. Excellent work here by the Trinidad and Tobago spinners. 23 overs gone, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, 86 for 4 at the Queen's Park Oval in the CG United Super 50.
See, there's a change. 6th bowler coming in here. Hines. I think for me, I think I would have tried, if I've think all the spinners have been bowling, I would have tried Jason Mohammed.
And certainly there is a change in bowling. Terence Hines, a bit of seam up action here. We'll have to see how he gets on. But then, of course, it could be a double bluff here from Nicholas Puran. Maybe the batters feel a little bit more comfortable with pace and chance their arm against Terence Hines. Because, of course, he's not as quick as Jaden Seals or Shannon Gabriel, and certainly will not get that bounce. Not saying that he isn't quick. He's a bit whippy, Terence Hines. You'd have to say. Bustling little bowler.
Skiddy bowler on this pitch could be very dangerous as well.
Yeah.
Short bowler. Ball will be skidding on. Could be keeping low with his height. That could be a very dangerous ploy here.
Those considerations as well. Let's see how depth he is at the slower ball. And first one is cut down to the point region. And they'll get a single on the boundary there. Bit of a loosener there from Terence Hines.
Bit lucky there. Short. Just outside the off stump and just punch to the cover point.
Jaden Seals is stretching at fine leg as well. Shannon Gabriel is back on the field. Down at 3rd man. Probably the best fielding position for him.
Hines running in.
Wider delivery, but there's a little bit of late swing there for Terence Hines. And Hodge not getting his foot into move at all. Was playing over that one.
And that's what I've been talking about Hines. With his short stature, the ball is not bouncing as much as the other fast bowlers. The ball is more skidding on.
Certainly that sling action and those strong shoulders will get that ball to just skid a little bit. Very straight run up as Hines comes in again to Hodge. Tucking him up with this one and playing that one into cover. So not a bad start from the medium pacer at all.
Yes, I think he's finding his line and length here. Keeping the batsman quiet. As much as most of the bowlers this morning has been keeping the batsmen quite quiet.
Yeah, it's certainly been an excellent bowling performance by most of the Trinidadian bowlers. I think Seals was a little bit expensive, though he did take a wicket. Hines continues. And he's stepping out of this one, and that one is pulled up into the mid-wicket region. And Hodge is able to get away with that one. A bit of a skyer there. Ball falling in the sands there, and the mid-wicket fielder coming off the boundary couldn't make the catch. The get away with a long two.
Yes, Hines was just a bit unlucky there. With that one, that ball was short, but it didn't rise as high for the batsman to pull.
Pressure starting to build on Kavim Hodge here. 33 or 57. Hines with 2 deliveries left in this over. The sling again, and that one is cut. And that one will go down past Shannon Gabriel at the wide third man area for 4 runs. A little bit of a loosener there from Terence Hines, and Hodge pounced on that one.
I think with his pace, he needs to get the ball closer to the batsman. That one was too short and outside the off stump. He needs to get it closer to the batsman and a bit fuller.
In all fairness, it was a good adjustment from Hodge because he played that one actually jumping. So the ball did come back in quite a bit. So he made the adjustment to get on top of that one. But certainly something for Terence Hines to work with as he comes in for his last delivery of this over. Short and wide again. Good fielding by Jason Mohammed at point. And that ends the 24th over. Windward Islands Volcanoes 93 for 4.
Yes, I think Terence Hines needs to be a bit fuller. He's a bit short for his first over, but nevertheless, it wasn't a bad first over. 7th off his first over. 93 for 4 after 24 overs. And Carrier will continue for his 7th over.
Again, these two batters have been hit there since the 15th over when the score was 65 for 4. Well, it ended on 65 for 4 after 15. So I think they're starting to come into their stride a little bit. Here's Karaya.
And he's gone.
Justin Graves drives it straight back to the ball, and that's the commentator's curse there. My apologies to the Volcanoes fans. As I was saying, they're getting into the groove there. Graves gifts his wicket for Yannick Carrier.
And that was a powerful shot back to the bowler. A great catch here by Yannick Carrier. And he's 3 for 21 after 6.1 overs. Lovely piece of flight. And straight back into his arms. Great hands.
A lovely dip on that one. You saw that one as well because it died as it was getting to Graves. And so again, Volcanoes fans, I sincerely apologize for that one.
And 93 for 5.
There's a good partnership building here, and the young wicket keeper comes out, Tevin Walcott. So he will have to marshal the innings here with Kavim Hodge, who's been doing so well.
I know we see it break. This can break the camel's back here. But on the next wicket here can break the camel back and we'll be into the tail.
Well, certainly the Windward Islands batters, however, do go very deep. They don't have a Shannon Gabriel per se at number 11, so they are capable of batting very, very deep here. But of course, it's all consolidation now, and you'll be hoping that Walcott and Hodge can bat at least until the 40th over, to ensure that the Windward Islands Volcanoes boys use up all of their allotted 50 overs, because it's sort of a cardinal sin to get bowled out in your 50 overs. You want to use up all of the 50 overs. Karaya with his third wicket, 3 for 21. He's been the pick of the bowlers here.
And I see.
But of course, credit to the Red Force. They have bowled as a unit.
Yes, they have been bowling. They have been bowling tight here today. They have been backing up one another, and I think they have been doing an excellent job in the field as well.
Yeah, most definitely. The fielding has been spot on.
And now Nicholas Puran, the captain, has gone into second slip for the new batsman.
Drive a little bit of uppishly there by Walcott, but he gets it square for a single, and he is off the mark immediately. Certainly, I think this is the first time he would have been batting in the tournament, so he's getting a bit of a challenge here. Really coming in on a difficult circumstances here. But he will get a chance to shine because he has time for sure.
There's a lot of overs here to bat. He still has 25 overs to go.
Yeah. Beautiful bowling here by Yannick Karaya.
He's in it his 7th over.
3 deliveries left in his 7th. 3 for 22. Leggy. Bowling again. Has
Great
Kevin
line.
Hodge honest.
That's great line there.
But you can see that at least Hodge is making the attempt. He's trying to get that foot forward, and he's trying to cover the bat and try to cover the trajectory of the ball, I should say, with his bat, and playing it underneath his eyes. Just something that you want to see him doing. Forward to this one again, driving into the cover region. Nicholas Puran skips across. Dainty feed there from Nicholas Puran.
That's a great line again by Yannick Carrier. Keeping the batsman very quiet.
1 delivery left before the quarter-way mark in this game. Prodigious spin there from Yannick Carrier to end the 25th over with the Windward Islands at 94 for 5. Some
After 25.
comments from Sid Gray before Ruskin Mark replaces yours truly.
Yes. And we see Hines will be back again for his 2nd over. I think he will try. Hope he'll try to do a better job. Try to have his line and length much better. Try to get the ball closer to the batsman. And we are back here with Ruskin Mark.
Thank you very much. And of course, this is a change of ends for Hines, or is it?
No, the same ends.
He's bowling from the same end.
end.
94 for 5 it is now. And this time he's striking him on the pad. There's a loud appeal, but more in hope than anything else, because that was clearly missing leg stump.
I think that's a better line there for Hines.
He does have that sling in action. He's not coming over the top. You know, they always try to encourage you to get the arm close to the air and bring it down. But so his consistency of line and even his consistency of pace might be lacking. But if he's comfortable doing what he's doing, and I think that's what Nicholas Puran is probably relying on, because he has taken wickets, you know, despite his action, and so I think he's calling on him here now to maybe
Find a wicket or two.
yeah. And plus, what it does, it allows him to rest his frontline bowlers a little bit,
Longer
and
for,
you know,
for the back end of the bowling,
Yep.
just in case.
and then you get in a couple of was out of the way, you know.
Yes.
So
And with his slinging action, action, it could be very tricky for the batsman as well.
It's a good delivery. That one was really tailing into the right-hander. You could see it angling in, and Walcott did well just to get the bat down in time and keep it out. Another wicket here would really, as they say, set the cat among the pigeons here for the Windward Islands. A few cars in the distance. I'm not seeing a big crowd, but there are 1 or 2 spectators spread around the Queen's Park Oval today.
That's a good sign that we have some spectators in the crowd here supporting the Red Force.
This time he's punching it into the cover region. Puran with a dive. They get one. They want a second one. It's not there. And good return to the non-strikers and Keon Otley out there in the deep doing good work on this occasion. And the batsmen are limited to just the 1 run. So the scoreboard ticking over slowly, not with any great relish at the moment.
Over.
And that's because the bowling has really tightened up now significantly. They're not giving too many runs away.
Not too many boundaries as well.
Hey, and the sun is trying to come out here at the Queen's Park Oval, which is a good sign.
Yes. Baking down onto the players now.
This delivery driven nicely down to long on. That's a good shot again from Kareem Hutch, but he can't buy a boundary right now. So he has to basically take what the bowlers are giving him, and at the same time try to hold his end of the bargain, because he would know that he is the main man now.
He has to try to stay there back as long as possible to give the Windward Volcanoes a good score here for the Trinidad and Tobago to chase her.
And that's the key, and Trinidad will want the reverse. They want Hines to probably pick up a pepper, and not on this occasion. But again, you could see him really enjoying his bowling here as he completes another over. At the end of it, 26 completed. It's 96 for 5, the Windwards, after they won the toss and upped it to bat.
Yes, and that was a good over by Hines. 2 runs coming off it. That's what Nicholas Puran will try to get from Hines. Keep it tight with Yannick Carrier on the other end, trying to get the wickets. Just keep it tight for him. Force them into making the foul shots so they can pick up the 6th wicket.
And the thing about it is that the fielders just have to stay engaged, because when things are going well, you could tend to relax. So I think they just need to stay engaged, cutting and hitting it well. But again, Puran is in the way. And so this is an interesting field. There's a slip, a backward point, a man on the cover boundary, square, a cover just almost to the edge of the circle, and then a shorter extra cover inside almost on the square, and a long off. He's on the back foot again, punching this one through the offside. And predominantly back foot players. You could see Hodge not prepared to come onto that front foot and drive the ball, but he prefers to stay on the back foot and play it. The danger with that is if the ball, if you don't read it.
If they does not turn and play the quicker ball onto them. That is the danger there, Ruskin.
This time he's watchful again. Walcott coming through. Now Walcott should be a better player of spin bowling than some of the others, because as a wicketkeeper you get into the habit of watching the ball a little bit more. And so I won't be surprised if he handles the spin bowling. He's from Barbados, so he likes the ball coming onto the bat. Here he is playing outside the off stump, missing, and almost gifting Karaya another wicket.
That's a beauty. Beautiful flight. Turn, bounce, spin. Wow, beautiful.
And you can see Karaya enjoying that one. He does a little dance after delivering that ball and watching it go past the outside edge. He tried again, and same thing yet again. And he wheels around and comes back quickly. He's really enjoying this little spell here, Karaya.
And now Nicholas Puran's look like he's going into the second slip.
Which makes sense, because the batsman is just prodding and missing Now it's a 6-3 field that he has, so it's a good attacking field. He is again playing this one upishly past the bowler, but not a catch, but certainly it was in that general area. But that completes another fine over from Yannick Correa. 27 in the books. It's 98 for 5.
Yes, and Yannick Correa is moving 3 for 24 after 8 overs. He's enjoying his bowling here.
That's well he might. When you're taking wickets, 3 for 24, you will enjoy that.
Yes, when you're having a wicket like this that is bouncing and turning, you have to be enjoying this as a spinner. And that is why Yannick Correa is so enjoying this bowling here this morning. All the spinners I have to see are enjoying the bowling this morning on this wicket.
And the thing is, they've done well. They've bowled well. They've actually forced the batsmen into error. And when they're not taking wickets, they've been keeping it tight. There's a good delivery again. He's playing it late. He wants the second run. He's going to have to hurry. The return comes in, and there's a loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire, as she has her back turned in a kind of peculiar angle. But she's keeping her eyes on the wicket. And you see the return coming in, and from this angle it's very difficult to tell. But you have to give the batsman the benefit of the doubt here. There's almost a collision, and that's what slowed him down there. And here is and I think the silver really came up with the ball. He needed to just go across.
If he had closer to the stump,
hit the base of the stump,
gone.
Just that split second that he had to, he took off the bail as opposed to hitting the base of the stump. You could dislodge the bail that way as well. It means there's a shorter distance he had to travel. Short ball, and no danger there. Walcott just lets that go his merry way. No need to worry. It's 100 on the board though. 100 for 5.
After 27.2 overs,
Yep.
into the 28 over.
I'm just going to look at to compare what they were looking at when they got their 100 against TCC. And they were at 100 after only 17 overs.
So Trinidad and Tobago has
10 overs.
10 overs.
More. Yep.
That's tight bowling there.
Outside of his legs, and that one is flicked away nicely, and he's going to get a single. He's coming back for the second run, but that's good fielding by Jaden Seals down there. He was sliding all over the place as he was making contact, picking up the ball, going to his left, and then lost his footing, but he spun around with the momentum and was able to get the return in as the batsman completed a second run.
And that's great running there by the Windward Volcanoes. It seems to be trying to push very hard for the first run, and that's smart cricket.
Hines again is bowling this one. The batsman cutting at it, driving it. It went in the air when it left the bat, but it was wide of the gully fieldsman, and they got another comfortable single. So this is a bit of a struggle for the Windward Islands. At 103 for 5, we're already in the 28th over. So they must be thinking of changing gears eventually.
Well, thinking of changing gears, you have to take some kind of risk, and there's 5 wickets down already, Ruskin.
There's another delivery played in. Hines just kind of tucking him up a little bit, a little extra bounce as well. And you could just see Hodge playing it a little bit cramped, and thought for a moment about a single, but it was not there. So 103 for 5. You would think from here, 220, 230 might be a good score for them if they can, especially if Hodge stays for a while. But then a wicket or two, and the way I look at this is, you look at your situation and then you add a wicket, or you add 2 wickets, because when you lose one, you can lose a second one quickly.
Yes.
And see if you're still comfortable with where you are. He's going for the big hit and he's gone in the air. This could be out. Akil Hossain is under it and he takes the catch. He takes a simple catch there indeed. He went under it, he settled under it, and he took a well-judged catch. So as we suspected, that man Hines has given them he's not only is he bowling important overs, while they're consolidating, he's bowling overs so the captain could rest his frontline bowlers, and then he bowls a little bit of a slower one, a little off-cutter, took some pace off, and it went straight up in the air, and a comfortable catch for Hossain.
And Ruskin, the only guy in the batsman was doing pretty well. Hodge, now he's gone. So now they're in a bit of trouble here. And this could be, I think, for me now, I will try to get some more of my attacking bowlers on to get through this tail end of the Windward Volcanoes.
Well, he's done his job, and like I said, it's a kind of the two purposes there. He was getting important overs out of the way while they were consolidating. Puran said, I'm not going to use my frontline bowlers with their important overs during this period. So let me see if Terence could give me a couple overs, and if he gets a wicket, I'll take that with a smile. Yeah.
Yes, and he has done that just for his captain.
Yep. He's done it, and so his 28 overs completed. It's 103 for 6 now, the Windward Islands.
And Carrier will be back on for his 9th over. It seems like Carrier is
going to bowl through.
Bowl through. Because he seems like he's struggling as well.
Yeah, so they may take him off to get some treatment.
After
his spell. Yeah.
Yes, after his spell.
But I'm sure he'd love to do some more damage before he goes off.
Pick a wicket or two.
Yep.
See if he can get a 5-wicket haul here.
And that must always be the aim of any bowler, is to try to get wicket. Ryan John is the new batsman. And this is a big ask for him. He likes to put bat to ball, but this is not the scenario. Pitching up. This one goes in the air. Yeah. This could be another catch out in the deep, but it may fall safely.
Fall safely.
Keon Otley was coming across. Hines was running back. Neither one could get to it. The ball dropped almost equidistant between the two of them, and the batsman completed 2. So Walcott taking his life in his hands there. He goes to 10.
And this is when you're trying to change gears and you don't have wickets in hand. With this quality bowling, you are taking a lot of risks here, and I think this could be spell disaster for the Volcanoes.
Utley pitching up again, and he almost got a return catch on that occasion. He might have gotten his left hand to it, maybe just got a touch, but you could just see him. Maybe a fitter Yannick Correa might have been able to go full stretch to that one. But he just seemed to just lay down there rather than really dive after it. And
just short of it.
Just got a little fingertip to it there maybe. And the batsman got a single, so Walcott goes on by 1.
This will be interesting here.
John, he's a big hitter. He's playing this one again. Everybody's just playing from the crease. More or less back foot players. They're not intent on coming onto that front foot at all. We'll just kind of play from the crease. Part of the problem is they're not reading which way the ball is turning. I would love to see him produce a googly here and just see how John deals with it. Another short ball that he, again, on the move, he kind of paddles it down to long on. For an easy single, so he's off the mark. And I'm sure he's happy with that. But you can see he's a big man. And
he's a huge guy, tall guy, powerful, strapping.
He would love to put bat to ball. That's the mode of operation for him. Walcott, though, is pulling this one. That's a good shot. And he might get it through. No, it's actually well fielded by Otley. Running around, running around in the deep.
Foul corner. Mid wicket.
And of course, today Sid is a big day in Trinidad and Tobago. This is a big weekend. We have cricket here. You know, Carter continues to win medals,
Yes.
and the launch of Carnival driven nicely, and but no run resulting in it. And again, you see when he comes onto the front foot, it's not aggressive
That's it.
stroke play.
Just
He's
brought
just
in,
pushing. Yep, it's 109 for 6 after 29.
Hines continue here.
Yeah, I think you have to give him. You just got a wicket, man. Give him at least one more.
And when you think about it, that will be this we are into the 30th over. You have 5 from Narayan, 5 from Akil still.
So that's 10 of your 20 overs right
Your
there.
20
You still have
overs.
Jaden Seals to
Still
come
have
back. You have
Jaden
Shannon
Seals,
Gabriel
Gabriel
to come back
back.
as well.
Yes, and still one more for Miani.
So it's a pretty good position to be in. What Trinidad has to do now, like I said, is keep their concentration and just try to finish the job. You know, you're in a strong position now. Just try to finish them off. Like I say, whenever you're watching a batting team, they're 109 for 6. You add another wicket to that now, and you see that's 109 for 7. And when you get one, you must be thinking of getting a second one quickly
Yes.
as well. So you always, whatever score you have, just add a wicket or two to it and see if the batting team likes where they are. It's just a delivery that he's just nudging away. He might get a second run if he hurries,
And he
and I think they'll get it too. John very quick between the wickets. He's a tall man.
make
And,
4 steps and he's down to the other end.
Yep. And but the thing is, you know, it's just basics of the game, and you see him turning properly because a lot of batsmen tend to turn blind. They turn with their back to the ball, so they now have to look to see the ball when they touch down. Whereas instead of turning and watching to where the fielder is. But 111 for 6. That's the old Nelson on the board. England lost a wicket at Nelson this morning. This one driven nicely. And he's going to get a couple more here, will he? No.
And that's 1 run.
Akil Hussain
Hussain.
does well in the outfield.
He's doing it very good. Work out in the outfield here. See Shannon Gabriel is stretching here. Down at third man.
Yes, he's probably gotten a signal that his time is coming. And it's been a pretty good morning for Trinidad and Tobago so far, apart from losing the toss, but I don't think they would mind because the Windwards made the decision and they now find themselves in a bit of problems here at 112 for 6. Heinz bowls, that's a beauty again. You can see the ball tailing in to Walcott.
And with that slingy arm, that ball will always be tailing in for that slingy arm action.
Well, what the I suppose the tricky thing about a bowler like him is when he gets one to hold its own or seam away
Seam away, yes.
from a good length or so. Those are the wicket-taking deliveries because you don't expect it. You anticipate it's going to tail in and angle in a lot, and then when it bounces on and holds its own, you're in trouble. Something similar to that where he again is just probing right on that off stump.
Yes, and that's a great line there for Hines. He's giving the captain some valuable overs here.
He could actually, if he continues to bowl like that, for all you know, he might be able to bowl
5 overs.
maybe 5-6 overs. And
that's a plus for the captain.
then it's leftovers for your front line. What you don't want is for your frontline bowlers not to bowl their 10 overs. If they go through the full 50 this time on the legs,
Down to fine leg for 1. Seals picks up, throwing.
and it's turned away quite nicely by the batsman Walcott, who's a small man. He's a diminutive figure, and when he stands closer to John, he looks even smaller. He looks like Dave Williams standing next to Tony Gray.
Yes.
The long and the short of it.
It's Hines to run in here on his final delivery of the over.
He's taking his time. He's obviously trying to make sure that everyone's probably letting the batsman wait a little bit as well. pulled away almost into his arms. And I'll tell you what,
That's 4 runs.
while the bowler was running up, you could see Yannick Correa running back or stepping back into that position. And he almost gave him the catch right in his lap. Unfortunately, it was a little bit lower. And that is it. So that's the end of over number 30. It's 117 for 6. So a good shot that. And John is up to 8 quickly and showing good intent in this one's. And Walcott is 14. John is 8. 30 at 117 for 6, a rate of 3.9. And Andrew, I don't know if that is. I suppose, given the situation of the game, they might be happy with that, but they'll certainly want a lot more if they could get another 100 from here.
Correa continues.
And he would have other ideas. Darren Bravo showing his footballing skills. And
I think credit to the Windwards boys. They have maintained just about 4 runs and over. The loss of wickets, however, would obviously be of concern. And of course, you're looking at the score about the 40th over to see if you can get 70 or 80 in the last 10.
And again, this one is bouncing. Good bounce again for Yannick Correa, who is really showing his capabilities here. But like I said, I haven't seen him bowl the googly as yet. I don't know if it's not on his mind or if he's afraid to bowl it. But I feel for these batsmen, you may want to, especially you want to do it, maybe bowl it to Walcott, see if it fools him. Again, he's spinning the ball across the right-hander. And yet again, the batsman is shaping to play and then pulling the bat inside the line.
Ryan John now walking on the pitch to have a word with Tevin Walcott. Maybe telling him, like, hey, let's try to get forward for this one. But certainly I think Karai has shown excellent control here. Maybe he hasn't needed the googly. He hasn't needed the googly because he's been bowling to his field. And they have the batters under the wraps to spin as fair, you know.
Just saying, pulled away now, down through mid-wicket. That's 4 runs. And that's very well played indeed. He was looking for it. His length he was playing there. And quickly onto the back foot, as is the custom.
Certainly dragged that one down a little bit, Correa. Tugged from outside the off stump by Walcott, but into that gap between mid-wicket and long off. Or long on, I should say, which is called cow corner, Ruskin Mark. So 4 to cow corner, and he moves along.
I didn't see any bells anywhere. Here is another delivery, sweeping, paddling ready, and Shannon Gabriel does well as he goes down on all 4s and stops it. He's not the most elegant of fieldsmen, is he?
He certainly is not, but of course he's better known as a bowler and very effective nevertheless. While I was outside there during you and Sid Gray's stint, it was nice to hear Jaden Seals being very, very vocal for a young fellow on the team.
Down the wicket he comes again, coming onto that front foot, but watchful and just playing, not really trying to aggressively get to the ball. Now that's 10 overs for Yannick Correa. 10 overs, no maidens, 3 for 34 at 121 for 6 after 31.
Certainly, Yannick Correa bowling right through here. He's bowled his 10 overs, 3 for 34, excellent control, and some valuable wickets as well because, of course, he got he's basically taken out the middle order, you'll have to say, with Sunil Ambrose, Andre Fletcher, and then Justin Greaves, who was caught and bowled very late on. So doing the job in the middle overs and taking the middle wickets here, as we're going to have a little bit of a drinks break there. Mr. Ralphie is there sweeping assiduously before the gentleman comes down and lays back the white markers for the crease. And yeah, you'd have to say that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would be in the ascendancy here. They're in a very comfortable position. I think what they would have to do now is make sure that the Windward Islands, what they wouldn't want Trinidad and Tobago Red Force is for the Windward Islands Volcanoes tail to wag and that they use up all of their 50 overs. So they would want to take a wicket as quickly as possible and restrict the Windward Islands Volcanoes to, I would say, less than 200 would be the aim, Ruskin Mark.
I'm sure the smaller the total, the better in terms of Captain Nicholas Puran and what he would like to see. But the bowlers have really supported him very well. If anything, I think he's looking forward now to probably wrapping this up as quickly as possible. So he may be tempted to bring back Narayan for a couple just to see if he can prize out some quick wickets and put the Windward Islands under further strife. Or he might even bring back Akil Hussain and just to see if they can't give them that little push to get them over the line quickly and, try and prize out the remaining 4 wickets as cheaply as possible and just move on from here. The other thing about it, though, is that I thought Hudge played well again until he kind of got foxed there in the end. He also had a pretty good innings coming to some degree from Graves, but they would look back and feel that they kind of gave away their wickets. That paddle sweep that just went to Gabriel there by Ambrose was, Christmas coming early for them. That was a gift.
Yes, certainly here, the middle order definitely faltering for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And in all fairness, they haven't been tested that much in this tournament with Athenaeus and Hodge doing the brunt of the scoring for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. But certainly was an opportunity for Sunil Ambrose. Andrew Fletcher, we know what he's capable of. Defeated by a lovely ball by Karaya and a fantastic catch as well by Sunil Narayan. So it's been a case of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force spinners and the middle order bowlers just doing a good job of controlling the Windward Islands Volcanoes scoring and then creating those mistakes and then of course jumping on those mistakes as well, because as Sid Gray mentioned, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force boys have been very, very tight in the field in terms of their fielding efforts, and they haven't slipped up on too many occasions here. And another thing is, Ruskin Mark, they've maintained a sharpness in the field as well, so it's been difficult for the Windward Islands Volcanoes boys to just touch and run and to change the strike and to change options. As we do see a change in the bowling, and Sunil Narayan is coming back into the attack. Nicholas Puran pulling out his trump card, definitely trying to get some quick wickets here.
Just as I suspected, because I just felt the game is on a knife edge right now, where Trinidad and Tobago could just tilt it over the line, and Narayan might very well be the man to do that, although John looks to be full of intent, and so it will be interesting to see if he goes after Narayan. This time he's on the front foot. There's no real elegance about him, is there? He's just muscle and movement.
Certainly, but it is effective nevertheless when he gets going, for sure. I'm not sure how far he will get going against Mr. Sunil Narayan. Certainly wait and see.
Short ball, but a quicker one. And John, not too sure what Narayan is doing, and decided to pull out of the shot. So this is really going to be a test for him.
Flirting with the bat a little bit there. Certainly won't want to leave it out to dry.
And he's playing this one. There's a peel for it. He's up, caught it behind. The batsman was just playing there, and he seemed to play outside the line of the ball. That's the incredible thing here. And normally you would think the ball would hit the outside edge. It hit the inner edge. And but he was late coming down on the ball. And that was the end of that wicket there. John goes for 8.
Let's have a look at the replay here. The master Sunil Narayan strikes again. Just beating the outside edge. A little touch on the outside edge. The umpire raised his fingers very, very quickly, and that's the end of Ryan John. And so with the battle we anticipated between him and Sunil Narayan lasts only 2 deliveries, and John loses out in the end. As Shadrach Descartes walks in to replace him, with the Windward Islands slipping into further trouble. 121 for 7 in the 32nd over.
I mean, it's been. I was looking at the way the angle the bat came down, but it really did pass to the outside edge, and again, but it didn't turn. That's the thing. But because he's not sure which way Narayan is turning the ball, he probably played inside of it a little bit, hoping that the regulation off break would turn in towards the pads, but it held its own, and it went straight through. Plus, it was a quicker delivery as well. So a lot of stuff worked against him there.
Yeah. Certainly Narayan isn't prodigiously spinning the ball, but what he is a master of is of line and length. He knows exactly where he wants to touch down, and it's just a matter of millimeters spin or deviation, and that's what defeats them. And there was a jubilant regulation catch by Joshua De Silva behind the stumps. And now Narayan has a left-hander to contend with in Shadrach Descartes.
Well, it's going to be a change. Certainly, Narayan is going from around the wicket to the the left-hander rather, and two slips are being employed, and they're just trying to sort out who, Puran and Jason Mohammed there, and this time he's beaten outside the off stump again as Narayan bowls the orthodox off break, and you could just see the little dance by Shadrach Descartes as he just nibbles at the ball.
Good bounce from Narayan as well.
Again, he's coming onto that front foot. And this is the predicament that the Windward Islands batsmen find themselves in here. What do you do in this situation? Do you play out the overs or do you attack the spinners? Quick ball, turning this one on the onside. Once a couple gets one, they may attempt a second, then they decide against it, which turned out to be a good decision. It's the end of the over. At the end of it, 32 completed. It's 122 now for 7.
Well, Nicholas Puran brought Sunil Narayan back in, and the champion spinner doing the job, immediately getting rid of the important wicket of Ryan John. And it would seem that spin will be the order of the day here again, as Akil Hussain will be coming back into the attack. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 15. Got the early wicket of top scorer in this tournament, Alec Athanaze. So he's coming back after some time. So you can get another 8 overs from your champion spinners here, Ruskin Mark. And then I'm guessing the Pacers will have to come back in for the last 10 overs.
If needed. Let's look at the bowling so far. Look at how many overs Akil has. He has 4. Seals has 6. Gabriel has 8. Karaya has bowled out. Narayan still has 4. And Hines, if need be, has 6. So Puran has options.
Yeah. Certainly here. And I think you'll be hoping that Akil Hussain and Sunil Narayan do the business in these next 8 overs as Hussain comes back in.
And this time he's coming in the appeal in front of BW, not out, says the umpire. And immediately Akil Hussain is causing some problems there as Descartes was pushing forward. The ball hit the pad and bounced away.
Umpire giving this one a leg by, maybe striking just outside the line. I'll have to say Ruskin Mark. That's the only thing that I can think that saved him.
Because there was good turn there, and remember there are bowlers' boot marks there as well. So that will be a little bit of a concern for the left-hander. But again, these are not defensive batsmen. These are players who are used to putting bat to ball. So this is all new to them.
Walcott has equipped himself well up to now. Let's see how he deals with the new challenge of Hussain.
Pushing at this one and won't get it through. Puran is in the way again.
That second slip has come out now. It's just Sunil Narayan now. But Jason Mohammed will move into a orthodox cover position while Puran comes up into short extra cover.
Yeah, he's in a stooping or catching position. In fact, they both could be in catching positions.
Sun coming out a little bit more here at the Queen's Park Oval. Certainly was overcast and cool a little bit earlier.
Again, fishing outside the off stump there and not able to get a bite. Akil Hussain. That's like me going down Sugar. I must get a fish. Nothing biting at all.
Whatever bait he's offering is certainly very, very tempting here for the Windwards Island batters.
He's on the back foot, hits this one, but he hits it wide of Jason Mohammed, who was just pulled away there for that kind of a shot off the back foot uppishly, and it was just wide. So Walcott living dangerously on that occasion.
Certainly uppishly, just about in the gap there, but there is protection out there on the cover boundary.
So let's see if the left-hander will take up the challenge to hit with the turn. He's on the back foot again. He struck on the pad, but again the ball bouncing and turning. And again, because there are bowlers' boot marks there, you find that it could be even more of a difficult situation for a left-hander like Descartes.
Yes, certainly those boot marks will be causing some chaos there for the batter.
Quicker deliveries on the back foot, and he's trying to get it down the hill, but that's good fielding there. Not able to do so, and Mohammed, I think he might have just hurt his knee making that stop, but I'm sure the pain will subside quickly. It's the end of 33. It's 124 now for 7.
Akil Hussain hasn't bowled since the very early overs of this game and has come back in with just 2 runs off his 7th over. Fantastic performance from him, continuing the good work that Sunil Narayan, Yannick Karaya and others have done in the middle overs, as well as Terence Hines. Narayan will continue from the southern end of this ground. He will be bowling his 7th over. He's already bowled 6 overs, 1 for 13. And certainly a challenge in place for Tevin Walcott and Shadrach Descartes, who are the Windward Islands batters at the moment.
Well, they brought the helmet, so it may be that Hines, or rather Otley, is going under the bat for the right-hander. I would think you would put him under the bat for the left-hander, not the right-handed batsman, but he's there for the right-hander. So you don't see this very often in limited overs cricket, where there's a forward short leg under the helmet. And this time it's outside the leg, and the signal a wide by the umpire.
Take note of that, Ruskin Mark, a real loose delivery from Sunil Narayan. Not often that you see him miss his line and length at all. Probably trying to send that one just a little bit in faster. Behind the ball.
Again, he's forcing the batsman into error there, not really playing the ball very well. In fact, the ball is hitting the pad quite often. And as a batsman, you don't want this, because there is that forward short leg, so that just gives them something else to think about now when he's playing at the ball.
Narayan with his unique action, running up with the ball behind his back, hiding the seam until
I saw
the
another
last
player,
minute.
is it from Sri Lanka, who has a similar action, or from Afghanistan, has identical action to Narayan now. Here's this one following him a long way. The batsman backing away and then found himself in harm's way because the ball just kept following him. And that is always disconcerting, especially when you're doing that to a fast bowler and the ball keeps following you. You have nowhere to hide.
Tevin Walcott probably wonders if there's a magnet in
There's
his
a
hand.
beauty. There's a loud appeal from LBW. Not out, says the umpire. And he's signaling to his colleague.
Balls left.
Yes, that is 2 balls left. And you're thinking, well, did he put his finger up?
Look at the replay here on this one here. Very
Again,
plumb, but
height,
probably moving
yeah.
too much.
And the height as well, because it struck him on the back leg. And so it might just be height. Although he's not a tall man, but the bounce on the back foot, he's cutting and missing. And luckily for him, he didn't get a touch there. So Narayan causing real problems here for the batsman, Walcott. Has he touched the ball as yet in this over? He's been struck in the pad a couple of times.
Very, very rattled indeed, Tevin Walcott, the keeper batsman here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Here again, he's getting one that he's just nibbling. And is going to get a comfortable single. So what a way to get down to the non-strikers end. The only problem is he is on strike again. So that completes the 34 now, 126 for 7.
You might have to say that's smart batting here from Tevin Walker, getting that single off the last ball, because considering he might be a very capable batter, and Shadrach the Cart might be all entangled facing up to Sunil Narayan.
Look at the improved weather condition. Look at, although it's still there's still some clouds. There are clouds about. It's not dark clouds, so that is a good sign. And so again, thanks to the cameramen for a fantastic shot that shows what is happening behind us, because this is us here, and everything behind us looks promising.
Akil Hussain will continue from the northern end, the cloudy end, as pointed out by Ruskin Mark.
Cutting, and he hits it hard into the ground. They want 2, and they're going to come. No, they decide against it, and the throw was at the bowler's end, and had it gone to the wicketkeeper's end, who knows? It could have been a different story. So
Excellent pickup and throw, however, by Terence Hines out there on the point boundary.
So now they've gone back with the helmet now. So the forward short leg is in for Akil Hussain with the left-hander facing. He's very close in as well.
I think this will be a good challenge here for Descartes. 5 deliveries up against Hussain.
He's on the back foot again. You can see him shaping as if he wants to come forward, and then quickly rocking back onto the back foot where he's more comfortable. Can Akil Hussain produce a straighter one here? Maybe hit the outside edge. Nicely played. And again, it's almost like every ball, it's 2 movements. The first one, and then on the back foot. You know, that first movement might really just be, I don't want to call it the trigger, but it's like a trigger movement. And then he just ultimately plays it on the back foot. The length doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, he's going to end up on the back foot.
An impetuous move forward, trying to get forward, but coming back nevertheless.
Yeah, he is again, just the ball just slipping past the pad and taken, but signaled a wide. Umpire Williams spreads her arms. I wonder if she's getting ready for the carnival launch later. When people spread their arms wide, so it's because there's soca music they're listening to, you know.
Might very well be.
Yep.
David Rodden in concert at Sapa tonight, I believe.
Yep. And then you have the launch of Panorama tomorrow. So a big weekend here in Trinidad Tobago. That's San Fernando week starting tonight.
Certainly all the festivities happening here. Another fielder coming in at this leg slip position here now. So certainly a crowd around Descartes' bat.
He's on the back foot again, and he can't get the run through because the field is well set. So, and he's not prepared to make an aggressive shot. You know, throw caution to the wind and just have a dip and see what he gets from it. But I figure that's just a matter of time, because I don't think if he's tempted, he will resist for too long. Here he goes, drives powerfully back to the bowler, and played that well enough. And I think he might actually have surprised Akil Hussain that he came onto the front foot.
I'd love to see Akil Hussain give him a little tempter. A little floater maybe outside the off stump. Maybe slow it down a little bit, see what he does. He throws his hands on that one.
This time he's again turning. They're striking him on the pad, but the movement is taking it down leg. Hussein wants a wicket. The umpire says no. So that completes 35 overs. Now it's 128 now for the loss of 7 wickets. After some more comments, it's going to be Sid Gray.
So certainly the spinners' diet strangling the Windward Islands Volcanoes here. And it's nothing doing for them. They're getting very, very skinny in terms of runs. If runs were calories here, you'd have to say the Windward Islands boys are a little bit anorexic, Sid Gray. As Sunil Narayan and Yannick Karaya and Akil Hussein et al. Doing the job here for the Red Force.
Yes, the spinners has been doing a great job here for the Red Force.
Narayan to continue here. And this one is down the leg side, flicked into the fine leg area. Seals comes off very quickly off the boundary, and it's just a single. But this will give Sunil Narayan 5 deliveries at the left-hander Shadrach Descartes, who looked all in a tangle against Akil Hussein.
And I don't think it will be any different with Sunil Narayan because he spins the ball both ways.
And we'll see how Nicholas Puran adjusts his field. Well, he has 2 slips in place as well as a conventional short leg. A forward short leg.
Forward short leg.
And Descartes gets a little bit of an edge on this one. Seals picks that up.
I think Narayan needs to get the ball a bit fuller. Get him on the front foot with that kind of feel that he has with the forward short leg for the bat pad.
Long off in position as well as a deep extra cover fielder. Cuts at this one. A little bit of a misfield there by Seals as well. But unfortunately, Descartes gets the run. And Walcott comes back into strike now. Feeling that one a little bit on the knees, Jaden Seals, and he kicks the turf. Very upset with himself for letting Descartes get off strike.
Yes, 3 more deliveries to Walcott.
Fending at this one, Walcott guides it down into the point region. There is no run. But played that one very far away from his body, not underneath his eyes at all. It's almost like Sunil Narayan has a magnet in that ball and it's drawing the Windward Islands batters' bats. Full delivery, driven into the onside, and there is no run.
Yes, he seems not to be getting this ball off the square at all. Sunil Narayan has the Windwards Volcanoes batsmen at bay.
Back to this one, Walcott playing very, very dangerously there. And the spinners are running through the overs as if they're paces. 36 overs have gone. The Windward Islands Volcanoes 130 for 7.
And this is when you have quality spinners, quality bowlers, you have taking wickets. The batsmen here, they're just struggling to get the ball off the square.
Current run rate dropping to 3.61 here. Clearly the work of the spinners doing their job in pulling down that run rate. It was hovering at close to 4 runs and over before the reintroduction of Sunil Narayan and Akil Hussein.
And now Akil Hussein is into his 9th over. Let's see what he can do, if he can draw this card here with a foul shot.
Almost played into that forward short leg position there. They caught waiting on that one, turning it into the leg side. Bouncing just before the forward short leg there. Keon Otley underneath the helmet.
And Akil Hussein walks in.
How is that? Drifting in again. But going down leg side.
With the amount of turn and bounce, the umpire decides not to give the dreaded finger there.
Windward Island Volcanoes batters having a conference mid-pitch to decide what to do about Akil Hussein. And
he's back into his 3rd delivery. And He's forcing him here.
Shadrach Descartes trying to force something out of Akil Hussein, but he's not getting anything here. And the Windward Islands Volcanoes feeling the heat now. As the sun comes out at the Queen's Park Oval. Down the leg side, and he'll get a bit of freedom here, Descartes, and he can turn that one down to fine leg before. The badly aligned delivery by Akil Hussein, and Descartes was able to help that along its way.
And that's a free hit there for Descartes. And a badly lined ball by Akil Hussein. Very few bad deliveries here from Akil Hussein, and this one was whipped away down to the leg side for 4 runs.
Valid point, Sid Gray. You can count on one hand the amount of bad deliveries from the spinners completely in this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowling lineup today. That certainly was one from Hussein, and let's see if he can correct his line now. And Descartes, well, inventing that one. That one is a little bit straighter, but Descartes able to get his front foot across and swipe that down to fine leg for 4.
He's using
back-to-back boundary.
Yes, he's using the spin there from Akil Hussein. Now, Jason Mohammed will be going out to deep square leg. 138 for 7 into the 6.5 overs.
Good to see a little bit of attacking here from the Windward Islands Volcanoes boys. They have been very, very quiet, been kept very, very, very quiet. We'll see how Descartes responds to this. Akil Hussein deciding to go over the wicket now.
Around the wicket.
Around the wicket, I should say.
I think this one will try to bowl offside and off stump and coming into the batsman a little wider. Different ploy, different angle.
Descartes plays this one with respect. Forward short leg, there's the fielding. And at the end of 37 overs, the Windward Islands Volcanoes have progressed to 138 for 7.
So we'll be coming in here.
Certainly one of their more productive overs in recent times.
And now have the fast bowlers coming in here, Shannon Gabriel. See like Naran is going off the field. And Carripier is coming on to replace him.
Sidney Ryan has gone off the field. He's bowled 8 overs for not many runs.
As well as Hines. Seems like he's going off the field as well. Oh no. Oh, he went and take off the helmet.
Windward Volcanoes 138 for 7. 13 overs left in their innings. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would want to close this off as quickly as possible. The Volcanoes boys getting their protection in order because Shannon Gabriel will be coming in from the southern end of this ground.
He'll be bustling, running in very quick. Aggressive Shannon Gabriel. See if he can take his first wicket in this game here.
Tevin Walcott with a handy 22 or 41 so far. Been a real stop-start innings by the Windward Islands Volcanoes boys. Kavim Hodge top scoring so far with 39. You'd have to say that some of the batters did get starts, Sid Gray, but they didn't kick on. Justin Greaves for one.
Yes, I have to say they did get the start, but we have to give credit to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowling as well.
For sure, and here's one man who's setting the pace. Shannon Gabriel. First delivery. Bit of a loose now outside the line of the off-stump, driven through the cover region. Walcott gets a single, and the field will have to adjust for the left-hander Shadrach Descartes. Certainly a splendid name there, Shadrach Descartes.
Shadrach.
Very melodic.
Shadrach the Cart. I wonder what origin that names has come from.
And certainly the last name would be French. The
Yeah.
first name, is a very unique one.
Mystery to us.
Very unique one indeed. Advancing down the track and he's driven. Shannon Gabriel through the extra cover region. That's 4 runs. Shadrach Descartes seems to like the pace on the ball.
He's struggling with the spin. He's like he was just waiting for the pace.
Advancing down the patch, giving himself down the track, giving himself a little bit of room, a shimmy to leg stump as well. Certainly something for Shannon Gabriel to think about as the Windward Islands Volcanoes creep up to that 150 mark. They're 143 for 7. And certainly Nicholas Puran will not want this tail to wag and will take the momentum out of what the Red Force have accomplished in the first half of this game. Responds with a short delivery. And Descartes weighing that one.
He's out. Hit the wicket.
And he's
out.
And he's hit the wicket with the bat as well. The bail has flown off, so it's all happening there. Shannon Gabriel, after being carted through extra cover for 4, responds with a short delivery, and it's hit wicket. Bowler Shannon Gabriel. That's the end of Shadrach Descartes.
That was a hostile bowling there by Shannon Gabriel. After you shimmy down the track for a brilliant 4, Shannon Gabriel came back with a hostile bumper, and Descartes has to fend and hit the wicket out for 14 runs. And that's the wicket number 8 for Trinidad and Tobago. 143 for 8. Windward Volcanoes. And after 37.3 overs.
And Gabriel clearly took being hit for 4 through extra cover personally and give him an extra pep in his step.
And that's an embarrassment for a fast bowler to see a batsman coming down the wicket and hitting you through the covers for 4. I think he took that very personal and came back very aggressive with that short delivery.
Yeah, most definitely. I was looking for the ball down a deep fine leg while Joshua De Silva and Ruskin Mark was screaming at me that the bail has been dislodged and to let me know that Shadrach Descartes has been hit wicket. There's certainly immediate revenge here for Shannon Gabriel as Preston McSween, another fast bowler, comes into the wicket.
And I think Shannon Gabriel will try to clean up this tail here, this end. I think he'll be running in here very aggressive at these batsmen.
Well, certainly I was questioning why Nicholas Puran would not bowl off Sunil Narayan and get the maximum overs from that gentleman, but I can see that Nicholas Puran clearly has a sharper cricketing brain than mine, bringing back Shannon Gabriel to immediately get a wicket and get deeper into this tail here. Just 2 wickets left to take, and we'll see how quickly he can do them. Maybe bring back Jaden Seals and Terrence Hines from the other end. We'll see how that goes.
I think he will bowl out Akil Hussain and bring back Jaden Seals.
Sid Gray's called it. Let's see what Shannon follows up with now. A shorter delivery tucked into Preston McSween, who plays it quite nicely down to third man for a single. Tevin Walcott comes back in the strike. It's been a good little battle in innings here by the Windward Islands Volcanoes keeper. Admittedly, he's not had much to work with.
Yes, I think he's trying his best here, but this tight bowling of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force seems to keep him at bay. Let's see what Shannon Gabriel will be coming up here with.
Full delivery and driven nicely into the point with the cover region for a single. Got down on that one well, Tevin Walcott. Fortunately straight to the fielder. You'd have probably liked it straighter. A little bit more through extra cover.
Yes. Gabriel to McSween. Will he go short or will he go full to him?
A very despondent looking Windward Island dressing room, you'll have to say there. Good shot from Mr. Gordon Pear to get that one for us. Properly framed by Mr. Goodness.
He's enjoying his work. Yeah.
Always with a smile on his face and a six-pack of Gatorade for the boys. Welcome refreshment. Shannon Gabriel with one delivery left in this over. Wicket taking over so far. Smashing into McSween again. Tentative by the fast bowling batsman, but no run at the end of it. At the end of 38 overs, 145 for 8, the Windward Islands.
Yes, and that was a good over here by Shannon Gabriel. Although he went for a boundary, I think it was a great comeback there by Shannon Gabriel. And now we see Akil Hussain with his final over coming in from the northern end. Under the sunshine, beautiful sunshine of Trinidad and Tobago.
Mr. Sid Sidekick Gray called it. He said Akil Hussain will bowl out. And Akil Hussain will bowl out indeed. 9 overs, 1 for 26, 2 maidens. He really had a stranglehold on the Windward Islands boys earlier in the innings. Opened the bowling Akil Hussain and did an admirable job, and is coming back late in the game here. Want to finish strongly. And Walcott will calmly play this one.
And that's a beautiful line. That's Akil Hussain trademark. He always bowls a great line.
Don't think Walcott will make too many risks here. This one's a little bit of short and wide, and he'll cut that nicely behind square. Will run very, very close to the boundary. Good feeling there. They'll come back for 2. Will they risk a third?
Strong
Walcott was
arms.
interested in the third.
I don't think they would chance the strong arms of Hines.
I don't think you want to leave Preston McSween to face 4 deliveries from an Akil Hussain who has his tail up. So
Let's see, and there's a change in the field again.
Darren Bravo is trotting over to a short mid-off position, short cover
Short
fielder.
cover.
Yeah. Long on and long off in position. Cut again by Walcott, but this time to a regulation cover in Nicholas Puran. He's an excellent outfielder, Nicholas Puran.
Yes.
You'd think translating wicket-keeping skills into outfielding skills might be a little bit difficult, but he's done well. He does well in the outfield.
Well, in the modern era and modern game, everyone has to do fielding sessions. Not even though you are a wicket keeper, you still have to do the fielding sessions as well.
Certainly, but I wonder how he feels walking out on a cricket field without without those gloves and pads on. Akil Hussain with this delivery coming around the wicket. Full and struck beautifully down the ground by Walcott, but just for a single. Jaden Seals comes around.
Yes, and that would be an Akil Hussain with his final delivery. One more ball to go.
And
Let's see
he
what
will
he
get
can
to
do.
bowl it at Preston McSween. Let's see if he can make this one a special one.
Let's see if McSween can navigate this last ball here. Ooh, and that's a
Beaten
beauty.
Beaten all ends up. Akil Hussain finishes with a ripper there. 10 overs, 1 for 29 with 2 maidens, and the Windward Islands Volcanoes end the 39th over at 148 for 8. Tevin Walcott on 27. Preston McSween on 1.
Yes. Shannon Gabriel will continue here. Let's see what he comes up with. Strong, fast bowler.
Big, strong fast bowler from a seaside village, Sid Gray. I think you're from a seaside village as well. What is it about the ocean that creates such good sportsmen?
Well, maybe the seaside, the sea has a lot of have a lot of recovery, strength, work you can do there as well.
Character in the crowd and resplendent in his red, white, and black outfit. Gabriel comes in, fishing outside the line of the off stump. For that one is Walcott.
It's the big, strong Shannon Gabriel strolling back, heading to his mark.
Strange position here for Jason Mohammed. He could be in almost a fifth slip position. I guess you can call that a fine gully.
Short-toed man as well, I could see. Very wide.
Little column A, little column B. Shannon Gabriel. And that one cut nicely on that. Jason Mohammed did very, very well to react to that one because he didn't have any time at all.
Yes.
Cut into the ground there by Walcott and straight into Jason Mohammed's arm.
That's a great piece of feeling there. He has to be sharp at that short. I'll say short-toed man. Very short.
Extremely short-toed man. Gabriel runs in again. Lovely drive, and that's over the head of mid-off, and that's a lovely, lovely classical shot there by Tevin Walcott. Picked up and deposited over the head of mid-off. That's 4 runs. And 150 is up for the Windward Island Volcanoes as well.
Yes, I think they will be glad to see 150 on the board, but I think they'll try to get much more. And I think Trinidad Tobago will try to get Walcott out here because he seems to be the guy that they don't want to have settling in here too long at the tail end here of the overs.
Certainly the sun is out in all its glory here. Might be sapping a little bit of the Trinidad and Tobago confidence and momentum. But Shannon steams in again. A short delivery. Walcott had to get very, very low. And it swung very, very late. It's all happening here. Joshua De Silva taking a very good take behind the stumps there.
It seems like every time you hit Shannon Gabriel for a boundary, he's coming very, very aggressive to these batsmen. He's not taking it very lightly that you hit me for a drive or for a boundary. He's not taking it very lightly. He's coming back very aggressive to these batsmen.
Well, that's good to see from a fast bowler. It's part of their persona. I remember Curtly Ambrose in particular, whenever he got hit for a 4, he looked very upset, as if the world was against him. Shannon Gabriel comes in again.
Ooh.
Another short delivery. Well rode by Tevin Walcott, just down to Jason Mohammed on that short third man.
And he's just into his 4th over, so he's fresh. I think Shannon Gabriel is fresh, so he's coming and give his captain some short burst, quick overs, just running and bustling, and just give them a short burst and maybe a quick rest to come again for the back end of the innings.
Gabriel with the last ball of the 40th over now coming up. Down the leg side. And that was a wide there.
And this is the problem with Shannon Gabriel. Sometimes he give you these erratic balls, but he just captaincy. I'll take that. Just running fast and bowl quick.
He certainly, his action is a very strange one, and it almost as if he's bowling with a heavy hand, because he has the ball in his hand and it comes from a long way around.
He's a strong guy. He gives you a strong runner, and he bowls a very strong ball.
This one is tucked into the leg side, and they will run a quick single here. Tevin Walcott. And at the end of 40 overs, the Windward Islands Volcanoes have progressed to 154 for 8. Some comments from Sid Gray before Ruskin Mark, who places yours true.
Yes, now I see Sunil Narayan will take over from Akil Hussain at the northern end into the sunshine here in Queen's Park over. I think Sunil Narayan will be bowling his final 2 overs. So let's see what Narayan can contribute here in his final 2 overs.
After 40 overs,
Welcome back, Ruskin.
Thank you very much, Sunil Narayan. 8 overs, 1 for 17 so far. So he has 2 to go. And no doubt he'll like another wicket, I would imagine. If not, another 2. 154 for 8. And of course, Yannick Correa already bowled out 3 for 34 rather. And Akil Hussain 1 for 29. Both of them bowling out their quota, their 10 over quota. But this is the man who has created a little bit of a problem for Trinidad and Tobago, as he's kind of dropped anchor here. This time he's driving nicely Walcott, but straight to the man in the deep, and won't get a second run.
And that's a single there. And I think Narayan will be licking his lips here against Maxwell.
It should be, because he would like very much to tempt him into a rash shot, if at all possible. But Trinidad and Tobago really just need to now try to finish the job here now. They need to squeeze the rest of the batsmen as much as
Yes,
possible.
I think they have done a good job here in this 40 in the 40 plus overs they are bowling here.
Okay, he is turning this one on the onside, and looking
I think
rather confused as to how to play Narayan. Let's see if he plays him like an orthodox off break again. This time he's turning it on the legs, off the legs, and might get a second run. And, just a little bit slow, Shannon Gabriel, in getting there, but I think Walcott was happy with the single.
Yes, I think Walcott will be happy of the single. Let him navigate. Sunil Narayan, the more competent batsman here. Let's see if he will go after Narayan or he will try to play him out.
It's the same. He's playing at one again. A lot of bonks there from Sunil Narayan.
Yes.
The batsman just covering everything, and the ball still getting a little bit of movement away from that outside edge.
Narayan running in. Oh, beating the outside
And once again,
outside edge there again.
you look at his length is pretty full as well. And because so many of the batsmen are just content to play on the back foot, once you bring them forward, because the length is dictating how they play at the balls.
And when Sunil Narayan, the spinners, bowl the ball up to these batsmen, they are playing and missing balls a lot.
This time he's driven beautifully down the ground, and we'll get another comfortable single,
And that's the end of the over.
and he will retain strike. So at the end of over number 41 now, it's 157 for the loss of 8 wickets.
And we are getting a bowling change here. I think see Hines. As I predicted, I know I said Shannon Gabriel will just give them 2-3 overs, rest, and then come back for the final set of overs.
Well, there are overs available to him. The question is, which direction does the captain go? Because we haven't seen Jaden Seal since his opening burst as well.
I'm seeing the Seals here at fine legs, stretching.
Yep.
Maybe he's warming up for the last burst as soon as Sunil Narayan is off. After Sunil Narayan is last over, I believe. That will take him. They will be going into the 42nd over here.
But this is the man who has really kept them at bay here with a patient 34. Tevin Walcott has kept the Windward Islands alive, basically.
See Hines here back in. He has this knack of getting wickets. See if he can pick up one more for his captain.
Yeah, I think they need him here to break through, to try to finish things off. Tail is just becoming a bit of a bother. And turned away nicely, and with no real pace on it, just plays it into the onside and jogs a single.
Yes, and see Hines will have Maxwell. His mercy here. See if he can just have one just hold his own, or getting his favorite Yorker with his slinging action.
And I think too, if he lines it up properly, that is the key to his success. If he lines it up just outside the off stump, by the time it reaches the stump, it's going to be on the off stump, if not closer to middle stump. So that's what I think he needs to do. Just line up just outside the off stump, let the batsman see it. And here just again pushed into the offside, but again he's pushing at it, but the ball is coming in at him on the angle. So I think he'll have to be very watchful.
That's the better line there for Hines.
Yep. Plus it's where he has cover as well, because there are 5 players on the offside. And there are 4 on the on, and it's fine leg and deep backward square, mid wicket and a mid on the onside. This time he's looking to hammer it, but he looked like he wanted to pull it as well, and didn't make any contact. We look at some of the spectators, a sprinkling of spectators in the Caribbean stand. That's the lower deck. And great lovers of cricket might have seen quite a bit of cricket over the years.
Yes. Beautiful sunshine, skies are blue, nice clouds, some spotty clouds around. No dark clouds.
It's improving all the time. Here's this one he's hitting, and he hit it so hard, he hit it into his own boot, into his pads, and it just bounced on the offside. But it's a big wind-up, but it's a quick wind-up as well.
So Hines is just doing the job here that his captain is asking him to do. Just keep it quiet for the moment.
Yep, he's wanting, he's seen that big gap in over mid-wicket there. And he wants to take that back. He wants to get after him.
Yes, he's trying to get after Hines.
Because of the lack of pace. Yep. He's bowling a short ball, and that's a wide. It's signaled by the square leg umpire. And that's one more to the score. 159 now for 8.
As he's just trying to keep the batsman at bay here. Let him know that I have a little bit of something in me.
He went too short. Here he is nibbling at one outside the off stump, and it goes through. Yes, it's a peach of a delivery, and it certainly is a fine delivery that just left the right-hander.
I think that one is just too good for the batsman.
But it's a real examination of sorts for him. He's been there now for a little while. McSween.
2 from 9.
He has to figure out how to rotate strike. This time he's hitting it up in the air, and it's going to fall. It's going to run away safely to 4 runs, down to third man. And really, he was in no real position to make that shot.
That's how it goes sometimes at the end of at the tail ends.
Well, at the end of the over, it's 163 for 4 now, 42 completed.
So now Ryan will be going for his 10th over here. I think they will try to see him out as much. Try to go after the rest of the bowlers.
Well, they don't have a choice. They have to try to get as many runs as they possibly can. They get to 163 now, so they're trying to give their bowlers something to bowl at, which is at the end of the day, 163, while it's not a big score, is a reasonable score given the quality of the Windwards bowling attack. So they must be thinking, well, they have a chance here. So if they could get another 30 runs, they will be fine with that. It's just that once they don't get over 250, trouble. Watchful is this one.
I think they will just try to watch play on Narayan, see how much they can get off his final over. But firstly, they'll try to keep him at bay, try not to get another wicket here.
Which is good strategy because you don't want Sunil Narayan to pick up another wicket because then you're down to your final pair after this. Watchful and commended for a fine effort so far. Now this one turned away nicely and another easy run. So everything is just, it's probably not the flurry of boundaries that they would like.
At the end of the
Yep. But they at least trying to rotate the strike and keep things honest. Maybe they want to get it down to 45 overs, 46 overs maybe before they start to really launch.
Let's see what Nayan can conjure up here.
This time again, he's very much committed to that front foot because he wants to just block the ball. Doesn't want to make an aggressive shot with it. He just wants to block it.
Yes.
Two slips waiting there. Will they get a chance to get in the action? And again, he's on the front foot, looking a picture in defense.
They're just intent of playing out now. One more delivery.
It's always a situation where the batsman has to be thinking, and I'm sure they discussed it among themselves as to how they're going to approach Narayan and company. This time he's going again for the
That's
shot,
4
and
runs.
it plays it nicely into that wideish long on position and gets another comfortable victory. The man at deep mid wicket never really moved, and it's 4 runs all the way. So not only are they occupying the crease, they're also scoring runs. 168 for 8 now after 43 overs. So something I would imagine has to give here.
Yes. Now they see off now, and let's see what the Windward Volcanoes will try to do now. If they will go after Hines. See the big Shannon Gabriel there is talking to Hines. Might be coming from this end.
Probably says maybe pace the rest of the way.
Yes. But Ruskin, I'm a bit surprised with the way of the wicket has been turning. I didn't see Jason Mohammed at least get out before too.
This one is wide outside the off-stump, signal as a wide. So Hines has to kind of tidy up here and limit the number of extras. And Jason Mohammed is an option, but I think with the right-handers, they probably didn't want to risk him too much to the right-handers because
go with the spin.
Yeah, they might just go with the spin.
And
Bowled
bowling.
right through the gate it goes. That one kept a little bit low, and that is the end of Walcott's beautiful innings. He goes for 36, bowled all over the shop by Hines, and the Trinity Red Force pick another pepper. It's 169 for 9.
And Ruskin, and that's the slingy action of Hines there. That ball keep low. Just straight through baton pad.
And again, I'm not sure what shot the batsman was trying to make, because he was just there, and once the ball kept low, then it was just all a reflex action to that. But he didn't really seem committed to maybe a forward defensive
or backward defense. He was just stuck on the crease there, Ruskin.
just a lapse in concentration maybe, but I'm sure Hines will love it. That's his second wicket.
And this is the trick. When they tend to see a lesser bowler in their mind, they tend to relax a bit. With Narayan, they were concentrating as hard as possible, just not to Narayan to get a wicket. And the thought was to, I think, go after Hines and the other bowlers. Now, their set batsman is gone.
And it's the tail enders who will be taking us the rest of the way. Kenneth Demba, the new batsman.
And let's see if Hines can pick up his third wicket here. And Hines has been just doing the job that his captain is asking for.
And that's just reward for a good effort. And now he's probably seeing the sun is probably at its brightest today. And he's going past that edge again and almost getting him to play it onto his off stump.
And Hines still is up right now. And that's a beautiful line there.
He's certainly shown his class here. Now he just needs to
Wrap up the tail.
wrap it up, yep.
Don't give away too many runs. And set a low target here. A reasonable target here for Trinidad Tobago to go after.
And this one is driven powerfully. Down to long off it goes, or to mid off really. And Shannon Gabriel is standing in the way there. Takes it quite easily.
And I think that's smart bowling by Hines. He's aiming for the wicket. You had the tail end. Try to get the ball, let the batsman play as much as possible.
Because chances are they will make a fall shot at some point, and especially a fall shot if the ball is on the stumps. Guys cutting this one down to third man, and they're going to get another easy single.
Two more deliveries to go.
I think Hines will be happy with his day's work. If anything, he's just keeping everything tight, not really relaxing too much. You know, sometimes a change bowler would come on, he might get a wicket, but he'll bowl long hops, you know, short ball, all kind of thing. But not Hines. Hines has bowled a pretty immaculate length so far.
Yes, he has been.
Again, he's forcing the batsman to be watchful here, and McSween just playing it on merit. He remains on 10. Narayan, 10 overs, no maidens, 25 runs and a wicket.
That's great return here.
Akil Hussain, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 29 runs and 1 wicket. That talk about a performance back to back.
And that's what you want from your top line bowlers. Hines in, running in.
And this one is dabbed down behind point. This was 4 more. Well, and he had to reach for it. And but when he did, Preston McSween made good contact and goes to 14 now. It's 174 for 9 after 44 overs.
And Shannon Gabriel from this end, from the northern end. I think he'll be running in. I know this will be a busy over here. He's just giving them the short spells, aggressive short spells. That's what his captain is asking him to do here.
What he wants him to do is mop up the tail, you know. So give me one quick over. That's probably what he's telling him here.
And mop up the tail. Give me one quick,
Yep.
nice Yorker.
Good line, good length to keep it out. Just trying to make sure that the runs, they don't add too many, as they say, runs in the dark here. Try to keep everything in front of them, but they want him to bowl quick and straight, and this time driven nicely.
Yes.
So Shannon Gabriel is really trying to work his way back to full fitness. When I say full fitness, I mean match fitness. Get some overs under his belt. And really get back into rhythm. It's not been an easy journey for him as a international cricketer.
Yes.
This time pulled away and almost took the umpire with him, but eventually will get a single. Umpire taking evasive action, showing nimble feet.
Batsman seems to be liking the pace here, Ruskin.
And most batsmen will, especially tail enders, would relish the opportunity to get the ball, to feel the ball on the bat, get the ball coming through to them quickly.
I think Shannon at the tail end here, I think he should try for the Yorker, aim for the Yorker at these tail enders.
Well, and that's the thing, the Yorkers tend to work, they work well against all batsmen, more especially
The
tail
tail
end
enders.
batsmen.
Yes.
So it shouldn't really be a. But now, if he's going to bowl Yorkers, I would really like to see the fine leg back on the fence. He's bowling a slower one, and
Something that you doesn't see much from
Yep.
Shannon.
a much slower delivery on that occasion. But he concedes another single. So even though he's not getting the wickets, he's not giving away too many boundaries, although at this time of the innings, the batsman would love to be scoring freely.
And I think the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers hasn't given away a lot of boundaries.
Gabriel is pitching up this time, but is being driven powerfully, but straight to the man at that extra cover position there, and can't get a run. So they now have to figure out where they're going to buy some runs here now.
Yes. 44.4 overs. Can Shannon Gabriel map up the steal? How can the Windward Volcanoes conjure up some runs here?
Gabriel will try once more. And this time you could see the anticipation of the short ball, and but he was not in any position to play a short ball like that. To Gabriel's credit, although it didn't bounce as high as he anticipated, the line was good.
Just over the middle stump.
The line was good, and the batsman, no doubt, was in some difficulty because the bounce he was anticipating would have been higher up, closer to his chest, and that one never came up there. So that might have threw off his whole timing.
I think he was looking for a much quicker bounce.
Luckily for him, he didn't get struck by it. Right up in the block hole this time is Gabriel, but it's played well in the end. And
That's the end of the over.
yep, lives to fight another day. It goes up to now 177 for 9 after 45 overs. So the Windward Islands trying to bat out their 50 overs and add as many as they possibly can, which is good, sensible batting anyway. You don't want to leave overs on the board, because even if you could get 2-3 runs and over as Andy comes back, it means that that's 12-15 runs more than what you have. And how often have we heard that? We may be 20 runs short, 15 runs short.
Well, I definitely think if the Windward Islands manage to bat out the full 50, they allotted 50, and maybe get as close to 200 as possible, it would represent some sort of a recovery as Terrence Hines continues.
He's again just teasing the batsman outside the off stump. They go for one, they're coming back for the second run, and they're going to have to hurry. And they're able to get it too, because Karaya was running around there at third man, not really moving as freely or as quickly as Puran would have liked. And now they make a quick change. They put Seals over at that third man position, and Karaya is going to short. He's going into the circle, into the ring. No, he's actually going back to long on as well, or fine leg rather. Back on the boundary. This one is coming into him, and a little bit of a stifled appeal, but I don't think he's getting. But again, you can see the inward movement, the off cutter coming back into the right hander sharply, but probably doing a little too much.
Yeah, if we look at this one, definitely nipping back in, but
And the
hitting
height as well.
hitting too high as well, yeah. And Karaya and Seals will have to switch again now. Karaya moving into a short third man position, and I think Seals is remaining as a short fine leg as well. So the field is inside the circle.
I'm trying to figure out well, I suppose they feel that for McSween, who is probably more likely to swing the bat.
Yeah, Puran has gone out to a cow corner on the boundary.
So he has a long off, a long on, a deep mid wicket, just about a couple meters in. In fact, that's Puran himself out there. A square leg, a backward square leg rather, and a fine leg inside this circle. There's a third man and a straight third man and a wide third man, both of them in the circle, and a point outside the off stump again. This one is hit so early, it's down to long off, and they'll get another couple. And that's good out cricket, because you could see the ball being thrown in from long off, and the man at deep backward square, who was Akil Hussain, came running in to cut off the overthrow. Had he stayed at his position at backward square, the batsman would have comfortably gotten an overthrow. But by him advancing and cutting off the ball, we're at a short square leg position next to the umpire. No additional run. Up in the block hole, and played nicely straight down the ground. So these are useful runs, one would imagine, for the Windward Islands. Add some respectability to their total.
It will be interesting to see if Jaden Seals is used again, with Shannon Gabriel still having 5 overs left. Terrence Hines doing quite well, 6.4 overs, 2 for 39. I think Seals only bowled 2 overs at the beginning, 2 or 3 overs at the beginning. Went for a little bit of runs, but it'll be interesting to see if Puran challenges him with his death bowling. But Hines and Gabriel doing the job so far for the Red Force.
driven back to the bowler, and he does well, feels well to his own bowling, as he should, and just knocks it down to deny them a chance at a single. So Sween, who is looking dangerous, McSween is up to 18, and Demba, who is on strike now, is on to 5. Trying to get this score as close to 200. It's 183 for 9. And he struck on the pad, and he's going out of his crease. He went for a little walk there and had to be sent back because he seemed to have lost where the ball went. But luckily, all's well that ends well. 183 for 9 now after 46.
Terrence Hines doing a good job here for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at the death. His slinging action and his slinging action with the low trajectory, and of course keeping those delivery tight, zoning in on the batters, really just limiting their space. They're not getting much away from him as well. And then Shannon Gabriel, the tall, imposing figure, 5 overs, 1 for 30. Good returns from him, slightly expensive, but you expect that from your pacer occasionally. But he will definitely want to close off this innings very, very quickly. He's a very good death bowler. He's a very good bowler at bowling at the tail, Shannon Gabriel. And I'm certain that Nicholas Puran, who you see on your screen now marshalling his troops, would not want this last wicket pair to wag too long again, Ruskin Mark.
Well, you don't ever want them to wag, whether they're scoring quickly or they're not scoring at all. Remember, the 9th wicket fell at 169. Gabriel is bowling, and they're going to go for a quick single. No, there's down to the non-strikers, and if he hits, he's out, he misses. There was nobody there backing up, and the batsmen are able to get the second run, well, at least get the single, because they were trying desperately to run each other out there, and because the ball was chopped, the one batsman was moving and the other one seemed nonplussed about it until eventually he had to scamper and they were able to get it through.
Good work by Joshua De Silva, throwing off the glove behind the stumps and getting that ball quickly in. He definitely had that batter in some trouble. That's Preston McSween, or Kenneth Demba, I should say, who's down at the other end.
So now with McSween on 20, Gabriel is with him and following him outside that leg stump. Batsman making room, trying to free up the offside. And Gabriel just kept it coming at his legs. Just good bowling because it cramps his attacking options.
I think they're still missing the stumps a little bit too much here, Shannon Gabriel, because that delivery was very while it was tight, it was honed in on outside leg stump. I want to see him attack those stumps a little bit more, Ruskin. And the same thing for Terrence Hines. So that if they miss, I hit. And we'll see how Shannon can adjust his line now. Coming from the northern end, he originally started from the southern end in his first spell.
And again, it's just a push. They're not really trying to take any risks at all with Gabriel, but they're just kind of milking him at the moment, just picking him off for singles.
But as you can see with that delivery, Demba was camped on the back foot. He wasn't moving at all. He was stuck in his crease. And a full delivery, I feel like a full delivery, getting him to jam down, get those Yorker lengths in, Shannon, and attack those stumps. Because I think both batters are tall enough that they'll be able to ride whatever little bounce that they get.
So these two have added 18 so far, and that's kind of 18 frustrating runs because they're also taking up time and overs for the Red Force. For Puan's liking, he would like to end it as quickly as possible. There are no slips. Gabriel is again, this one is pushed in. They're going to have to hurry, but they do, and not much Karaya could do about that one. The batsmen have a another easy single. Gabriel looks up with a little bit of disdain as to say how it is that they're getting a single there inside the circle.
Puran is sending Terence Hines down to a fine leg position now. He was previously inside the circle. A little adjustment here, a little bit of extra protection. Maybe Gabriel will try a different delivery now. See what happens here.
I think the batsman is anticipating a short one. Can he line it up properly?
Or is it a double bluff from Nicholas Puran?
And he is pulling this one down to fine leg. Hines is down there, does well. And they're only going to get a single. The return is over the keeper, but backed up nicely in the offside by Correa.
Windward Islands Volcanoes inching closer to that 200 mark here, Ruskin Mark.
Well, this represents a decent little recovery for them, because they were 7 for 1, 21 for 2, 56 for 3, 59 for 4, 93 for 5. And it just went on from there.
Morale boosting figure, 200 if they get to it as well.
Bowled him. That one a little bit of an inducker, and right up on the base of the stumps, and flashing all over the place there was McSween as he goes for 22. Bowled neck and crop by Shannon Gabriel, and the innings coming to a close at this stage with Denver not out on 7, and the Windward Islands, after they won the toss and upped it to bat, bowled out for 189 in 47 overs.
189, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force eventually knocking down the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They took wickets regularly, and then of course the middle overs controlled quite beautifully by Yannick Correa, who took 3 wickets. 3 for 24, 3 for 34 off his 10 overs. Sunil Narayan miserly as usual, taking 2 wickets, I believe, or 1 or 2 wickets. And then Shannon Gabriel and Terence Hines doing the business at the back end. Shannon Gabriel with 2 for 36 off 6. Terence Hines, I should be 7 overs, 2 for 39. So a good little fight back here by Windward Island Volcanoes, but you'll have to say that the momentum is with the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. As we look at the bowling figures here, Akil Hussain, 10 overs, 1 for 29. Jaden Seals, 4 overs, 1 for 24. Shannon Gabriel, 6 overs, 2 for 36. Yannick Correa, 10 overs, 3 for 34. Sunil Narayan, 10 overs, miserly, 1 for 25. And Terence Hines, 7 overs, 2 for 40 runs. So a good bowling performance, a good team bowling performance here. And Ruskin Mark will take you through the scorecard for the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Well, again, the Windward Islands, they won the toss this morning and they upped it to bat. Remember, they were coming into this game with 2 wins under their belts, and the Trinidad Tobago Red Force with 1 win and a loss. But then they lost wickets early. Atenes was the first to go, and he went for 2. Akil Hussain breaking through early without Lee taking the catch. Then Bravo also picked up a nice catch to get rid of Johnson Charles, and at that stage they were 21 for 2, 56 for 3 when Sunil Ambrose went for 13, caught by Gabriel of the bowling of Correa. Then 3 runs later, 59 for 4, Correa again doing the trick when Fletcher was caught brilliantly by Narayan at slip off the bowling of Correa, and an all Queen's Park affair there. And then it was 93 for 5 when Justin Graves made a useful 19, but he was caught and bowled by Correa, and at that stage Correa picked up 3 in a row there. 169, or rather Hines was the one who was chiming in for the Trinidad Tobago Red Force as they were trying to limit the damage. As John came, he went for 8, caught by wicketkeeper De Silva off the bowling of Narayan, and the wickets just continued to fall after that. with Trinidad and Tobago at least getting them down to 169 for 9, but then the last pair frustrated them for a little bit, adding some invaluable runs. They would hope would have been enough. They got to 189 eventually, so scoring 20 crucial runs at the death to get them to that 189 total. And no doubt something for the bowlers to work with. It's now up to them to come here and try to limit Trinidad and Tobago. The key, of course, would be early wickets, but we'll get to that when we come back in just about half an hour or so here at the Queen's Park Oval. So as we leave you for the moment, the news is the Windward Islands, after winning the toss and opting to bat, getting to 189 all out in 47 overs. It means Trinidad and Tobago will need 190 for a victory.
Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval for this second half of this game in the CG United Super 50 between Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And as I welcome back Sid Gray to the commentary position, it's a very easy equation here. 190 required, 300 deliveries to get it in.
Yes. It seems like a very easy equation, but the runs is on the board and Trinidad and Tobago has their work to do, because I think the Windward Volcanoes bowlers will try to make it as difficult as possible.
Yeah, definitely. And the usual Trinidadian pair out in the middle, Keon Otley and Joshua De Silva. Keon Otley with two good starts in this tournament, a 50 in the first game, 65 not out that should be, and then 49 following up. Joshua De Silva with a couple starts, 20s and 30s, but nothing really going on from them there. So I think Red Force would really love to see a good start here from their two opening batters. It seems like Preston McSween will be taking up the action from the northern end. Tall left arm pacer.
And I think having a positive start could make this Trinidad and Tobago batting chase a light work. It depends on their start here. I think they should try to start as positive as possible. Try to get some runs on the board as soon as possible, you know, and put the bowlers under pressure.
Windward Island starting with a very, very strong field here. Two slip fielders, a third man. Fine leg was coming in, but then has deposited to a little bit of a wider fine leg. Actually, might be going the deep square leg position. There's a mid off as well, and Andre Fletcher is marshalling his troops from mid on. And actually, one slip has come out now, and he'll be going into a short fine leg position. It looks like there, yeah.
Well, I thought they was going with two slips there. It seems like they have to go for early wickets.
First delivery from McSween, drifting down the leg side, and there's no wide signal from the umpire. Joshua De Silva is unhappy with that decision from the umpire. I don't know if there was a clip on the maybe the thigh pad, which is what negated that wide decision, but Joshua De Silva is still arguing with the umpire that it should be a wide.
Well, I have to say it's a bit strange to see how White hasn't called there, but she's in the middle, she's in charge.
And McSween with a second delivery, and this one is down the leg side, and this one is called a wide. McSween was suggesting, hey, maybe I'll give you an instant replay of that one, Sid Gray.
Well, yes.
And Joshua De Silva doesn't have to argue with the umpire anymore and collect a yellow card.
Well, if it was in football, you might have collected a yellow card, but we are not in football here.
So the umpire can still banish him and say, hey, will you watch your words? McSween comes in with the second legal delivery. One is drifting in, pitching on off, coming towards the middle, fielded there by Andrew Fletcher and mid-on.
McSween seems to be having this ball dipping it into the left-hander. The danger here is the one that will be straightening.
We have the Windward Islands players wearing their resplendent broad rim caps, green. Lovely green here. Lovely sunshine here at the Queen's Park Oval. Swing comes in again drifting on the leg side, and Otley is able to turn that just behind square for the first runs off the bat.
Yes. And Trinidad and Tobago is off. 3 balls here.
And McSween will have to get his line right for Josh De Silva, because Josh De Silva, as we know, is very, very good off the pads. So anything on the pads, and well, there's actually a fielder going out to that deep square leg, deep mid-wicket position, or deep square leg position.
Well, actually, McSween line would be a perfect line for the right-hander.
Yeah.
That he was bowling at Otley.
Yeah, if he can get it right here for De Silva. Again, De Silva's had a couple starts in this tournament, but we know there's quality. We know his caliber as a batsman. Really hasn't taken his chances per se. Good opportunity for him here to prove himself in the white ball format. Good delivery from McSween, just outside the line of the off stump,
And that's a
going
great,
away.
that's a great line going away from the right-hander. And that's the kind of line McSween will have to bowl. Or he just try to get it a little closer to the batsman and try to get him to play.
And certainly he'll try to pitch it up and get that ball to swing back in with the natural movement of the left-handers coming back into the right-handed batsman. It's good to see that he can get the ball to move away as well. McSween again. And this one flicked in front of square on the leg side, and De Silva will pick up a single. A little bit too straight there from McSween on that occasion, as we mentioned. De Silva very, very good off the pads.
He's off and running. First run off the bat for De Silva. Move on to 3.
187 needed in 2.925 balls, and it's a situation where it could be a tricky score, Sid Gray. But once the Trinidad and Tobago batters hold their head and hold their form, it should be fine. As McSween comes in for the final delivery of this over, again drifting on the leg side. Otley turns it behind square. They'll be pushing for 2. There won't be 2 as the fine leg fielder comes around quite well. And that will end the first over. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force chasing 190 4 without loss.
Yes, this score could be a very tricky score. It depends on how you calculate yourself, how you bat. Here, if you try to knock these runs off too quickly, you can get yourself into trouble. 50 overs at 186, I think if you really concentrate and take your time and bat, it should be a very easy score to get.
Most definitely, and we know the Trinidad and Tobago batting goes very, very deep, all the way down to Jaden Seals at number 10. I don't know how much you can expect from Mr. Shannon Gabriel. Certainly he will put his best foot forward. And it's pace from the other end here with Ryan John doing his stretches there at the far end. I don't know if I was ever that flexible, Mr. Sidbury. Maybe you in your hockey on days when you're running around with the Soca Warriors badge on your chest.
Maybe I might have been a little flexible.
John coming over the wicket to Otley and push down into the mid-off region, and they'll scamper a quick single.
And that's a smart single there. Keep the fielders on their toes, pushing the ball around, try to get them drawing, and then you might be able to play the big shots over the field.
Yeah, definitely good to see a little bit of urgency there, and good communication between the two, because we did see a couple of mix-up with the Windward Islanders batting. I don't think it involved any runouts, but there was certainly some little faux pas there that Red Force would not want to see happen. But Otley and De Silva, again, this is their third match opening together, so they've done well so far. There's John coming into De Silva, and he drives that pleasantly up to mid-off. There is no run.
Yes. And there's a nice cool breeze blowing across the field here. I think the fielders will be loving that as well, and with the lovely sun baking down on the pitch. Nice day for cricket.
And hopefully they had their fill of rice and stew chicken and coleslaw and plantain as we did. John comes in again. This one is turned into the leg side, and there is no run. Fielded at short mid wicket.
John is keep bowling a tight line here, keeping De Silva quiet.
I think I'll have a closer look at John's action and this delivery, because he seems to have a little bit of a stutter just before he hits his stump. He isn't coming in as fluidly as he may like. It might be a bit of his run-up. There certainly seems to be a little bit of hesitancy as he approaches the crease. Certainly a smooth enough flow with that one.
Yes. And he's keep that ball just outside the off stump. He's bowling a tight line here, just to keep De Silva quiet.
Well, the Windward Islands Volcanoes don't have much runs to defend, so they'll certainly want to keep this the run rate climbing, and they'll want to add pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago batters as John comes in again. Outside the line of the off stump, and well turned away by De Silva. It's opening the face, and it should run close to the boundary. It does. It runs into the boundary for 4. It's opening the face on a little bit of a wide, fuller one, and getting that through the point area for 4 runs all along the turf.
And that's the first boundary for Trinidad and Tobago, and the first boundary for De Silva as well.
And you can see the kind of quality batter he is from that shot, Sid Gray. Just opening the face, using the pace of the delivery, finding the gap quite nicely as well.
And that's just a use the timing. That's great timing there by De Silva. That's a beauty there by John. De Silva was turned around there.
Yeah,
and that's the line he has to be bowling to De Silva.
Fending on that one there. Good response from John after being carved through point for 4. And at the end of 2 overs, the Red Force solid start here, 9 without loss.
I think that's the line John has to be bowling to De Silva, just short of a length. Have De Silva in a quandary there.
Preston McSween to resume duties from the northern end. Keon Otley 3 off 5, De Silva off 5 off 7. Early in the Trinidad and Tobago innings. Red Force to be reckoned with. Lovely Yorker from Preston McSween, probably tailing down past the leg stump as there was a stifled appeal and the batsman scramble a single. It looks like there may have been some bat on that as there is no signal from the umpire.
Seems that the single there for Utley. There's no signal by the umpire. That one just tail inside, tail into the pad. Nice Yorker.
There's certainly some swing and some movement here for McSween, so once he can get his trajectory correct, he can certainly be in the business here because he does have a decent pace about him. Runs in again, a little bit straighter here, and
that's smart running again.
Yeah, De Silva pushes that to long on, gets the single, forces the fumble from the fielder as well.
That's smart cricket here by Trinidad and Tobago. They are not looking to hit the big shots. They are just pushing it around and waiting for the right time in here.
Well, certainly, Sid Gray. I think at this point, without too much scoreboard pressure, it's not a massive total that they're chasing. They can take their time and get acclimatized to what the Volcanoes bowling unit is offering. McSween again. Lovely shot through extra cover. Classy from Keon Otley. Just stood up and it was delivered all along the turf. The punch between the two batters. And let's look at this one. Minimal of movement and just class from Keon Otley.
No movements.
Held the pose nicely for cameraman Mr. Gordon Pear to collect that shot.
And all the fieldsmen could have just go to the boundary and retrieve there.
Good delivery here by McSween. A little bit of a back of a length.
Good comeback by McSween. Have the inside edge. Down to short fine leg for no run.
And of course, the Windward Islands Volcanoes boys will want to limit the amount of 4 deliveries that they give because they really don't have any space allowed for loose deliveries. 175 of 284. Almost 100, more than 100 balls in front of the required runs as well. Drifting down leg, a little bit straighter maybe from McSween. Coming back nicely after being struck for 4.
Yes, that's a great line. That's the line he needs to bowl. He seems to, when he bowls that tight line, the batsman seems to be in a bit of bother.
I think a bowler has to operate almost like a 3-year-old toddler to their parents, just always asking questions, Sid Gray.
Always ask questions.
Why, Daddy? Why? Last delivery for McSween to ask Otley a question. And he does indeed a back of a line coming back into the left-handed batter. And he can play that into cover. And at the end of 3 overs, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, a decent start here. 5 runs off the 5-run average, 15 without loss.
They are going down very nicely above the run rate required. John will try to see if he can get an early breakthrough here for the Windward Volcanoes.
Easy 5 runs and over to start with from Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Windward Volcanoes will want to get that run rate down to maybe about 3 runs and over. Inside edge.
Great stop there by the wicket keeper. Save 4 runs there.
Excellent work by Tevin Walcott diving away to his left. Bit of a bottom edge there, just missing the outside of the off stump here. Moral victory here for Ryan John. And of course that work by the keeper, Tevin Walcott, will raise the spirits and the morale of the Windward Island boys a little bit more. Adjustment to the field now. Fine leg coming inside the circle. And the fielder from square leg is going across into the cover region as there's a fielder at deep cover.
And the fielder from fine leg go to short fine leg, from deep fine leg to short fine leg.
Yeah. Here's John again. Another bit of an inside edge here, and it dribbles down into that fielder just behind square. And De Silva will be happy to get off the strike here. Ryan John will have to face up to Keon Otley. Let's see how he can adjust to that that left-handed batsman.
They are trying to rotate the strike as much as possible, so the bowlers has to change their line and their length.
De Silva and Otley both very capable of playing with soft hands as well, so they can work the strike around, they can manipulate it and get those singles as necessary as John comes in. Wafted at that one outside the off stump there. Keon Otley died on his way to Walcott. And again, John adjusting his line quite well to the left-hander.
Yes. Johnny seems to be working up a bit of pace here. So has his line and length, giving the batsman a bit of trouble.
Lovely conditions for cricket here. As John continues into the 4th over.
And that's
Short. And that's dispatched quite nicely down to the mid-wicket region for a single. Sat up nicely for Walcott. Maybe try to hit that one too hard. He could have played it in front square.
and it was a lovely shot for one. That ball deserves to be put away.
Yeah.
Sat up very nicely to be spanked away, but the fielder was in the right position.
The Silva back on strike now. John has troubled him early in this over. Let's see how the Silva responds. Letting this one go outside the off stump as it was rising. Pitched on maybe 4th or 5th stump line and was going away a little bit. But you can see, like, while there's decent bounce in the pitch, Sid Gray, it's dying on the way to its keeper, so it's manageable bounce for the batters. We saw Shannon Gabriel upset Shadrach Descartes, knocking the bat out of his hands for a hit wicket.
I think the wicket has died a little bit since the beginning of the innings.
Last delivery of the over here, and this one drifting on the leg side. The Silva probably wish he would have put it a little bit more square, but instead it went to mid-wicket, and there's no run at the end of it. After 4 overs, Red Force have progressed to 17 without loss.
Max Wien into his third over. Tall, lanky, left arm fast bowler. He'll be running in from the northern end into Utley, the left-handed Utley.
Be interesting to see when spinners introduced, as we saw that the spinners for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force did the bulk of the heavy lifting before the pacers came in at the end and then wrapped things up. Terence Hines with 2 wickets on debut. Excellent start for him in his burgeoning career. Lovely bowling by McSween. Unfortunately, it will just flash past the inside edge and past the wicket for 4.
That's 4 runs of the inside edge.
Sid Gray will talk us through this one here. A bit of a Chinese cut.
That's more than a Chinese cut. Lucky guy there. You could have played that one on. But Utley will take that 4 runs any day.
Moral victory for McSween. But that's about the line that he should be bowling. Maybe just slightly wider. That one maybe just on off stump. If he gets it on 4th stump line, I think he'll be in the business here. And get that ball to cut back into the left-hander. He also has a slip in place for the outswinger.
And
Beautiful delivery there.
Wonderful wild swing there by Utley.
Wonderful follow-up there from McSween. But yeah, you're quite right here. Utley just needs to calm himself. He needs to know that he needs to realize that he has a lot of time to play in this game, a lot of runs to get still, and he can be the one to get them for the Red Force.
Didn't need to play that at that one. I think that one was too wide. That's a no shot.
Rising as well past us. Extra bounce from McSween. Beautiful delivery. Well played by Utley. Met with a straight bat, driven past long on, and they will come back for an easy 2. And that's the way you should be playing, straight as opposed to that horizontal bat, Sid Gray.
Yes. Simple push back past the bowler and pick up a simple 2. No need to play rush shots. Just need to play all the balls on the merit here. The runs will come.
Runs will come, says Sid Gray, as McSween runs in. And beaten by that one is Utley. A little bit of rising delivery and coming back in just ever so slightly. Gain almost getting that inside edge. He and Josh De Silva will have a mid-pitch conversation about that one.
And that's the shot that you don't need to be playing. That's the ball that I think he should have been left alone. He needs to know where his off stump is. You can't hit all. There are some balls that you need to just leave alone.
I think it's a dying art in cricket, actually, just batsmen dropping their hands as opposed to fending with the ball. They need to get that into their psyche that you can drop your hands as well and take your bat away from the delivery. This one, he's getting a back of a length delivery that he's pushing into cover. Not much foot movement there, but that one came back into him. Didn't try to force that shot, thankfully.
Utley seems to be a batsman. He likes to feel the ball onto his bat all the time. But you know, sometimes as an opening batsman, you need to buy time.
Yeah, most definitely. Trinidad Red Force progressing quite well. 23 without loss after 4.5 overs. There's 1 delivery left. They're already above the required run rate, which is 3.7. Their current run rate is 4.8. And this one, he's driving beautifully through extra cover. And that's gone all the way for 4. Waited for that one to pitch up. And Utley was able to free his hands through that one all along the turf. And that brings up 27 without loss after 5 overs. Some comments from Sid Gray before Ruskin Mark replaces yours truly.
And that's the kind of shot Utley needs to be playing. Wait on the bad balls. The bad balls will come. And that's a lovely shot through the cover there. When he strikes the ball like that, he looks like world-class play. I think Utley just needs to play with a bit of patience. and the runs will come in this innings.
So it's
Well-
been a good start for Trinidad and Tobago, the Red Force, against the unbeaten Windward Islands.
Yes, it's been a great start. I see a good start, not a great, but a good start. Positive start by Trinidad and Tobago, and they need to continue. These two batsmen just need to continue in this vein. Play simple.
Preston McSween. A little bit of a false start here because there was a fielder walking in, and I don't think they were quite ready for that particular delivery. You try again. In behind it quite comfortably, and Joshua De Silva probably just need, both batsmen really need to just settle down and play on merit. They both seem to be, I don't know if they want to get the runs quickly, but they just seem a little fidgety. They're playing at balls that they probably don't have to play at sometimes, and they're not finding the middle of the bat, all the time.
And it seems, the Windward Volcanoes, they seems to give you at least one bad ball per over. So you don't need to be.
Here's McSween again. This time he's hitting it and again getting the edge, but it bounces down into the slip region and they can't get a run. Athenaeus is in that first slip region.
I think John is giving De Silva a bit of bother with his bowling. I don't know. Maybe the line he's bowling is having De Silva in a bit of trouble.
Because his length is also pretty good. So you can't cut him and you can't pull him. So he has to try to play him, and driving is not an option right now. He is again turning this one through forward square. And we'll get a couple, probably even a boundary. Yes, it is 4 runs. So it's sweetly timed by De Silva, just dismissing it off his hips, and picked up 4.
And that's what I've been talking about, Ruskin. Just wait on the bad ball, and you'll get at least one boundary per over. You don't need to be playing the rush shots, trying to force the issue. And sometimes they are trying to force the issue.
But this was well played. But the thing with this delivery, that delivery moved back into him quite sharply, but he kept his eyes on it and moved it. Goes to 31 now. He's 11. There he is again, just allowing the ball to come on to him and just sort of dropping the bat on it.
Yes. The Silva just needs to be patient. Have patience, and the bad ball will come. And he's quite a competent batsman.
Well, he's given a new role as an opener in this team. And this is obviously great practice for him ahead of the trip to Australia in the next couple of weeks, or the next couple of days actually. Here he is again, just trying to guide this one through the offside, backward of point, but can't get it past Johnson Charles.
And I think that is a better line for John, just outside the off stump. That is where most of his players are, on the offside.
Now he's bowling at a fairly good clip, and you could see him striving for that in cutter, but he has to kind of line it up just short of a good length and try to bring it back in between bat and pad. And this time it's punched away nicely, and there's a man out in the deep, so they're going to have to settle for just the 1 run. But again, it was nice contact there from De Silva. He goes to 12-19 to Utley after 6 overs. It's 32 without loss.
That's Ruskin, and they are moving around quite nicely here with Trinidad and Tobago. These two batsmen are getting at least 4 to 5 runs per over, and that's all they need. They don't need to be rushing, and they are doing it quite comfortably.
Yeah, the at this stage the Windies were 15 for 1, so Trinidad almost double what it is the Windwards had, at this same stage, and they are yet to lose a wicket.
And we are seeing a bowling change here.
So they've decided that they're going to go with Hodge, Kaveem Hodge.
Left
is
arm.
going to do it one time, yes.
Let's see what Hodge can do, because for Trinidad and Tobago, has the left arm bowler for Trinidad and Tobago has done quite well.
Trying to get at him quickly there was De Silva, trying to give himself a little bit of room, pull that left leg, that front leg out of the way so the bat could come through, and he tugged it on the onside. So McSween, or Hodge rather, who has been one of the mainstays with the bat, is also being asked to do a bit of bowling here now. And the sun, look how the conditions have changed. If anything, the wicket is dried out now because it's bathed in sunshine here at the Queen's Park Oval. Short ball, just stroked nicely. And Utley, who's such a sweet time of the ball, just punches it more than anything else.
And that's just simple cricket there by Trinidad and Tobago. Simple cricket by Trinidad and Tobago. Utley and De Silva just keeps rotating the strike.
And they have a clear understanding of what they're doing. Neither one has really gone gung-ho just yet to say one is trying to push the score along. And there was De Silva on the back foot there, really flirting with danger on that occasion, because he never really, he didn't seem to pick up the line of the proper length of the ball, and was playing up delivery on the back foot that he really should have been onto the front foot to defend. Utley is on the front foot this time, watchful.
I think that last one that he bowled to De Silva was a bit quicker.
But he was almost pinned to the crease. Utley hits it back to him, just in front of him. He almost gave it back to the bowler.
That was nearly give it away there. Utley needs to be more mindful of what he's doing.
And again, he's just punching it into the offside. So the end of a pretty good over from Hodge. At the end of it, 35 without loss.
They need to keep their cool. They was doing quite well early on, punching the ball around, rotating the strike, and they need to just do that. They run with that 5 runs for over. They are not in any danger to be playing any rush shots.
And the longer they stick around, is the further and further away the Windward Islands would feel from having success in this game. So the idea here is to drain them mentally by sticking around, and once that score starts to mount, driven nicely again, but can't get it through. And that is what they need to do, as a pair. They might be thinking, well, let's bat for the first 15 overs and see where we are then.
Yes.
And then we make another assessment,
next 50, next 5
next 5, and then see, and and you keep talking to each other and you're working plans, next thing one of them or both of them on 50.
Someone with a big score.
Yep.
And you're almost there as well. So they need to be with patience.
Cutting away this time, but can't get it through. Descartes is in the way. But you can see the ball coming off the bat with a nice sound to it.
He's timing the ball pretty well, but he just needs to find the gaps now.
And that was a well-placed man at that just short backward point. There's a third man, a nice slip in place. A sweeper on the offside. Cover and a mid-off, a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg up in the circle. Cutting away this time, same reaction. The player discarded there in the way, and he can't get it through. Hit it on either side of him, you'll get at least one, possibly
Yes.
two, if not a boundary.
Yes.
So twice he has done that now. Now he probably needs to get that out of his mind.
Just
And,
stay patient. Just stay patient. Sometimes you have to give the bowler credit and be patient. There's a lot of overs to get at 190.
Turn this one on the onside. That's good cricket from De Silva. Just rotating the strike. Not really trying to bludgeon the bowling or anything of that nature. Now the field changes over for the left-hander. This is always a difficult proposition for
Fast bowlers.
some bowlers,
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
To the left-hand,
Right hand combination, yes. You have to change your line, you have to change your length for some batsmen.
And he's outside the legs of Utley, and that is signaled a wide, a little bit belatedly by the umpire.
And John seems to be coming in steaming here, trying to work up some pace here.
Well, he probably understands that his team needs him now to put his hand up and prize out a couple of wickets here to give them a chance. The longer this goes on, the more frustration mounts. Short ball, punched away, and not well timed, but he might get a couple, probably even three if they hurry. And they're going to turn now for the third run. And
Easy 3 runs.
an easy three. Now, had he hit it properly, he probably would have picked up four,
Four.
but he didn't time it all that well. And it still went more than 3/4 of the way to the boundary.
One more ball to go. John into the silver. Coming from the southern end, from the Brian Lara Pavilion end.
Score is up to 40 now. We're over number 8. Utley is up to 23. De Silva, who's on 15, is leaving this one alone and forcing the bowlers to have to come to him rather than him go looking for the bowler. It's the end of the over. At the end of it, 8 overs completed. It's 40 without loss.
Yes, Ruskin. Trinidad and Tobago is motoring along quite nicely. Not rapidly, but quite nicely.
And given the state of the game, the context in which they're operating, this is, ideal. They're not going too slowly, but they're not taking risks to up the scoring.
Yes.
These two are basically building a partnership here.
And that's the key of this 50 overs here.
And again, they need Hutch to try to produce something out of the ordinary here. There's some bowler boot marks there that he could work with.
Nice, simple turn it onto the onside for a single. Through the mid-wicket region.
And this is how Utley could counter that, is just to pick up runs where they can. Not be bogged down by the same bowler for any length of time.
Give him a chance to work you out.
Here's another street drive again, but Johnson Charles is in the way. And again, he's on the back foot. Joshua De Silva to a ball that he really should be coming forward to, and instead that he's comfortable just playing back like that and making good contact. That it must be said, he made good contact with that,
Yes.
as if he knew exactly what he was doing.
seems to be keeping it very tight here. Nice,
Gonna
simple
have to
single.
hurry here, and he does, because again it is Johnson Charles who is feeling at mid-wicket. He's not the quickest of movers, and Keon Otley had a long way to go. And that, of course,
It's the end of the over.
allows them to switch over quickly. It's 43 now without loss after 9. So again, as you see the two batsmen having a little discussion there, it's important for Trinidad and Tobago to get a good start. And these two are giving them a goodish start already. It would be a great start if they could get it up to maybe 60, 70 before being separated, or beyond that.
Beyond that, I think there's a bowling change.
Bowling from the Brian Lara Pavilion end, Preston McSweeney.
So Kavim Hodge on the pads again, trying to
And this Max
turn it,
Swing.
and now they get the single when it should not have been there, or rather Preston McSween it is who is operating
From the southern end.
from the southern end. Yes.
That's a bit of sloppy piece of cricket there by the Windward Island.
And that's the Scott, and he's normally a pretty good fieldsman. Because he just took his eyes off the ball, and plus there's a little slip with water at the edge of the taplings. Again, comfortably in behind it is Joshua De Silva, and really looks a picture. And like I said, this is good practice for him, going to Australia with the West Indies team.
Try to find some form to get by the time they get to Australia.
Yeah, and that's how he should be batting in this tournament. Trying to get as many runs as possible.
But as long as possible. Try not to give away your wicket. Make sure the bowlers work and get their wicket.
That's what you call putting a heavy price on your wicket, and forcing the bowlers to have to get you out,
Yes.
and as opposed to you getting yourself out. Because that quite often is what happens a lot of times, where batsmen go looking to invent shots, and or they might be in search of quick runs.
And give your wicket away.
Yep.
Your wicket is a prized possession.
This time he's driving again and looking at, trying to hold the pose there, Joshua De Silva, and everything looking so easy coming off the face of the bat.
Just needs to find the gaps now. The ball is hitting, coming off the middle of the bat, but he just needs to find the gaps. He's finding the fielders.
It's just to rotate the strike as well, you know. If you can't hit boundaries, then run quick singles. Then plenty of singles in the field. This one is turned nicely, but straight to the fieldsman.
Just short. Ball was a bit of it up in the air, just short of the fielder. Try to turn it.
So I'm not sure if you knew that Manchester City won again today against Fulham, despite being down to 10 men. So they're now back on top in the Premiership until Arsenal plays Chelsea tomorrow.
Well, that will be a London derby.
Pulling away nicely down through square leg. That's 4 runs. Brilliantly played by De Silva. It wasn't all that short, but he certainly made good contact and dispatched it with some disdain.
That's
So that's sweetly done. That completes over number 10. At the end of it, 48 without loss is the latest score here at the Queen's Park Oval. The TNT Red Force chasing 190 for victory. Well on their way.
Certainly a good start here by the two Red Force openers, Keon Otley and Josh De Silva. Just about honest even between the two of them. I do admire Joshua De Silva because he was getting a little bit of pressure from Ryan John. Was able to ride that quite nicely. Preston McSween replacing John from that northern end. While Kavem Hodge, the erstwhile all-rounder from Windward Islands, Volcanoes, continues from the southern end of the ground. But it was not a surprise, Ruskin Mark, to see Kavem Hodge being introduced so early into the attack, especially after the success that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force spinners had.
Well, especially the amount of turn and bunks that we saw from Akil Hussein. And there is Ralphie sprinting off the field. Now he's going at top speed there. And he's rotoring there right now. They might have to give him some water when he gets off the field. The radiator might be overheating before he gets to the little cabana.
Kavem Hodge very quick through the wickets. He doesn't toss up as much as Akil Hussein, so I haven't seen such an extravagant spin from him. We'll see what he can come up with here.
And this one is just being played on the onside again, trying to play with the tide here. So it will be interesting to see.
But certainly a good start again from Otley and De Silva. Let's hope they can push on. I've been very impressed with their communication between the wickets, Ruskin Mark, because they were actually able to run 3 on one occasion. So they're very comfortable batting with each other, which is good to see as an opening pair.
Another delivery that is nicely lined, well pitched up, and treated with the utmost respect by the batsman. Just came forward, put the right foot forward, and played it. Again, watchful, just coming forward, not really committing too much onto the front foot, but staying there and allowing the ball to just come onto the bat.
Good bowling by Hodge, just 6 runs so far in 2.4 deliveries. Definitely slowing down a little bit. I think they were enjoying McSween and John to an extent here.
He's sweeping now, that's good contact, but nicely fielded as well. In fact, they had the man placed there for precisely something like that. Anything they were hoping it would have been aerial, but it wasn't. It was on the ground. 48 without loss after 11.
And, well, you'd have to say Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have the ascendancy at this moment, because after 10 overs, the Windward Islands Volcanoes were 34 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force with 16 runs ahead at least, and they haven't lost any wicket, which is the important thing for the Red Force squad. Keon Otley and Josh De Silva really building well quite nicely here, as De Silva has to wait for his helmet to come back on. He took it off in the previous over, but McSween will continue from the southern end of the ground. I make that to be Imran Khan jogging out there doing the 12-man duties.
Somebody has to do it. It's a dirty job, but it's a job that nobody likes.
Well, once you don't have them running too much in the heat here, because I think it's gotten a little bit cooler here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Well, the sun was out just now. The brightest has been all day. And now it just, maybe some clouds just kind of cover it up. So I think De Silva is okay and is ready to resume. He's on 20, 25 to Otley.
They've done well, I would say, Ruskin Mark, given the circumstances. The Windward Islands bowlers have bowled well, They haven't given away too much free deliveries, but what has been free, that they've definitely pounced on.
Again, watchful is the word here from De Silva, not taking too many risks, and I think he understandably is trying to play himself in, and but not just for this game, but for when he travels to Australia. He's really just trying to give himself a chance here, maybe get a big score under his belt, and that confidence is what he's looking for. Confidence in his batting, confidence in his wicket keeping.
You can't discount time in the middle at all as McSween comes in again.
This one is nudged again down to fine leg. So just picking them off one by one. It's not the approach that everybody would like or would even gear towards. But it's a smart approach. It's an approach that says it's a responsible approach. Let's just put it that way. They don't have to go this slowly, but they don't have to go too much faster either. If it takes 40 overs, 45 overs, 50, how many? Once they get there, relatively unscathed. And at this time, it was a short ball, and I'm almost certain if that ball had gotten higher, you would have seen him pull out the pull shot.
Well, certainly the Red Force are coming up against one of the stronger teams in this group, Group B, and they will be very disappointed from their loss against the Guyana Harpy Eagles in the other match. So to do the hard work against Windward Islands, restrict them to 189, they'll be hoping, Nicholas Puran will be hoping that his batters do the job for him and take them home now.
Yeah, Utley again is in behind. It's a little bit cramped, but still playing it well enough. You can see De Silva having a little bit of a chit chat there. No doubt players know each other very well.
I think that's Ambrose, Sunil Ambrose.
When they were teammates somewhere else, maybe.
Some good-natured banter for sure between the two contenders.
Utley's driving outside the off stump, no contact, goes through to be taken by the keeper, and all the hands go up in the air.
No feet movement at all from Utley either, almost as if there was cement on that end of the Queen's Park Oval and his feet was stuck in it. It's wafting at that one. Very loose indeed from Utley. As Sid Gray mentioned, he seems to be a batsman who likes to feel the bat on ball. So he's getting a little bit awkward, a little bit tense now.
You show me a batsman who doesn't like to feel bat on ball. And this time again, he's just pushing it into the offside. All batsmen like to feel bat on ball. It's like a sickness with them. They just love it. And it's worked for many of them. It's the end of the over. At the end of it, 49 now without loss.
The Windward Islanders doing quite well at closing down the Red Force at the after this first power play. After 10 overs, they were 48 without loss, and a maiden over by Kavem Hodge meant that they ended the 11th at 48. And with just one run in that means they just have one run in 3 overs. You can understand why Mr. Utley is getting a little bit Mr. Antsy there. And Joshua De Silva will prepare to take his mark to resume battle with Kavem Hodge. Again, bowled a maiden in that last over. 3 overs, none for 6. So the slower bowlers really coming to the party here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Hodges pitching up, and De Silva is driving down to long on. And of course, nice weather conditions. It's not overly hot, but it's still a good score as they now go past. These two have added 50 now for this opening pair. Another milestone for them.
Good opening partnership from the pair so far. They'll want to continue long and deep into this innings.
This one is another gift on the back foot this time. able to get a comfortable single, force the generator. You know, you never know when the acceleration will come. But the key for the Windward Islands is to just keep plugging away. And that's well bowled, but very well played by Joshua De Silva. You can see the ball angling into the stumps and straightening onto the middle stump. He's on the back foot again and stands up tall to play that one. Picks up another comfortable single.
Good cricket here from the Red Force pair. Of course, they don't have to do anything too extravagant. The required run rate is 3.7, and despite this last slow couple overs, their run rate is still 4.1. So they're ahead of the curveball as it is.
Driving again, and they thought for a moment about a single. Federer misfielded the ball, Fletcher.
But he does wag a finger there at Keon Otley, telling him, no, your run isn't on there. Despite the misfield, a short extra cover. Drifting down the leg side there.
They can't get it through on that occasion. Just trying to clip it through the onside. But it's the end of another over. Quickly bowled by Hudge, 52 without loss.
The Windward Islanders just starting to get a little bit of a grip here on these middle overs, but the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force players, batters in the middle, will be unperturbed as they have yet to be removed. They are solid as rocks, you'd have to say, and certainly no granite rocks that will be flaking all over the place. Josh De Silva and Keon Otley doing quite well, opening together for the third time in this tournament. And again, they have very, very good starts here. Otley with 65 not out and then 49 in his second match against the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Josh De Silva with a couple 20s and 30s. Want to push that past the 50 mark.
And again, it's really about their own concentration now and how they can kind of get it back in gear. They seem to have just lost their way a little bit. Maybe it's because the bowling has tightened up significantly. But it's how do you get, as they say, how do you get your mojo back now? And just try to build. And if these two are thinking like that, who knows? They might very well bat through to the end. And just trying to turn it on the onside, the Silva seems a little bit square as well. As he tried to play it on the onside, almost facing the bowler square on.
These two batters do have home advantage. Of course, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force playing here at the Queen's Park Oval. And these two would know this pitch inside and out. I'm sure in their younger years they might have had to pull some nut grass out of the outfield as well, as the younger fellows go through that training. Spending a lot of time at the Queen's Park Oval, both Josh De Silva and Keon Otley. Quite familiar with this ground.
Turned away nicely and an easy single out in the deep. Walcott, the wicketkeeper, who had a nice cameo innings for his team.
A valuable 36 he added later on in the lower order. And it's an even matchup here between Keon Otley and Josh De Silva. They both going along at similar paces, you'd have to say. Neither of them getting on top of the bowling, but working the ball around well to get those singles. Couple boundaries from each of them as well.
This time he's pulling this one away. That's 4 runs. From the moment it left the bat, it just went screaming over the head of Ambrose at mid-wicket, and he couldn't do anything. He needed a little bit of Joel Garner in him there, and even that might not have been tall enough. And it's 4 good-looking runs.
Sat up nicely there for Keon Otley. Probably didn't rise as much as Preston McSween would have liked. Lovely swivel by Otley, a lovely sound off the bat. Ambrose had to duck a little bit there because it may have been flying straight at his head, and there's no way he could have pulled in that catch. Clean shot through mid-wicket for 4. A little bit of intent shown here by Otley now.
This time he's pushing. He wants a quick single, and he's going to get it too because the fielder was unable to collect the ball and effect a run out. And so it's been I would hate to think that the Windwards will start dropping their heads now, because they just need to keep going for as long as possible, keep things tight.
Was a good pickup by Justin Greaves at mid-off. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get the ball back into the stumps. But good running, good urgency here shown by Otley, and good cricket after hitting McSween for 4.
And another comfortable single to be taken. Once they drift into the pads, the Silva is almost always square on, so it's easy for him to access the onside of the field, and he did that there well enough. It's the end of the over. At the end of it, 59 now without loss after 14.
Josh Da Silva stealing the strike with the last delivery there, just turning that last delivery from McSween into the leg side. As Ruskin Mark mentions, anything on his pad, he's very, very comfortable, just nudging that away for that single. He moves on smoothly to 25 or 41 deliveries, and Keon Otley progressing quite well to 31 or 44. Kavem Hodges bowled quite well, 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 9. Will continue action from the northern end of the ground.
And this one is again pulled through square leg, and there's some chasing there. They'll get a second run. No stress at all on them. That's well placed by Da Silva. I'm not trying to hit it too hard, but he hit it well into the gap and got 2 for it.
And that's something the Windward Islanders need to tighten up on, especially giving Silva those deliveries down the leg side.
He is driving straight, powerfully, for another comfortable run.
And again, very, very good cricket here from Da Silva, because they've already gotten 3 runs off the first 2 deliveries of the over. And that basically keeps them on par with the required run rate.
Utley reaches for that one. You can almost see him looking to launch it, just coming down the wicket, and when he realized he's not to the pitch, decided to just check the shot. Had a chance there for more with that one, but turned it straight to the fieldsman.
Good manipulation of the strike by these 2 batters here. They're not letting either of each other get bogged down. Full
And
toss.
Again, just picking him off one by one, so to speak, and preserving your wickets by the time 63 without loss. The score goes up to now. So Hodge will try again. Cut away nicely by Da Silva, but there is a super out there. And most times you see that the batsmen are content with just the 1 run. 15 overs completed, 64 without loss. That's the latest here at the Oval.
Well, as they say, slow and steady wins a race here, and that's what Keon Otley and Josh Da Silva are going along on. Maybe not necessarily slow, Sid Gray, but certainly steady. They are surmounting this challenge. They're getting down to 126 required of 210 deliveries, and they're really laying an easy platform here for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force to get maximum points in this competition.
Yes, they are going on. They are going on quite steadily. Stay steady. Nothing too exuberant, but just steady pace, and batting seems to me quite comfortable.
Certainly the extravagance on pause for a little bit here. As Ruskin Mark opens the commentary windows, he wants to get a bit of the atmosphere. And there's a little bit of a horn and everything from the smattering of fans inside here. Trinidad and Tobago flags fluttering. Justin Graves into the attack against Joshua De Silva. Good delivery driven down to mid-on, and there is no run.
Yes.
Nice
Justin
upright action here from Justin Graves. Straight in, seam up.
Strong, lank, tall, fast bowler coming in from the southern end.
Despite the fact that Josh De Silva likes to cut, there's a third man and there is a deep cover fielder. But there's a lot of acreage on the off side for him. Nice push straight, played softly with soft hands, and a risky single there, but getting in quite comfortably, De Silva.
Yeah, they seems to understand each other quite easily. They just look at each other and just go.
Yeah. Well, they batted quite well throughout this tournament, Sid Gray. They've put on some good partnerships. Again, De Silva hasn't pushed on as quite as nicely as he would like. Keon Otley with a 65 not out and then 49 against Guyana, falling just short of his half century in that match. So he looks to be in some form as well. Here's Graves, and that's
Great
beautifully driven through extra cover.
And that will be 4 runs there.
A valiant attempt by Preston McSween to get down there and stop that one. It was a half stop, but it was hit so powerfully by Otley that there was the only thing that was going to stop it was the rope.
That's a lovely shot through the covers. Didn't try to overhit it, but sweet timing from Otley.
Certainly pure timing from the man from Montrose area. And he's edging that one, and he's gone. Well. Otley swiping at a wide one after drilling one through the covers, and that's the first wicket for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Otley gone, flashing behind the stumps, and Walcott takes a low catch there. Justin Gray strike, 69 for 1, Red Force.
69 for 1.
After playing a lovely shot for 4, just went, the foot movements was poor, didn't get the foot to the pitch of the ball, just throwing his bat at it. Ball going across him and just have a faint edge onto Walcott. Simple catch for Walcott.
Unfortunately, Keon Otley continues with his excellent starts but does not continue to make those runs. And Jason Mohammed will come out at the number 3 batsman, and he's wearing the number 3 on his back here. A good platform here for him to come out at. 69 for 1 at Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Unfortunately, Keon Otley, maybe a bit of a rush of blood there, you think Sid Gray enjoyed that previous shot through extra cover. Thought he would try to repeat it.
Maybe he tried to repeat the same shot, but this time the ball pitched a bit wider and across him, and he just got a faint edge, and that was the demise of Otley there.
You have to say it was a good catch by Tevin Walcott behind the stumps, because that was dying as it got to him. He took that very, very low down to his left.
And I have to say today is not the first time for the day I've seen someone play a lovely shot, and then after the next ball he's gone.
Yeah, most definitely. I think the rule is if you hit a boundary, the next ball you have to look for a single or something like that, you know?
No, I don't have a rule of that, but I'm just saying you need to be concentrating, not just get a rush of blood. You just need to keep your concentration and bat every ball at its merit.
Maybe an unwritten rule, Mr. Gray, that Jason Mohammed will settle in. So Josh De Silva has a start, and he will want to continue 30 of 45. And so I think Mohammed is the right person to come in here. They can consolidate, and he'll know how to manipulate the strike. He'll know how to move the ball around.
And that's what you need at this time. You don't need any rash shots. Just play simple, nudge it around and get the singles.
Good delivery by Graves, pushed up to mid-on. Contemplating a single, it wasn't really on there. Fielder around very, very quickly. Mohammed will do some gardening and settle himself.
That was a nice positive first stroke.
Yeah, definitely met the ball with the full face of the bat, which is what you want to see from your batsman. Lovely drive there again. Mohammed up to the task of what Graves is sending down. And that will end the 16th over. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, having lost their first wicket, are 69 for 1, chasing 190.
Hodge seems like he's going to continue here. Bowling nicely, 5 overs, 1 made, 14 runs. He's just keeping it tight.
Field is spread far and wide for Kavim Hodge. Long off, long on. There's a field at deep mid wicket as well. And then your deep cover. One pushed into the cover region. Good fielding there. There's no run for Josh De Silva. And it would be good to see that Josh De Silva isn't bogged down here, Sid Gray, because of course he just lost his opening partner. We don't want him to go back into his shell too much here.
I think he just still needs to be smart.
And this one he pulls down to cow corner when mid wicket will come around.
Just
And
needs
will
to
go
play
for a
smart
single.
cricket here and nudge the ball around, keep the strike rotating the strike, and pick up the ones and twos. And when the bad ball comes, put them away.
Right, so Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bringing up their 50 runs in the 13th over, and it's already 70 for 1 in the 17th. So they're going along at a decent pace here, above the required run rate. Don't have to do anything too flashy. Mohammed pushes this one into the leg side, and there is no run.
There's a moment yet to come off the mark.
Driving again pleasantly, but straight to short extra cover, and there is no run. Mohammed taking his time to get acclimatized to the conditions out in the middle. He's trying to turn this one into the leg side, and there's no run there either. Sharp fielding here by the Windward Islands. Obviously a little bit buoyed after the loss of that wicket, Keon Otley, and now they put a slip in place for Hodge and Mohammed.
That's
And he
a
drives
great
this
shot.
one nicely straight. Long on will come around and pick it up. And Hodge will do some push-ups because I think he thought that was a bad delivery maybe. Letting Mohammed get off strike. And Mohammed pinches the strike with that last delivery.
And off the strike on his first run of the day. Jason Mohammed 1, off 6. And here for water break. Groundsmen are on to do some gardening.
Ralphie running with the broom and scoop there. Moving in very, very swiftly. Windward Islands boys ambling off a little bit here as they get that much needed drinks break. 17 overs gone, 71 for 1 Red Force, 119 needed and 198 balls.
Yes.
They're definitely on the comfortable end of this game so far, but of course it's a weird and strange and wonderful and beautiful game, Sid Gray, and anything can happen. One good over from the Windward Islands with a 2-wicket maiden or something, and all of a sudden the complex of this game could change.
Yes.
Assiduous work of the ground staff there. I never noticed that they had 2 brooms and 2 scoops, one for either end,
And
Sid
yes,
Gray.
Yes.
Not mixing matters at all, groundsman.
Well, they need to get it done quickly.
I'm surprised Ralphie doesn't have a vacuum cleaner with an extension cord that he can run all the way out there. But he probably likes his broom. I did see him earlier balancing the broom on one finger all the way from the 30-yard circle to the edge of the boundaries.
Seems to have a lot of skills here. There's a man of skills,
Multiple talents.
multiple talents.
an assistant referee, top groundsman, broom balancer, and a character, all-round character. And I'm sure as a former national sportsman, you'd have noticed these characters around when you were playing in your national colours. Certain persons that always stood out. But you, Sid Gray, despite the massive crowds that you would have played in.
Yes, you always have. Always have a lot of characters anywhere in the world you go. Once it's sports.
Most definitely. Those super fans for sure. Ralphie's looking very, very closely at some of those bowlers' marks outside the pitch there. Those follow-throughs from the bowlers. Which could be a very, very interesting if as spin comes into play later on in this game. Kavem Hodge already showing his value here. 6 overs for just 16 runs, including that maiden. Justin Graves, a sole wicket taker. Fortunately, Keon Otley sort of gifted him his wicket with a wide delivery outside the off. Somebody flashed that and got that edge to the keeper after drilling Graves through the covers for 4.
But I think Trinidad Tobago Red Force will be quite pleased of what taking place here at the score at 71 for 1 after 17 overs, going at 4.2 runs per over.
It's been a disciplined bowling attack by the Windwards Islands Volcanoes so far, but you really feel like as if they're missing a little bit of an X factor, Sid Gray, a Sunil Narayan or a Yannick Karaya who would do the job for them. Ryan John was impressive early up. Justin Graves, the lone wicket taker, having bowled 1 over, so we'll see how he can come back here against Jason Mohammed. And of course, Jason Mohammed, the new batter. So something special for Graves to contend with. Nice drive through the cover region. Well fielded there by Sunil Ambrose. Nothing doing for Jason Mohammed. And hopefully Joshua De Silva will put out of his mind that Jason Mohammed is soaking up some dot balls, because if there's one thing that the Red Force do have in spare, it is extra deliveries to get these runs as Graves comes in again. Down the leg side.
Although you have extra deliveries, I think you should try to score as much as possible, as fast as possible. Run rate can tell in this format of the game.
Yes, quite right, Sid Gray. Give yourself that bit of a challenge. Maybe let's try to get these runs in 35 overs or something like that. Nice little flick there by Jason Mohammed to give him 2 down the leg side, down to wide fine leg. And again, this flick is a little bit straighter. So you'll get that off to deep square leg, mid-wicket region even, for a single.
That's nice. You just keep rotating the strike, pick up the 1s and 2s. You know, Jason Mohammed is always a slow starter, but once he's into his stride, he tends to build up his strike rate.
And Josh De Silva should feel a sense of ease with his much more senior partner on the other end as Graves comes in again. That's guided down to wide third man. Easy on the eye is Josh De Silva. Minimal of movement there. He's really getting acclimatized to being out there in the middle.
He seems to be batting quite comfortable there. He's in no rush. Keep rotating the strike. And that is important for Trinidad and Tobago right now. No need for the rush shots.
That's a bit tried to flick there by Jason Mohammed. A little bit aerial. Keeper coming around to pick that one up. Oh, that's actually leg by, so that one was off the thigh pad. Probably ballooned off the thigh pad. A chance for Jason Mohammed to get down to the other end.
And rotate the strike as well.
Good cricket here by the Red Force. Very sedate. Other than the blip of the loss of Keon Otley, who's looking quite nice for his 36. De Silva pushing into the leg side again, and there is no run. And that will end the 18th over from Mr. Graves. And at the end of 18, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force progressing quite nicely, 76 for 1.
Hutch seems to be going like he's going to bowl out he's going straight at his seventh over. Just trying to keep it tight as possible.
And what do you make of the body language of the Windward Islands Volcanoes so far at this stage of the game?
Yeah, I think they are still quite positive, but you can see some players seems to be drooping a little bit, and it is quite understandable.
Kavim Hodge to continue. Jason Mohammed on strike, stretching forward for that one, drifting into the leg stump. Good delivery by Hodge. Certainly a valuable player for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, scoring some runs earlier today. Top scoring actually with 39. Full toss and flicked into the leg side. Mid wicket will come around. And Mohammed gets an easy single.
Full toss. I think Hodge has got away with one bad ball there.
Into his 7th over, just conceding 17. So good bowling by Hodge. But tugged down a little bit and then into that mid-wicket region again by Josh De Silva. So he gets another single to move up to 34.
Jason Mohammed and Josh De Silva just rotating the strike. Frustrating the Windward Volcanoes.
Forward is Jason Mohammed playing this one respectfully back up the bowler. Short extra cover does the fielding.
Yes. And that's a great shot by Mohammed there. And he can make 2 runs there. Single.
Got nicely
fielding,
behind
eh?
square. A burgeoning partnership here, just 9 runs. But they're ahead of the current run rate, Red Force, and that's the important thing. De Silva trying to repeat the shot that Mohammed played so well. Didn't quite get a hold of it. And at the end of 19, the Red Force have progressed to 79 for 1. Sounds of the horn in the stands there, Sid Gray. Certainly the sounds of cricket.
Yes, the sounds of a horn calling for some runs.
I'm certain the horn would love to just see a Red Force win, but yeah, some runs on display would be nice to see.
I think the horn is signaling that they are appreciating the way they are batting.
Yeah, sensible batting by these two so far. Again, nothing too extravagant needed by the Red Force here. A Nelson needed, and they have 186 balls to get it, 111 required. Graves to continue from the southern end of the ground. Lovely cut there.
And that's 4 runs.
That's 4 runs all along the turf there. Offered width there, Jason Mohammed, and cut that beautifully between third man and that fielder there, square.
Backward point.
At backward point.
That's a lovely shot. That ball deserved the treatment that it deserved. It was short and wide. And it got the deservingly treatment that it deserved.
And a deserving horn as well, said Graves.
Yes.
Let's see what Graves can respond now. Tighter delivery on the line of middle and leg. Drilled back up to mid-on. No run there. Keeper behind the stumps there. Tevin Walcott doing a bit of stretching. Might be feeling something in his calf. Of course, it's a difficult job for a keeper. You're up and down and then up and down.
It's the hardest job, one of the hardest job on the field.
Pure concentration required as a keeper. Graves comes in again.
That's a
Lovely
great shot,
drive
yeah.
through extra cover there by Jason Mohammed. That will run
Yeah.
close to the boundary. It won't quite get there. Will they come back for 3? No, they're content with 2. And Jason Mohammed really getting into his stride here, Sid Gray. You said he's a slow starter, a slow burner, but he's starting to fizz a little bit more now.
Yes, I told you he starts pretty slow, but once he starts getting the runs and his highs is in, he can turn on the burners.
He's eager to impress. Ruskin Mark will be coming in 3 deliveries. Dustin Graves tucks him up in this one. Good return from the bowler.
And I think these two batsmen are complementing each other quite comfortably, quite easily.
Yeah, certainly. Slow start here by Jason Mohammed, but he hasn't allowed himself to get bogged down. 12 of 17 or 18 deliveries. Playing that one back up to the pitch there, and there's no run. And Jason Mohammed will be looking, both of these batters here, I feel like as if they're well set, Sid Gray. And they should push on and get Trinidad and Tobago Red Force as close to this total as possible without losing any wickets. And I'm sure that will be the goal in the Trinidad and Tobago dugout. Last ball of the 20th over here from Justin Graves.
And that's a great shot again.
Another cut down there by Jason Mohammed to third man. They'll take a lengthy single as Trinidad and Tobago end the 20th over at 86 for 1. Some comments from Sid Gray before Ruskin Mark replaces yours truly.
Yes, and they moved along. They are going quite comfortably. Trinidad and Tobago. Joshua De Silva, 33 off for 52. Jason Mohammed, 13 off 20. Going at a current run rate at 4.3 overs. And I think these two batsmen are looking quite comfortable, Ruskin.
Yeah, they do sit, and of course it's experience. That's the thing with Jason Mohammed, being a West Indies captain and all, having that kind of experience, being a part of the setup at the higher level, all of it contributes to what you're seeing here now. And all he's doing is really using that experience to his and his team's advantage. Here he is, another comfortable single.
Yes, and that's intelligent, the young 26-year-old Jason Mohammed, using his experience here quite well.
The thing about it, at age 36 now, given all that we know about, proper diets and, regular exercise and that kind of biomechanics, just a good shot, but just for a single. So you know how to take care of your body now. But if mentally you're into it, you don't have any serious injuries, that kind of stuff, you find players can play now for a few years,
yes,
for a longer period of time. They have personal trainers, they're doing all the right things, so playing for an extended period of time, well past your 30s, some guys are playing now into their 40s.
That's long gone now. Years ago, when you reach into your 30, 33, 34, you like to retire.
And but now look at Tom Brady. He's 45 years old and still playing quarterback in the NFL. And
you can still play at a high level.
This is good bowling because he's bowling to a set field there. He's testing Mohammed's resolve here.
Yes.
And this time he's sweeping it, but straight to the fields. When he can't get it through, Mohammed might be thinking he missed out there.
I think he missed out on a great opportunity for a boundary. Just didn't get hold of it properly.
The thing
That's
is,
a
he
great
kept it
shot.
down, and this is a much better shot now. And again, rather than try to force the issue, they're just picking up the ones and two. McSween coming into play here. So this is a thoroughly professional job by Trinidad and Tobago so far as they end over number 21 on 89 for one.
Yeah, not in a rush. 174 balls.
And they're going about it in a very methodical, very deliberate manner. And I think David Furlong and they were right to send the experienced Jason Mohammed at number 3 so that nobody panics about what is happening. You know, he's up to 15 already from 25. Joshua is on 34. So, you know, you might have sent someone of your shot makers and they may feel they have to get on with it right away, and next thing you know, you lose 2-3 quick wickets.
And I think they have done the right thing, because I think the next batsman might have been Bravo. And I think he might have wanted to go after the spinner. But he normally do.
And you know, he's coming off a very patient 76, I think it was, in the last game. He didn't take Trinidad over the line, but I'm sure he must be happy with the fact that he is able to get some runs under his belt.
And once you get some runs under your belt, you tend to have some confidence, and that's important.
Yeah, it is. You almost always want to carry that now with you. You see Kenneth Demba. And he's short, and he's paying the price for it. It was, please hit me, and boy did he hit it. And what a way to greet the new off spinner, and punching him square for a boundary.
Nice shot. Off the back foot. Make him pee right away for the bad delivery.
Again, it's the whole question of cashing in on the bad ones.
After you cash in on the bad ones, you push around and get the singles.
Yep, and you
Keep the
turn-
strike rotating.
Yep, you turn the good ones into singles. You know, Mohammed has a solid defense. That's one of his strengths. He can defend for long periods, but he also has a low center of gravity because he's a small man. And so what normally would be like a good length ball for somebody like my size is really a long hop for him.
Yes, because he's quite short.
Yep. So it's all of those things that bowlers have to factor in now. How do they adjust the length to bowl to Jason Mohammed? Here he is just waiting on this one. So a pretty good comeback here, because after being put away for 4 the first ball, Denver tightened up. It's now 93 for 1 after 22.
Hodge is going for his 9th over. After Hodge, who do the Volcano have to tighten on this on the other end?
Well, they haven't used the Carter as yet, and so he may be an option. I'm not sure if he's 100% fit though, because I remember in the last game he was cramping up some. So I don't know if they will just rest him.
Cramps. Well, I think he had enough time to recover after cramps. He just needs to have enough fluids in his body and salts. If it was something else, I could understand.
So Fletcher is trying to plug that gap now for that straight drive of the Silvers. And that has netted him quite a few runs down to long one. And here he is again. And this time Fletcher almost undid his own plan there. And he still can't get it through because he's trying, because there's a there's a straight mid wicket and a wideish, almost an orthodox mid wicket. Plus there's a man at deep square and a long one.
He's bowling quite straight.
And again he's hitting it, but straight to Fletcher.
He's bowling differently. I thought he might have tried to use the ball turning away from the silver as much as possible.
Down the wicket he goes, but stifled appeal for an LBW, but he was way down the line. And so I don't think umpire Williams will have too much, wouldn't entertain it very much. Trinidad needing 97 more runs.
164 balls.
And this time he's pushing it in, and there was a little bit of a hesitation there. De Silva was committed to the single, and Mohammed though seemed a little bit late in starting, but was able to complete the single at the end of it. 94 for 1 now after 22 overs.
Smart batting by these two batsmen.
And they're getting good batting conditions. The wicket, if there was any moisture in it at all from this morning, is dried out now because the sun is out now.
Sun has baked, dried out everything. Trinidad and Tobago has used that moisture this morning quite well.
You know, I wonder if the Windwards were regretting winning the toss and upped into bat as opposed to putting Trinidad and Tobago in.
I think Windwards has believed that they can put scores on the board, outbat the Trinidad, and try to defend their
That's what I'm telling you. Well, they've had success batting first, so I figure they will feel that, you know, whenever we get the chance, we will bat first, and we'll defend it. And this time he's trying to get it down. There's a long on and a long off in place, so De Silva will have to be careful. If he's going to play that shot, he's either going to have to clear the fence cleanly or hit it into the gap.
Yes. I think De Silva is guilty of finding the players regularly. He's not finding the gaps.
Well, as the guy used to say, hit it where they're not. And what he really meant was hit it into the gaps, hit it into the spaces. And here again, Trinidad and Tobago, the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen finding the fielders. Fletcher nicely positioned there, close in, and Mohammed was driving powerfully. This time he's going to get another easy single. And the bowler and De Silva getting themselves into a little bit of a tangle there. But you have to give the batsman, well, you have to give the bowler a chance to get the ball, but you also have to understand the batsman has his lane that he's running in. Yep.
And that seems to be the issue there. Batsman trying to get the single, bowler trying to field.
And Mohammed for a minute, or De Silva there for a minute, looked like he wanted to really uncork that one, but yeah, he just seemed to pat it back to the bowler. Again driving powerfully, and once again the bowler not able to stop it.
Move on to 97 for 1 after 24 overs.
And that will conclude another over here, and at the end of it is 97 for 1 now, 24 overs completed. You know, so they've just been taking like 3 runs and over, and then every so often they get a boundary, and that would be that. But
yes. I have to say they have gone along quite nicely. No rush, calm batting here by Trinidad and Tobago batsmen. Silva, 7 from 62 balls.
And I think he probably came out with the instruction that no need to hurry, just play the ball on merit, and you know, build an innings.
And Jason Mom is 20 from 33 balls.
And that's played in between the two fielders there.
Short.
Straight middle one, short middle one, and a straight mid wicket.
And Hodge into his final over.
And he's on target this time, and now he's done a good job. He hasn't really spun the ball much, but he's been drifting it into the pads quite often. This time he's sweeping at it, and it's brilliantly taken. And it came off Jason Mohammed doesn't like it because he's saying it came off the forearm, but he has to go because the umpire has given him out. But it was a sweet catch by the wicketkeeper there, Walcott, running forward and then taking it in the left hand. And that is the end of Jason Mohammed as he goes for a well-played 20. It's 98 now for 2.
Bit unlucky there. He has a review.
Second wicket is fallen for
Now we have Bravo in.
East Red Fort, Jason Mohammed. But Walcott of the bowling of Hodge to 20. Incoming batter.
So Mohammed goes for 20. I'm sure he'll be disappointed with that. That he couldn't stay on to see the team home. And the Windward Islands, though, will be buoyed by that. Will be thinking to themselves, well, let's just keep plugging away, guys. You know, if we get another wicket, great.
We can get into the Trinidad Tobago batting lineup.
And that's basically what it is, because they've stuck with that spinning option from this end with Hodge. And again, there was no, you know, you look at it again, and Jason is swinging at the ball, and obviously hit the forearm, whether it hit the glove before, I don't know if that is the thinking of the umpire. So that brings Darren Bravo to the crease, and a man who used up quite a number of balls to get himself going in this one, but I'm sure he'll be hoping that he can at least reproduce something like that here today. And immediately he's finding the middle of the bat.
He seems to be in some form.
Goes for a little jog just to clear his thoughts. Short, and trying to turn it on the onside.
It's quite comfortable in the spin.
Has that habit of just kind of spinning the bat in his hands. You look at him all the time, he's always spinning the bat. And immediately he's off the mark with a nice confident shot into the offside, suggesting that he is more than ready for the fight here. It's the end of the over. 25 overs completed, and at the end of it, 99 for the loss of 2 wickets now, TNT.
Good afternoon again, Ruskin Mark. As the unfortunate loss of Jason Mohammed, you have to say excellent awareness from the Windward Islands keeper Tevin Walcott to pull off the grab on that one. But that brings Darren Michael Bravo to the crease, and we all will know what he's capable of.
The DMB. And I suppose you could feel for Jason Mohammed because he was really looking comfortable. He was under no pressure at all. He wasn't being troubled by the bowlers.
Credit to Windward Islands Volcanoes for not giving up and trying to make a game out of this one. 91 of 150 needed by the Red Force. Certainly a lovely afternoon here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Bravo is watchful to begin with. He just seems a little bit fidgety at the moment. He hasn't really settled into his work as yet. And maybe just trying to settle his nerve, calm his nerves. A little anxiety. There he goes, twirling the bat again, spinning it in his hands.
All arms and legs is Kenneth Demba as he comes in.
Pulls, and that one is just pushed out into the offside. And Bravo started jogging and then had to step on the accelerator to make it into the non-strikers in. And that brings 100 up for Trinidad and Tobago. Exactly 100 for 2. And they'll need another 90 runs from here.
Good work by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batters, you'd have to say.
Driven nicely. That's very well fielded as well. Fletcher
Wagging the finger there, Josh De Silva.
almost like Dikembe Mutombo used to do it.
You naughty boy, Josh De Silva.
And driving again, so not really piercing the field, De Silva. And they would hate for him to get frustrated by it all and then do something rash. This time he is standing up and it looked like he wanted to pull that through the onside. And then as it straightened on him, he just kind of slapped it back to the bowler.
Yeah, he's picking out the fielders with unerring accuracy, Josh De Silva.
This time he's going to get some runs and he's going to get 4 runs. I don't think the fielder is going to get to it. He might as well give up that chase. And that's 4 good-looking runs from Joshua De Silva, ending a series of dot balls. And it ends the over as well. 26 completed. It's now 104 for 2.
Delicately played by Joshua De Silva, just stepping back, crouching on that one and letting the ball meet the bat, and he just run that down to the vacant third man area. Very clever batting by the West Indies keeper batsman as well as the Trinidad and Tobago keeper batsman. He progresses to 42 of 67. And it seems we're going to see a change in bowling here with Alec Athanaze coming on. Didn't do too much with the bat earlier today, but maybe he has a golden arm with the ball.
Well, it's another player that has to try to effect a breakthrough or so for the Windwards. They need something here to keep going. Another wicket now will give them a little bit of a lift. But if these two were to settle and and take it past maybe the 150 mark, then it's going to be difficult to motivate players. And Bravo is right out in front, very watchful, not really taking too many risks. There is a long off and a long on for him, a deep backward square, and a man at deep cover.
You'd have to say, even though the Windward Island Volcanoes boys are employing spin, their spin isn't as quite extravagant or as prodigious as you were seeing from the Red Force bowlers, Karaya and Akil Hussain in particular. And of course, the Trinidad and Tobago batters would be a little bit more comfortable with this spin.
Here is Bravo looking to carve this one down behind square, and he does. That's 4 runs.
Drifting down the leg side there by Athanaze, and Bravo just helped that along its way down to the deep square leg position, or deep fine leg position. You'd have to say the backward square leg position. 4 runs all along the carpet.
And you're really flirting with danger there when you drift into his pads like that. And you're just asking for trouble. And now they've just taken a man from on the onside and put him on the offside, and you drift into the pads. Again, and he flicks this one fine. He might get another couple here. I don't think it's going to reach the boundary. And he will settle for 2 more.
You can see what Athenaeus is trying to do. He's trying to dart the deliveries into Bravo's legs. Maybe a little bit straighter. If he gets it a little bit straighter, he could be in business here. And I think Fletcher coming across from from the cover position, giving him that extra advice as well. Let's see how Athenaeus responds.
Again, nice fielding idea on the part of Fletcher, who's doing his part to keep his players motivated right now.
6 runs off the over already, so no real sense of urgency needed by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Just keep it ticking over, and they should come away with a very comfortable victory at the end of it all. Of course, it's a strange and beautiful game, Ruskin Mark.
Yes, Oxing Glen, they were chasing 141 I think this morning, and looked pretty much on course with an opening stand, and then lost 6 wickets. 110 for 2 now, 27 completed.
Good work here by Darren Bravo, ably supporting Josh De Silva, who's progressed quite nicely to 42 after opening the batting here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The loss of Keon Otley for 36 was out of the blue, and then as was the loss of Jason Mohammed a short while ago. So, but Josh De Silva is still there, again progressing off to 42, and it's consolidation now here for him and Darren Bravo.
Here he is again, bowling to the Silva, and the batsman and the bowler having their own little battle here, because the Silva tends to want to play the ball straight back past the bowler. And here he is this time, running it down. He got a boundary the last time. He's only got a couple this time. And nicely done yet again. Kavim Hodge still involved.
Good to see De Silva aware of the field, and he knows where the fielders are. That vacant third man area is ripe for runs. He's certainly got some down that area already.
Trying to get a quick single here, but it's not on for them. Then you could just see the hands go up in the air as he was coming down late on the ball in front of his pads. You have to be careful, and just as the bowler is about to bowl, some gentleman decides to run across the side screen.
Cardinal sin committed there in cricket there by the spectator.
And this time he collides with Bravo and falls down. And Demba.
Bravo stands his ground while Demba looks up at him as if to say, well, hey, why don't you move out of the way? But at the end of the day, it's an easy run there for Darren Bravo and Josh De Silva.
And he's not obligated to move out of the way.
And he has his protection of pads and bats and gloves and everything else. So
there's no law that says he has to let you pass and field the ball. In fact, I've seen guys set screens so the bowler can't get the ball.
Let's see how Demba responds to Darren Bravo now.
And he's right on his pads there, but he's close to the stumps, and that's the important thing. That's why Bravo probably hasn't taken a dip with him as yet. He loves that mid-wicket area, and he pushes this one back along the wicket. And again, more discussions, and certainly just taking their time about things. 113 for 2 now, with 28 completed.
Again, Darren Bravo and Josh De Silva don't have to do anything extravagant here. The current run rate is 4.0 exactly. The required run rate is 3.5. And it's unfortunate for the spinners, you have to say, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, that they don't have more runs to work with. Because I think Demba is doing a really good job here. 4 overs, none for 15. Athenaeus just a 1 over for 6 runs. And prior to that, Kavim Hodge was doing quite well. as well. So I think if they had a bit more scoreboard pressure here, it would be a very different ball game for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. But as it is, they're sitting quite comfortably, sitting almost pretty, I would say. Not quite pretty maybe, but comfortably at least.
Well, they certainly are in the driver's seat here. And this one is stroked into the offside again. But De Silva unable to really punch it through. You can hear the crowd. We actually have crowd reaction now. And I say crowd guardedly. Because 50 people doesn't make a crowd. He's going for the big one and he's going to get 6 runs. Just over the head of the long on fieldsman. He doesn't see it. And it's 6 runs over the fence. They thought he should have made an attempt to get to it. You could see Fletcher gesticulating to him. But there was never any doubt that it was going for 6. He gave up the chase. Fletcher and they felt he should have at least made an attempt at it. And Kareem Hodge isn't very happy. Neither is Fletcher.
Also, De Silva bringing up his half century with that maximum there. The good batting from the wicketkeeper batsman for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and opening batsman as well.
Yeah, he is again, this time down to long off.
Yeah, certainly with that 6, De Silva had to manufacture that one because he danced up the pitch and then danced away to the offside to then tuck it into the leg side. It wasn't the cleanest of connection, but he did get enough on it, and you can see why Fletcher was disappointed with the effort at wide long off. However, he did get it into the gap quite nicely because there is a fielder at mid-wicket and then again at long off, and he picked the gap nicely. The fielder from long off had quite a distance to cover, long on I should say.
And this time Bravo again just opening the face and then playing at the angle. But look at the difference with the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen. Most of them are coming onto the front foot. Remember this morning we were talking about the Windwards. Everybody was on the back foot because they don't trust the reading of the spin. And
again on the front foot here for Josh De Silva. Punches us down to long off for an easy single.
And
but
he's going through the line here too.
It is a bit of a gentler spin, you have to say. There was prodigious spin from Yannick Karaya and Akil Hussain, Athenaze and Karim Hodge, and even Demba to an extent. I think it's more about varying their pace and their flight and their trajectory. I haven't seen that much spin to say that's beaten the batsman per se.
And this time Bravo is just standing up there. Was thinking of probably smashing it and then just pushed it out into the offside. He's still there. He's on 9. 53 to De Silva. It's 122 for 2 after 29.
So progressing quite nicely here, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, built on the back of Josh De Silva, just bringing up his half century in that last over with a towering 6 off Athenaze, tugged down to wide long on. And Darren Bravo just come to the crease with the fall of Jason Mohammed. And I think that was about the 25th over. And Darren Bravo, of course, getting accustomed to his work here, Ruskin Mark, but we know what he's capable of.
And he's watching this single taken here by De Silva. And he will come on strike now, so that puts it up to 123 now for the loss of 2 wickets. And Bravo has really not done himself a justice in terms of the amount of ability he has, and he just is almost as if he doesn't understand his own ability. And look at how easy he's able to pick up singles throughout. And but when he's at that next level, you don't see it as often as you should.
Yeah, most definitely. I've always said that Darren Bravo should be in the same conversation that Steve Smith or Kane Williamson or Virat Kohli or Joe Root are in terms of a premier batsman around the world, all comfortable in the Trinidad and Tobago dugout.
And here again is De Silva stroking it beautifully down to long on to pick up another single. And I'm sure the fans will be counting down the totals with the batsman.
De Silva showing a bit of tiredness here at the end of every ball. He's down on his haunches there. Definitely a bit of tiredness showing in his game. Maybe a little bit. It's not easy conditions out there.
Bravo has to get back, and he did. And he was almost overcommitting there. He wanted a single. De Silva said no. Bravo had to slam on the brakes, make a big turn, and was able to get back in the end, but only just. That would have been an unfortunate dismissal.
A figure skater would have been proud of that pirouette from Bravo to get back into the crease.
Watchful this time, and now they're going to get the single. The Windwards anticipated a quick single. They just couldn't prevent it when it came. So 126 now for 2. Bravo is up to 11. De Silva is on 55.
Long on and long off in place for Josh De Silva.
64 more needed. And make that 63. As De Silva maps off another one. And that completes over number 30 at the end of it. Bravo is 11. 56 to De Silva. And Trinidad Tobago needed 190 for a victory. Well on course. They are 127 for 2, needing a further 63 for a win.
The tiredness definitely getting to Josh De Silva there. He's down on his knees as he's taking some water and will wipe his face as well with the towel as Sid Gray moves back into the commentary position. He's probably hoping to close out this commentary as quickly as Josh De Silva is closing out this innings here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. I am not as stylish as Darren Bravo, but I will certainly try to stay with you to the end, Mr. Sid Gray.
Well, at the rate they are going at, I don't see this over in the next 10 overs. But you never know.
Athenaeus has had 2 overs for 15 runs, a little bit expensive here. Let's see how he goes about his business now. And gets one that De Silva plays back up to the pitch. Athenaeus does his fielding, his own fielding.
And Joshua De Silva is motoring on here quite slowly.
Drifting down the leg side, and that will... De Silva's gotten a touch on that. That will run down to fine leg for 4. Let's wait on the signal from the umpire. Yes, he did get a touch on that one. Fired down the leg side, wide from Athenaeus, and De Silva just got a bit of bat on it, and it was 4 all the way.
That's a smart shot. I think he needs to keep the ball more on the offside, off stump. There's no fielder, that's fine. So he needs to bowl more at the off stump, at the ball turning into De Silva.
Athenaeus won't want to give away easy runs here. Trying to chop that one fine. De Silva, short third man, picks it up. He certainly looks very, very tired, De Silva, despite... I mean, he's been out there for the entire innings, of course, Windward Islands, and then batting here again as well. Trying to get that fine third man cut. Not getting through there.
He was out there from the beginning. He's wicket-keeper as well, and now he has opened the batting. So I know it will take a toll on him on this kind of heat out in the middle there.
He's also...
The sun is very hot.
He's also not wearing a cap, Sid Gray, which is maybe ill-advised as he pushes this one down off to long on for a nice little single. So that heat is definitely coming down on him. I would advise him to get a cap or some sort of headwear.
I think he just needs to get some fluid in and get his fitness up.
I can't comment on his fitness because even if he was unfit, he'd probably still be a lot fitter than I ever was in my lifetime. As Bravo is on strike now to Athenaeus. Playing this one very nicely into the short extra cover region.
I think
There's
he's
no
just
run.
conserving energy. Once you see he's slumping there, he's just trying to conserve as much energy and try to stay off his legs, you know. So it's a ploy that they use, kneel down and relax and save some energy as much as possible.
After 31 overs, the Red Force have progressed quite nicely to 132 for 2, 58 runs required in 114 deliveries. Josh Silva is still out there. Kenneth Demba will continue his work, 5 overs, none for 20. Unfortunately, his team's batting didn't give him much to work with, but he's still toiling about here. It's a dot delivery.
And it is good to see Joshua De Silva out here batting and keeping his concentration. As much as he might be looking a bit tired, he's trying to keep his concentration here. And that's a lovely shot there by De Silva through the covers for 4.
All along the turf there, giving himself some room, backing away. A little bit of width on offer, and he took full advantage of that there. Sid Gray took us through the shot.
And that's a great shot off the back foot. Just short of a length. And Joshua De Silva punks on that one.
Yeah, you can see in his face that he's very, very tired, but it's wonderful to see the concentration still on his face. He's very wary here. 54 runs required of 113 deliveries. Let's see how Demba responds.
It's a nice looking
drive
shot.
to wide long off here, and he'll get a single here. Moving very, very slowly up to the non-striker's end.
Yes, and he's trying to conserve as much energy as possible. No need to be sprinting when you could just limber up to the end.
Down on his haunches yet again. I still think he needs a cap though, because that sun will be beating down on his forehead. But that's just my opinion here. Bravo comes up. Plays that back up to the bowler. There's no run. And De Silva will probably be happy for a couple of dot balls where he doesn't have to do any running at the moment. Bravo. Bravo. Doing just that for his teammate. De Silva happy to go back down on his haunches yet again.
Yes. And that's a
He
single.
flicks this one down onto long on. And he will actually hold the strike. Bravo pinches the strike at the end of the 32nd over. 138 for 2 Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Maybe Joshua De Silva will get a little bit more respite.
I think he wants to see this through as much as possible. He has started all this brilliant batting for Trinidad and Tobago, and I think he wants to see this through. And I think that will be the wise thing for him to do.
And most definitely, I think it will also give him an indication of where his fitness levels need to be, Sid Gray, as well. Because obviously, of course, he'll be going across to Australia with the West Indies team very, very shortly. And that will be a test series, so that's something to contend with. 10 days of test cricket.
Yes. Down under.
Yeah, down under. At least I think it might be a little bit cooler. No, I think that it might be the summer time in Australia. So
no, I think it will be a little
careful
cooler in Australia because I think it's more winter. If you watch in the T20, most of the players have been wearing a little sweater over, so it's a little bit cold there, getting cold there.
Athenaeus to continue here. He's been expensive. Darren Bravo flashing at that one, but only able to guide it to point. I get the feeling that De Silva is really, really struggling here, though. Darren Bravo cuts again. Here. He cuts this behind square. This will run close to the boundary. Will it? No. They'll come back for an easy 2 here.
Just limber back. Conserving energy back on his hunches. Taking in some deep breath there.
Of course, there's a consideration that De Silva will not want to tire himself out and play as deep into this tournament as possible. Athenaeus comes in again. Bravo skips up the pitch and pushes that one in the extra cover, and there is no run.
Knowing the mindset of
and we certainly wouldn't want him to do himself an injury, Josh De Silva. Down the leg side. Appeal.
I think that's
stifled.
That's an ambitious appeal there. Ball going down the leg side.
It's a leg by. So just 49 runs needed now from 104 deliveries. De Silva on 66. Bravo doing quite well, 14 off 27. De Silva will settle himself to face these last two deliveries from this Athenaeus over.
And he
Certainly
gave
a
it
tired
away.
stroke.
Tired stroke
Going
there.
across the line, and he will get caught in the covers there.
You can see he was struggling there for fitness. You can see how he's walking off this pitch, dejected, bit tired.
Good
That
innings
was-
there from Josh De Silva, but he falls at 141 for 366 he's made. That's a good innings, but you can see that he was tiring there, and he was really just trying to loosen his arms, probably try to get as much runs as possible before he got out. Unfortunately, that top edge is spooning into cover, and a swirling catch taken there. Athenaeus strikes. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 141 for 3 in the 33rd over.
Sad way to see Joshua De Silva goes after a long inning. He's off the pitch and he's on his hunches again across the line.
Incoming batter, the captain of TNT Red Force, Nicholas Puran.
Red Force captain Nicholas Puran comes out with his team in a very, very strong position. And there'll be two left-handers at the crease, Bravo and Puran. Might we see some early afternoon fireworks here, Sid Gray? Because we both know what these two are capable of when they're ready.
Yes, I know, especially Nicholas Puran. He likes to place his shots. And I think it is wise that he tries to play smart cricket here. And try.
Might have been Sunil Ambrose who took that catch there to get rid of Darren Bravo. At best guess. Darren Bravo will settle himself again here as Athenaeus will continue. No, it's Kenneth Demba, as that was the last delivery of the over.
To Darren Bravo.
And of course, it'll be the job of these two batters to see this game home. Sid Gray, they won't want to lose any more wickets. They'll want to win this at a canter.
And I think that will be wise of these two batsmen to try to see this home. Don't give them any sniff. Don't give anyone else a chance to bat. Let's finish this off. I think that will be the words of the captain.
And as with extra time in football, you don't want to give the spectators that squeaky bum time, as they say. Sid Gray, let's win this easy.
Win this easy.
And Bravo happy to just see off Kenneth Demba in this over. It's all about reconsolidation here now. Bravo is on there on 14, so he's had a bit of a start. And we want to continue in the same vein. I'm sure Nicholas Puran will chance his arm when he's ready, when he's good and ready. Hopefully not too early in his innings.
Great piece of fielding there by Fletcher. And that's maiden over.
And that is a maiden over by Kenneth Demba. His 7th over, he's gone for just 26 runs. And at the end of 34, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are stuck on 141 for 3.
I think it is wise for these two batsmen to finish this game as soon as possible. Take this victory. They're in the ascending position here. They're in the position to take this game. And I think they should try to finish it as soon as possible.
Certainly, of course, but they lost to Guyana Harpy Eagles. We have no idea how much net run rate might factor into the groups moving forward into the next round. So Nicholas Puran will have that on the back of his mind as well. As he takes his guard, and he will be up against Alec Athenaeus. Managed to get the wicket of Josh De Silva. Despite being quite expensive here, 4 overs, 1 for 22. But he starts on line to the Red Force captain. We haven't seen much of Puran really click at all batting-wise, so he will be looking for some time in the middle as well.
And that will be very important.
Drifting down the leg, and Puran will get off the mark with this turn into the leg side, just forward of square.
Need 48 off 94 balls.
Played back up to the bowler. And I'm not, maybe I'm reading it wrong, Sid Gray, but there might be a little bit of tension just building in the middle here. A little bit of maybe a little bit of uneasiness just creeping in here. Bravo pushes his one into cover, and there's no run.
I think they has tightened up a bit on the bowling, but you should expect that at some point in the game. Or they're a bit too cautious for me.
Driving again is Bravo, but there's no run there. He's getting a bit bogged down here, is Darren Bravo. 15 off 34, 15 off 35 now. Really needs to manipulate that strike a little bit more. We know he's capable of that. Don't want to get a rush of blood. Drives again into the covers, and there is no run there.
That's another mate. No, one ball, one run come off the over.
And after 35 overs, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, their breaks have been mashed a little bit. They're 142 for 3. Some comments from Mr. Sid Gray before Ruskin Mark replaces yours truly.
Yes. Welcome back here, Ruskin. And I think Darren Bravo should be taking the mantle most of the strike here, because he's the one has been in the middle to try to finish this game as soon as possible with minimum risk.
This is kind of like what happened in the last game, where Bravo soaked up quite a number of dot balls. And even though he top scored in that game, Trinidad and Tobago came up short by 3 runs. So you try to avoid that here. And I'm sure, but when he does that, what it does, it puts pressure on the next batsman, because then he would feel that he has to do the scoring, and he may take some chances that he don't necessarily have to. And that should have been a single there, because the fielder has to come to his right to pick up the ball and then return it. Has to do all kind of
Flick and tricks, and I think
contortion to get his body.
I think they are not trying to rotate the strike here. They have been bogged down.
There he is again, and this is what I'm saying. You could see Puran probably wanting to get on with things, because it's almost as if Bravo has stalled at the other end. So he's now under pressure to try to keep the scoreboard ticking over.
And that's 1 run off 2.4 overs.
But again,
they are putting themselves into a hole here.
From 86 balls, so you have plenty of time, and it's just a question of just holding your nerve and wait for the bad balls, which will come eventually.
Try to take charge of this game. Finish this game as soon as possible.
So it's a nice ring. On the offside, there's a slip, a backward point, a cover, and almost a short extra cover, a long off, and a man sweeping on the outside. Long on, short square leg, and a man at deep square leg. And they will get a single here. So Puran
keeps the strike.
Keeps strike. He goes on to 2. And the score goes on by 1 to 144, no, 43 now for 3. At the end of the over, that's 36 overs now. And they've done well. I think they're both experienced, so they will have to figure out between the two of them what is the best approach. How are we going to knock off these runs?
Yes, I think someone has to take charge and say, I am putting my hand up, I will take charge and get these runs here. You just milk it, I'll try to get the rest. Both of them cannot be bogged down here with 7 wickets in hand.
Yep, and Puran, of course, I'm sure will try to break free as much as possible. And here he is guiding this one down behind point. They're going to get a couple. And it was always on. It's very difficult, again, for the fieldsman to have to run that far.
And that's what they need to do. Keep trying to pick up the singles, rotate the strike, and get ones and twos here.
I'm sure the occasional boundary will relieve the pressure, but for now, you just take what the bowler has given you. Here he is, again, using his feet. Yep. And so he's trying to be positive, Nicholas Puran. And so in a way, he's trying to counter what the fielders are doing and what they're throwing at him. So he's really, in a sense, he's trying to silence them. Bravo. Still very watchful.
Soaking up a lot of dot balls.
And the thing is, he must be able to maneuver the ball. He's been out there for quite some time now. Just on contact, just open the face or close the face. And he slaps this one into the cover region, but can't get it through. And that's the one thing you don't want, for him to become frustrated now, even though he can't get the ball out of the inner circle. And again, trying to manufacture a run there, but the field is well set.
Yes, I think he needs to try to find the gaps. He's not rotating the strike properly here. He's bogged down.
On the front foot, he wants a single that is not there. It's a non-existent single. And luckily, Puran sent him back. So that completes another over. 146 to 3 now.
Need 13 overs to get 44 runs at 3.4 runs per over. They need to get moving. They are bogged down here from the last 3 to 4 overs.
The thing about it is that they're going to have to bowl different bowlers eventually. And, so you kind of pick your spots and try to determine which bowler is going to give you a 4 ball, every over or every 2 overs, as the case may be. And that is what you're going to rely on to get you through. It makes no sense taking unnecessary risk right now. So what you do, you play the law of averages. You try to rotate the strike, but Bravo has to play his part. He can't just sit there and put all the pressure on Puran. So he has to contribute to this total, and the best way to do that is by picking up singles or get a boundary or something just to ease the pressure.
But the difference between Puran and Bravo right now, Puran is using his feet. Bravo is stuck to the crease.
Yeah,
so he's not using his feet to the spinners.
But I don't think he's normally, he doesn't chip into the ball much. He tends to drive from the crease. Hence the reason why 2 things happen when he does that. He either hits a 6 over long on or long because his base is good. He's planted and he's swinging through, almost like a golf swing. But the other thing of that is sometimes he's short. So when he's planted and he's not to the pitch, the ball just goes up in the air. And he either gets caught sometimes on the boundary, but he doesn't get all the power that he was looking for. And so those are, we've seen him out several times trying that. Hitting the ball, but getting caught in this area here, long on, wide long on, and that's because he just didn't get right out to the pitch of the ball. Whereas Puran, on the other hand, will try to get to the pitch of the ball. Puran's problem sometimes is when he gets there, he tries to maneuver it with his wrist sometimes, and you know he doesn't do it. He doesn't get the power
that he
he
needs.
wants, and the control. He doesn't maintain control. So it's just little things that I'm sure opposing captains would look at them and pick out, and you know, and bowlers will sit and they will plan for when they're facing these batsmen and how they're going to counter them and how they're going to work against them in that regard. You know, so but it's like I say, it's a learning curve for a number of these cricketers. But Bravo and Puran are two experienced men.
That's it.
So it's just and I can see the thinking that Bravo is thinking it. He wants to be there when the winning runs come.
Yes, but being there.
But he has to contribute to
Contribute. You cannot just bog down, just want to be there, just bat and not rotating the strike. At least rotate the strike. So at least the scoreboard will be ticking and not will start to create a scoreboard pressure. And you have to go and play rush shots and big shots to finish the game.
Well, that's it, and that's the thing that you don't want, is that he either hears it from the crowd or he gets a message from the dressing room, and then he just decides he's just going to pelt the bat at the next ball that is flighted at him or something like that, and then he gets out. So all that hard work goes to naught because you don't achieve what it is you set out to achieve. I don't understand why the bail was missing, but it just seems as Hodge was having a fun time with the bail. And there is that reverse sweep, that's 4 runs. And again, Demba was pitching up just outside the off stump, and Puran just went the reverse sweep and neatly tucked it away and picked up 4 runs.
And that's the beauty of Nicholas Puran when he's in full flight. He can innovate shots. While his Bravo plays just the defensive shots, just at the off stump. He doesn't play the reverse sweeps or these shots. Now the bowler has something to think about when he's bowling to Puran.
He wants a single, but it's not there. And that's the thing, because both of these guys are not very good runners between the wickets. The 150 is on the board for the Windies with that 4. So the closer down the wicket he goes, and you could see Puran thinking of getting on with things here now. And all he needs now from Bravo is a mature response. A quick single here, a boundary himself, something just to break the shackles.
Yes, break the shackles. Let the runs keep trickling.
Yeah.
Let the runs keep trickling.
And here he is again, just watchful. It's almost like he's dropped anchor and isn't prepared to move from that end.
Yes, and he's putting a lot of pressure on Nicholas Puran here.
And again, he can't get it through. And so
he seems to be frustrated.
Yep. But like I said, this is where he needs to buckle down. He's experienced enough to know, okay, I'm not getting it through there. Maybe let me just get it past the bowler. There's a big gap there. Just past the bowler, you see, and that is the ball. He don't need to play in that direction. He could have played that on the onside. Just pull it to the onside and get the single, rather than trying to play it through the offside. It's the end of the over. At the end of it is 151 for 3 now. So they need 39 runs, but they have 72 balls in which to get those runs.
Let's see what Nicholas Puran will comes up with now.
The thing is, Puran is going to go for his shots. He's not afraid to play his shots. He may get out, and then, people would point a finger at him, but he's on a no-win situation right now, with Bravo stuck at the other end. and seemingly unable to get out of first gear. There he goes again with another reverse sweep. Only this time he picks out the man at backward point.
He has something to give the bowler something to think about.
Just Larry Edwards on the field there. Here he goes again, and they're appealing for an LBW decision, but they were never going to get that because
Outside
even
the leg
then
stump.
that ball was way outside
Outside the
leg. But they do get a leg by, and that will help the scoreboard tick over. It should be 152 now for 3. So Puran is already catching up to Bravo. And this time he's going to get a single, just turns it away, and that is the smart approach to take. And don't leave it to anybody else to get the job done. You're there, you are the not out batsman.
Need to get it done,
Yeah.
you get the job done.
Yep. So 153 for 3. Down the wicket he goes. That's
Go for
6 runs.
That's Nicholas Puran for you in full flight. Using his feet, they're beautiful. And it is straight over, made off for 6 runs.
And from the time the bowler released the ball, he just said to himself, my ball, and he just went after it and murdered it over long off for a 6. And here he is trying a little paddle, and he's going to get one. Once a second, it's not there. And so he now is quickly on to 17, so he has gone past Bravo now.
15 from 45 is struggling here. And Nicholas was 17 from 17.
So 160 now, and this time Bravo strokes beautifully through the covers for 4.
runs. And that's Bravo, Darren Bravo for you. That's the kind of shot he likes to play.
And he almost finished that shot with one hand. It looked as if he lost the grip on the bat handle, and just stroked it through. At the end of the over, 39 completed. It's 164 now for 3.
It seems to like they want to finish this game in the next 2-3 overs.
And they're the spectators, obviously, coming in and enjoying an evening of cricket here at the Oval.
And it was a beautiful day for cricket, Ruskin.
Yep, they saw some action in the CPL. Those who were lucky enough to get tickets to come in. And now they got a chance to see some of those same players. In different colors. Down the wicket he goes again, and there it goes again.
Massive one into the stands.
And Jeffrey Stallmeyer stand there. The few spectators down there might have been holding their collective breath when that ball is approaching them, because he's after Demba again, and the result is the same. It's another 6. So 170 now for 3, 20 more runs needed from 65 balls.
And Nicholas Puran seems to want to finish this game in this over.
So he's quickly on to 23 now. So back-to-back boundaries, a 4 by Bravo and a 6 by Puran. Going for the reverse sweep, and that one is off his chest. And I'm not quite sure why they're appealing. The ball hit him quite up on his chest. And the bat was nowhere near the ball, literally. Because when he swung, watch, the ball is coming off the forearm, and going through. And again, you can see Puran always on the lookout here, looking for something.
Puran is looking to score at every opportunity here.
Yeah, trying his best to get these runs as quickly as possible. looking to cut it, and he'll get a single again.
Smart batting here by Puran.
And just forcing the fielding team now to start thinking a little bit more. Before, when they were blocking the ball, it wasn't much thinking. Everything was being done for them because it was made so easy. Now they have to figure out a way to stop the run flow. And they're going to get a couple of byes here. And they go for one. Bravo is going to come back for the second run. And it should be byes signaled by the umpire. Or wide. Or
And that would be 3 wide.
well, because it was way down the leg side. They ran 2 as well. Extras up to 9 now.
16 more runs to get of 62 balls.
And he's driving this ball, but again he's driving it
Straight to the fielder.
because the field is well set for that there, and because there's also cover out in the deep as well, so they've figured out how they're going to frustrate Bravo. And this time
That's
he's stroking.
4.
That's a glorious shot for 4. It just raced across the turf and into the boundary for 4.
This is how the last over finished. This one has finished the same way with a glorious shot from Bravo through the covers.
He was on bended knees there like boys to men, and stroked it for 4. 178 now for 3 after 40 overs.
And we'll have a commentary change here.
And the TNT Red Force need just 12 runs now from 60 balls. Are you taking any bets, Andrew?
TNT Red Force 178 for 3.
Well, certainly this equation all in favor of Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Sid Gray vacating the commentary position. Thank you very much, Mr. Gray, for his stint here. And it's nice to see that Puran has come and added some impetus to the inning, because as you can see, Darren Bravo very sedate there, 23 off 50 deliveries, Puran 24 off 20. And there's going to be a change in the bowling with Justin Greaves back from the northern end of the ground.
So Bravo is on to 23 now. Puran is on 24. Of course, there's a big disparity in the number of balls faced. And that's because Puran has shocked the system here for the Volcanoes, as they hit 2 sixes that just kind of numbed them a little bit because they weren't expecting it.
Pace back on now. Let's see how Puran deals with Justin Greaves.
And he's looking for 2 here quickly. He's gone for 1, and he's going to get the second one without too much fuss, as he placed the ball well. He didn't hit it hard. He just placed it and was able to facilitate 2 comfortably.
Yeah, credit to him playing that with soft hands. Just turning it into leg side. It barely got past the 30-yard circle. The fielder had a lot of distance to cover coming in from mid-wicket. And so an easy 2 there for Nicholas Puran. And it's down to 10 runs in 59 deliveries.
Graves again, and they're going to get 1 this time, as the fieldsman is closer to it. That's Descarte, as he is much closer at square leg. He didn't go all the way back on the boundary as was the case previously, but he anticipated well and limited them to just a 1 run. So it means Bravo now is back on strike on 23.
There's 9 runs needed now, single digits for the win. And of course, the Red Force would like to not lose any more wickets as well. Finish this game on a high.
And Bravo pulls this one to the man at square leg for another comfortable single.
Had to hustle back in a little bit there.
Yep.
He was ambling in at the non-strikers and Darren Bravo. He still had a little bit of gas in his heels there to make it back.
He had to, because they were threatening to run him out.
Certainly would have been a farcical end to his very good innings, you'd have to say. Playing playing according to the state of the game, Ruskin Mark.
Yeah, well, I think he
24-51.
always had the equation in his mind. But I think he just needed to probably just jumpstart this second wave a little bit earlier, rather than put all the pressure on Puran to do the heavy lifting. He could have easily assisted that with a few more singles and not soak up so many dot balls.
Credit to the Red Force batting lineup as well. It was never a stiff required run rate. It was never hovering more than 3.7 or getting up to 4. But they did well to ensure that it never crept up on them too quickly.
Again, the ball played on the onside. I think he might feel that he missed out there because that was right there for a nice little turn on the onside for another single, as he did earlier in the over. But 183 for 3. Again, congratulations to Keon Otley, 36, 66 to Joshua De Silva, 20 to Jason Mohammed. Everybody getting a start here. And Darren Bravo 24 and Puran on 28. Make that 29. No, he'll keep him there as Johnson Charles skips around and keeps him at what will be at the non-strikers end now. 41 overs completed. And the scoreboard shows 183 for 3.
So just 7 runs needed here by Trinidad and Tobago Red Force to wrap up a convincing win after losing to the Guyana Harper Eagles. And it will be a very convincing win because, of course, the Windward Islands Volcanoes has been one of the strongest teams in this group. And to have defeated them so comprehensively by hopefully 7 wickets, you'd have to say, with close to at least 7 overs to spare, would register a convincing win. Certainly, I would think that the Red Force, while they would be happy with the overall performance, would have to maybe look at their batting a little bit, because their batting is certainly not as strong as their bowling. And I think they would have liked to chase down these runs with a little bit more time to spare, considering that Keon Otley, Jason Mohammed, and all the batters have gotten starts, and only De Silva carrying on for an innings of note, as Puran is up the pitch and dancing up to extra cover. And there's no run there against Athens.
So they're ringing the changes here. Fletcher trying something. There's a lot of appeal, but really and truly the ball was spared into the pads, and that would have been going down leg by a long way. In fact, the only reason it hit the pad is because he was trying to hit it behind him. Watch, the ball pitched outside leg, and it was never going to hit the stump.
Was always missing leg and was high as well.
That one, Puran is going again, drags it hard down the ground.
A hard single there, Ruskin Mark, down to long on.
And I thought he was trying to go aerial with it. He was certainly, you could see him thinking, well, as he started to move into it, he probably got too close to it and couldn't get under it.
One shot away from victory here. Can Darren Bravo end it off in style?
And he's stroking it powerfully again into the covers, but he can't get a run. So the frustration mounting for him. And so now they have that nice little ring on the offside there. They don't have a slip anymore. And this time Bravo is going to get another comfortable single. And that is what I was saying. That's the same shot he should have made the over before when he tried to play it to the offside. All he had to do is play it on the onside. Look at how much space they had on this side. Fletcher wasn't even there at that point. He was over on the offside. So, you know.
Yeah. There is acreage of space for those singles. Yep. Darren Bravo trying to force the issue a little bit.
Put it where the fielders are not. This was the shot he was trying to make earlier. And this time it's a wide. So they're gifting the Trinidad Tobago team runs now. They need 5 more from 49 balls. I think it's safe to say Trinidad Tobago will win this game.
I think it's just 4 runs needed here. 4 runs in 48 deliveries.
4 runs, and that's the end of the over. And at the end of it, 186 for 3.
So just 4 more nails needed in the coffin of the Windward Islands Volcanoes here, as Darren Bravo and Nicholas Puran are sedately on their way to victory here. And we should be hoping to get it in this over, Ruskin Mark. Justin Graves will want to make these Trinidad and Tobago batters work as hard as possible for these 4 runs.
Well, this would be a good win for Trinidad and Tobago. This is a thoroughly professional win. And they got a good performance from their bowlers and fielders. And now they're getting their batters. So all the departments really are clicking for the TNT Red Force in this game. That should augur well for the future, regardless of which team plays. And another one for Bravo. He goes into his all too familiar trot to get up to the non-strikers end as he goes to 25.
I still think someone of his caliber shouldn't be 26 or 56. That's unconscionable, I would say, from Darren Bravo. Even despite the state of the game and the sedate way of the game, Darren Bravo should be getting as close as run a ball as possible. And that's just because of the caliber of the man.
And here's another powerfully driven one to the offside, but Puran decides against it. Bravo and Fletcher are chatting away there. I'm not quite sure what they're talking about. Might be something to do with something off the field later.
Well, he is actually standing very wide on the non-strikers end as well. Probably, he's coming back in a little bit.
This time he's going to get the quick single. Puran has to hurry, and Hodge decides he's still going to throw it because he felt he had to run so far to at least pick it up. He might as well go through the motion of throwing down the wicket. 188 now for 3. 42 overs and 3 balls bowled.
There's 2 runs required for a very morale-boosting victory here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force on home soil. They played their first 2 games at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and as you mentioned, many of these players are familiar with the Queen's Park Cricket Club, so they'll be glad to come back here and get that win under their belts.
Bravo is getting a short ball. He's not interested. He just kind of ducks under it and allow it to go its merry way. 1 short ball. And they I suppose they could test Bravo with the short ball and see if that unravels him even at this late stage. But he did well to pull out of that one because he knows that he's not the best of hookers, although he can hook. But most times it goes in the air. And he's going to turn this one. He wants a second run, but I don't think it's there. Johnson Charles was eyeballing him there. So the scores are level now. And 189 for 3 it is. So
whatever happens, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force can't lose this game. The scores are level.
30 to Puran, 27 to Bravo. And they have 43 balls to get the 1 run.
Good little partnership here. 48 it's gone on to. Puran doing the bulk of the heavy lifting, you'd have to say.
And that one is flicked away nicely. And did it go all the way? I think it did. That's a 6 to end it in style. Nicholas Puran makes it 195 for 3 as the final score here. So Trinidad and Tobago winning handsomely in the end after 43 overs, getting to 195 for 3 to complete the victory by 7 wickets and draw level with the Windward Islands with 2 wins and a loss in this group.
And again, Puran finishing out in style of a badly aligned delivery on the leg stump, and he just flicked that over deep square leg into the smattering of fans there in the Caribbean stand who were able to see Trinidad and Tobago Red Force pull off a good victory here against the Windward Islands Volcanoes, winning by 7 wickets with I make that 7 overs to spare as well. So 7 wickets, winning by 7 wickets with 7 overs to spare as well, and opening up this group here in the CG United Super 50 tournament. Fantastic innings there by Nicholas Puran, 36 not out of 30 deliveries. Looking at the Windward Islands Volcanoes bowling card, Preston McSween 6 overs, none for 33. Ryan John 4 overs, none for 17. Kavim Hodge bowled well, 10 overs, 1 for 37. Justin Greaves a little bit expensive, 5 overs, 1 for 30. Kenneth Dember bowled 10 overs for 49 runs. And then Alec Athanaze 7 overs. And Ruskin Mark will take you through the Red Force batting card.
Well, again, needing 190 for a victory. Keon Otley and Joshua De Silva gave the Trinidad Tobago Red Force a good, solid start. They put on 69 for the opening wicket before they lost Otley for 36. And then it was Jason Mohammed who joined Joshua De Silva, and they too pushed things along nicely until eventually Mohammed was given out with 98 on the board. He went for 20, caught at the wicket. A good diving effort on the part of Walcott off the bowling of Hodge. It was 98 for 2. And then at 141 with Joshua De Silva getting past his half century, he was on 66 when he was eventually out, holding out really a tired shot. He just seemed to be running out of gas and just lofted one into the offside and departed for a very well played 66 and caught off the bowling of Athanaze at 141 for 3. And then Bravo and Puran stitched together a 54-run partnership that saw the TNT Red Force home, getting to 195 for 3 with Nicholas Puran 36 not out and Bravo on 27. Puran ending the game with a 6, a beautiful flick off his legs to end proceedings here and give the fans something else to cheer about. In addition to a victory, they saw a splendid little innings from the TNT captain. So that is the picture here. Another victory for the TNT Red Force. They join the Windward Islands with 2 wins now in this group, 2 wins and a loss. And so it means now when they do the second round starting on Monday that it's all to play for going forward now. Then they can start looking at net run rate and all the other things as they go ahead. But points is the first measure that you want, and they're all tied in the same number of points here, hoping that they could somehow separate themselves from the rest of the pack here. So victory by 7 wickets with 7 overs to spare. That is 42 balls, which in essence is a comprehensive victory for the TNT Red Force. So that is the story from us here at the Queen's Park Oval under brilliant sunshine. We can't say that too often because we've had so much rain and dark clouds around us. So again, on behalf of the entire team, Sid Gray, of course, Andrew is here with me, and the entire technical team, all of the cameramen, Jerome Lane over in the distance, getting us some fine shots as well, and Mr. Best Shot, who is closer to us here as well, Gordon Pear. Thanking you so much for being with us, and we do invite you to stay with us here and join us again on Monday when we'll have another game in this zone from the Queen's Park. In fact, 2 games. We do have a game going on as we speak out at the Brian Lara Academy as well. So it's cricket and more cricket in the CG United Super 50 Cup 2022. And on that note, we say goodbye from the Queen's Park Oval.
facing from Hussein, trying to hook it. And of course, with the confidence he has, he thought that he could get it, but he really only got about just outside there. So that little bit of width, and he's going to throw his hands at that one. His very, very fast hands, and go through the line of the ball.
But shot there by Johnson Charles. Trademark shot by Johnson Charles. Darren Bravo.
Has fallen for Windward Island.
Pull that back a little bit of an extra bounce there. And Darren Bravo takes that one.
I think Jaden Seals was just a bit too short. I think he's running in with a bit of exuberance after this wicket. Bit too short, just outside the off stump. Give him a chance. Just punch it off the back foot. Through the...
For him there, Kareem Hodge just get into position and chopped it behind point nicely down to wide third man.
Nevertheless, it's 4 runs for the Windward Island and Hodges.
It could easily have gone to...
And that's one that just pitched just on the legs. Be getting deep into the Windwards Volcanoes. Batting closer to the batsman. That's one that's too short and outside the off stump. He needs to get it closer to the batsman and a bit fuller. Lovely piece of fly.
Rest his frontline bowlers, and then he bowls a little bit of a slower one, a little off cutter, took some pace off, and it went straight up in the air, and a comfortable catch. Stepping back into that position, and he almost gave him the catch right in his lap. Unfortunately, it was a little bit lower.
Certainly dragged that one down a little bit, Karaya. Tugged from outside the off stump by Walcott, but into that gap between mid-wicket. Ryan strikes again. Just beating the outside edge. Little touch on the...
For the piece.
Advancing down the patch, giving himself... down the track, giving himself a little bit of room. A shimmy to leg stump as well. Island's Volcanoes keeper. Admittedly, he's not had much to work with.
Yes, I think he's trying his best here, but this tight bowling up the tree. That's how it goes sometimes at the end of at the tail ends.
Well, at the end of the over, it's a...
And Ruskin, and that's the slinging action of Hines there. That ball keep low.
Made good contact and goes to 14 now. It's 174 for 9 after 4. Goes at this stage with...
For Trinidad and Tobago, and the first boundary for the Silver as well.
And you can see the kind of quality batter here. Minimal of movement and just class from Keon Otley.
No movements.
Held the pose nicely for cameraman with a Chinese cut.
It's called, that's more than a Chinese cut. Lucky guy there. Balls will come, and that's a lovely shot through the cover there. When he strikes a ball like that, he look like world class. And you will get at least one boundary per over. You don't need to be playing the rush shots, trying to force the issue. And sometimes that's...
So that's sweetly done. That completes. Might not have been tall enough, and it's 4 good-looking runs.
Sat up.
Didn't try to overhit it, but sweet timing from Otley.
Certainly.
After playing a lovely shot for 4, just when the foot movements was...
That fielder there, square.
A backward point.
At backward point.
That's a lovely shot. That nice shot. Off the back foot.
But there, Walcott running forward and then taking it in the left hand. Balls, and it ends the over as well. 26 completed. It's now 104 for 2.
Delicate 4 runs all along the carpet.
And you're really flirting with danger there when you drift into his pads like that. It's 6 runs over the fence. They thought he should have made an attempt to get to it. You could see Fletcher gesticulating to him. But it
Took us through the shot.
And that's a great shot off the back foot. Just short of a length. And just as the Silver punks on that.
1 for 366 he's made. That's a good innings, but you can see that he was tiring there and he was really
just went the reverse sweep and neatly tucked it away and picked up 4 runs.
Made off for 6 runs.
And from the time the bowler released the ball, he just said to himself when that ball was approaching them, because he's after Demba again, and the result is the same. It's another.
This one has finished the same way with a glorious shot from Bravo through the covers.
He was
And again, Puran finishing out in style of a badly aligned delivery on the leg stump.